In a world where beasts and humans coexist, creatures that can be tamed and have the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and at the top of this place, there is a man named Su Liang, who received the favor of the lunar butterfly. It is an extremely rare beast that only exists in legends and can go back in time. In the boy's eyes, you can see the favor he received from the gods. And so he received the title of Lunar King and is admired by everyone. In an ordinary house, there is a boy on his computer. The Lunar King attracts a lot of attention and is on top of the world for those who are his followers. However, the boy is sweating cold, saying that the only thing more incredible than this is that he, Su Liang, is the so-called Lunar King. He's so crazy because he just transmigrated to this world. Originally, he was from Earth, and as soon as he arrived, he received fragments of the owner's memory. It seems that the real Lunar King was sleeping, fell out of bed, and hit his head. The protagonist thinks it would be amazing if he really had become the so-called Lunar King, but he asks to open the status window and sees that he is nothing more than a one-star tamer. His companion is the shimmering beast with the power of moonlight. He starts cursing the system because he knows very well that this butterfly is nothing legendary. The problem is that everyone has a lot of expectations for this boy. How is he going to handle all this pressure? Not to mention that the original owner of the body drew a lot of attention and everyone believed he was strong. He told everyone that he possessed the reincarnation butterfly that only appeared in dangerous situations. When he performed, the girls went crazy, saying he was amazing and handsome. Even face-to-face with the 8-star Empress Kanyu, the guy didn't back down. Our protagonist has no idea how this guy was so crazy. He decides to let it go and takes a look at his beast. The so-called shimmering butterfly appears. In his eyes, traces of the gods can still be seen. And when it approaches his face, he says it is cute, but his expression quickly changes upon realizing how useless it is. He knows that a great battle awaits him in 3 years, but the bigger problem is that he can't even beat the people at the academy. If he doesn't at least get a hack in the system, it will be impossible for him to attain the title of Lunar Emperor. That's when he remembers a memory from the body's previous owner and wonders if he also has it. He pronounces Lunar Book, and the item appears in his hands. Looking at it, he is impressed, wondering if they are illustrations. On the first page, several moon-related low-ranking creatures can be seen. When he combines all of them from one page, he can get a new one as if it were a card game. It seems the previous owner didn't care about this book because it said the lunar butterfly was weak. He thinks the guy was kind of stupid. However, now he is motivated since he will study at the Lunar Light Academy, a place where it will be easy to find this type of creature. Leaving the room, he knows he cannot get into fights and must focus on getting stronger for the next 3 years. In the advanced dormitory for tamers, a little bunny is being fed and someone says it's to help it grow a lot. Then a girl in red clothes named Su Jing tells her to stop mingling with weak creatures or they will get attached to her. The girl named Bei Yor says she won't make a contract with the bunny, she's just having fun. However, Su Jing says that as one of the elites, she can't be around weak creatures or strong ones won't want to make a contract with her. She enthusiastically says that the girl must be like the Lunar King who only touches extremely strong creatures. That's when something catches the bunny's attention. While the girl says she is sure the lunar butterfly is only with the king because he doesn't smell like a weak creature. At that moment, the rabbit runs to someone's feet. When they look to the side, they are shocked. They see the Lunar King all stylish and blush. To them, those eyes are full of oppression. The two think that just one look from him can make anyone submissive, but in fact, he's just scared because he's seeing a girl with cat ears. At that moment, he starts to remember that the Lunar King avoided contact with anyone. He goes to the Moon Pavilion. Looking up, he knows it's a place with many low-level creatures. If he can unlock several in the book, he will get new ones. Walking around, he sees some particles and touches one of them. Then it appears that new beasts and illustrations have been unlocked. From the moon element itself to a juvenile fox, a shadow rat, and even a moonlight fish. Su Liang is impressed that he can also see battle information, and now he's excited because the sly guy has a hack. Something catches the fox's attention and Su Liang stands still. He finds himself face to face with a large door. He feels that the place emanates a cold energy and that all the creatures seem to move away. Slowly, he opens the door, and in the center of the room, something catches his attention. On top of the altar is an albino deer with a purple horn. The creature is all graceful as Su Liang approaches. The system warns that this is the white flower deer, the most beautiful creature of all the mid-ranking creatures, and that it is also extremely selective with whom they associate. Our boy thinks the system is exaggerating with this information, while the guys next to him say it's ridiculous to spend so much money to support a mid-ranking creature. They comment that they've never seen another beast treated like this. The guy with brown hair comments that maybe it's because of the appearance, and at that moment, the deer looks back. The boy says it's just because the rich like to show off. When suddenly he gets a water jet on his head and gets all confused. The deer stares at the two, and they run away. One of them comments that mid-ranking creatures have intelligence similar to humans, so it's better to get out of there. The protagonist, observing the creature, thinks that what the guy said really makes sense, until their eyes meet. Something catches the creature's attention as it thinks about the eyes he has. She approaches and starts walking around him. Gets very close to his eye and starts staring. All of a sudden, the lunar book appears in his hand, with the message that a new beast was unlocked and the number of illustrations increased. That's when something catches Su Liang's attention. That wasn't a mid-ranking creature, but a supreme-ranking creature capable of destroying a kingdom. A type of monster with more consciousness and intelligence than any human and that dominates all animals. That thing is basically a nuclear bomb in the middle of the academy. If that creature decides to do anything, this whole place is destroyed. That's when he comes to the conclusion that if she is there, it means the academy knows she won't harm anyone. And since those guys were expelled just by being splashed with water, apparently she has no intention of doing harm. However, he also can't rule out the possibility that she is hiding her strength from everyone, unlike him, who everyone thinks is strong, but is actually extremely weak. He looks at her, who is looking at the plaque that says she is a mid-ranking creature. They stare at each other. He knows very well that she is aware she is deceiving everyone, but then he gets startled. She shifts to an aggressive stance, and he imagines she's afraid of her identity being exposed. With that, he starts speaking loudly, saying that this mid-ranking creature is so beautiful that he couldn't move. He knows that the most important thing for now is not to become an enemy of something like that. He decides to walk around pretending to admire other things, until the door closes and he runs out of the place. While the deer stands there, remembering our boy's eyes and wondering who he was to have those eyes. She goes to her bed and pulls out a phone with the wallpaper of a female deer. She searches for a boy in the city with crescent moon eyes, and she gets startled upon discovering something. Meanwhile, in the tamer's dormitory, he is exhausted, wondering how the school dares to keep a T-Rex in the middle of the zoo. Even worse, since despite that appearance, that creature is much more dangerous than a dinosaur. Luckily, he met her there because if it were in the wild, he would need another supreme-ranking beast to get out alive. And the worst part is that his creatures are the lowest of the lowest rankings. That's when he realizes that the creatures he touched are the ones he can see the abilities of, and he gives a silly speech saying that everything is in the palm of his hand. He decides to go back to confirm this with another beast from the academy. However, on the way he sees that rabbit and wonders if it's the same one he saw in the morning. He finds it strange that the creature is so calm because lunar monsters are usually more active at night. The rabbit is looking all cute and calm at him, and the protagonist wonders if it's another extremely powerful creature by chance. He calmly decides to touch it to get information. As soon as he touches the creature, nothing happens, and he discovers that it's a creature that doesn't have a lunar physique. This means it can only strengthen on a full moon night, and he realizes that it's weaker than low-ranking creatures. He thinks he was an idiot for thinking he would find two extremely strong monsters. That's when someone drops some food and a phone falls to the ground. Something catches the protagonist's attention, and he doesn't know that he's being watched by Bei Yor. She wonders if she is really seeing the Lunar King petting a weak creature. With that, she returns to the dormitory. Su Jing asks what happened, and the cat girl questions what the chances are that the Lunar King actually likes small monsters. Her friend is confused by this sudden question, but then she runs off, saying she was just kidding. Upon entering her room, she starts thinking about it, remembering the gentle expression the Lunar King had with the little rabbit, and she wonders in a very gentle and well-behaved way if she was the only one who knew that side of the Lunar King. Su Liang knows he was seen doing that, but he doesn't seem to care much, thinking the girls might like it. He decides to go to his room because it's time to sleep. However, something catches his attention. At the window, there's an extremely dangerous demon. He gets scared since he has no idea who this terrifying creature is. The problem is that it might not be a human, but a humanoid beast. The most important thing is that he feels oppressed. As she approaches, he can't even comprehend her strength, until suddenly she kneels in front of him and gives her greetings to the Lunar King and the Lunar God. He starts looking through his memories, realizing he should know her. He knows she's one of the 4 moons that belong to the order he created. However, he doesn't know exactly who she is standing in front of him. He doesn't say anything, and the poor girl is sweating cold, thinking that even the Lunar King's silence is scary. He has no idea what her name is, so he just asks what she wants. The girl says that the Black Lunar Order is very active in the central region, especially near the Palace of the Gods. Zulian, who has no idea what she's talking about, he turns his back and she asks what the problem is. Our boy tells her to be quiet because he's trying to remember things. After a while, he looked up everything he needed on the internet and says he remembered. Now he realizes that it's not that he didn't know. It's that the owner of the body didn't care about it. She tries to explain that the Black Lunar Order is not a problem. The problem is the Palace of the Gods getting involved. That name, yes, catches the protagonist's attention. The Lunar Palace of the Gods is a place that houses thousands of legendary beasts. However, although they have been strong for 1,000 years, the Order of the Double Moon changed everything in the last 3. He explains that the Order of the 4 Moons wants to attack. The only problem is that there will be no one to defend him. Zulian remains silent and says that she can move forward since there is no danger when he is under the moonlight. The girl gets excited, saying she understood very well. Here's a famous phrase from the Lunar God, and everyone believes that because of the butterfly, he is not at any risk. With that, she leaves and our boy remains silent. He has no idea how the owner had the courage to say such cringe things. The worst part is that he would walk around saying random phrases. However, because of the crazy followers, these phrases started to become famous. Out of nowhere, he would turn and say he felt the presence of the lunar god, or that the moon favored him, or that the moon would rise and that the moon was bright. He is lost because he just transmigrated and has all these problems in his head. At least it seems he doesn't have to worry about the palace of the moonlight. The only problem is that he doesn't have the real butterfly, so he is basically without any bodyguard. If he gets attacked in this situation, he will die in a foolish way. That's when he remembers something. After having unlocked so many creatures in a book, he can at least get a new one. It states that he can initiate the first exchange and he gets excited. The system warns that the creature he receives is by chance. As soon as it appears, he can register it as a creature or return it to the system and receive some attributes. Our boy gets excited because this way he will be able to strengthen himself and not just have creatures. However, he is anxious to get at least a supreme ranking 1 and no longer fear anything. With that, he begins to pray to all the gods that exist. Excited, he says he will seek the supreme beast. He clicks the button. Energy flows from the book and a light blinds him. The pages start to turn and the system warns that a creature has been unlocked. He is anxious until he receives a translucent moonlight. It's a high-ranking creature, but it seems to have support abilities. He knows that for other people, this would be a good creature. However, he is the lunar god, so something like this doesn't make much difference. Considering the crisis he is involved in, it can't be solved with just a high-ranking creature, and so he returns it to the book. The system warns that he will be rewarded with the creature's strength, gaining enough experience to become a 1-star tamer and almost reach 2 stars. He gets excited for a second, and then immediately feels disheartened because he knows it makes no difference. He is angry that the previous owner of this body could have made contracts with several strong monsters. However, he chose not to do any of that to stay with the butterfly. That's when, before going to sleep, he realizes he made a foolish decision. Even though the creature wasn't strong, it was better than the butterfly he has now. That kind of decision seems strange to him, and our boy questions whether his actions and personality are still influenced by the other guy who owned this body. That's when he shakes his head, saying he's going crazy for believing anything from that guy. He throws himself on the bed, saying that next time he gets a high-ranked beast, he will make a contract. At least tomorrow he can go to the pavilion to gain more experience points and collect everything he missed. Remembering the white deer, he comes up with a plan to bring something to see if he can touch her. The next morning, the deer wakes up and gets startled. The whole place is empty. She wonders if it's going to be demolished, and a girl approaches, saying that when she goes to the palace of the gods, she will live a better life. She seems sad and tells the deer to obey her new owners. The poor deer is scared that she was sold, especially to the palace of the lunar god. Walking around, 2 girls dressed appropriately for work say it's ridiculous that the lunar god studies there. The blue-haired girl tells the other not to cause trouble and to focus on the mission. She turns, saying she knows they're only there to take the white flower deer. Then a green-haired girl named Sing, he introduces herself as the owner of the pavilion. The 2 women introduce themselves, saying the night is eternal, which makes King he think these 2 are very arrogant. She turns and tells them to come in to see the creature. However, the blue-haired one says she has already seen it online and just to bring it quickly, as they will pay 10 times the price. That leaves Kingy startled. Knowing that the white deer is extremely rare, she decides to take advantage of the opportunity and says that this white deer is a descendant of the original creature of the pavilion owner. That's why they have been treating her as a supreme creature, and 10 times the price is not enough. The red-haired girl says that being a descendant doesn't change the fact that she is a mid-ranking creature. But her sister tells her to shut up and asks if 20 times the price would be enough. That surprises the sister and interests the pavilion owner. However, the red-haired girl approaches her sister and says that 20 times is beyond the money they have. But the blue-haired girl has a creature called the Moon's Voice that is warning about a great danger that is about to arrive. They need this creature to protect the palace of the gods, and that's why she's willing to increase the price even more. But at that moment, she feels something, a pressure that would crush anyone. She knows that the only being capable of doing that is the Lunar King who is approaching. She starts trembling, wondering why he is there at the pavilion, and her red-haired sister can't even react. She realizes that the girl's sanity has been shattered. She keeps trying to communicate, telling her not to look him in the eye. However, she turns, gets startled, and faints. She stands there very calm and composed, saying she saw him up close. Su Liang approaches the 2 and gives them a stare. With that, they bow their heads while he stands there. The poor girl feels she doesn't have the courage to raise her head. It's as if she were trying to go against the presence of a true god, while the 2 are terrified that he might do something to them. He's there, not knowing what to say and not understanding why no one is moving, until King he comes running and calls for him. She approaches, saying it's an honor to see his face in person. She shows a tattoo on her arm, saying that 3 months ago, she joined the Brotherhood of the Double Moon. With that, she explains that those girls are messengers from the palace of the lunar god, who are there to buy the deer, while she comments that she wants to sell it for an extremely high price because of his bloodline. And because it is beautiful, Su Liang is struck by the realization that no one has any idea how powerful That creature is something so rare cannot be sold for any amount of money. With that, he turns and the sisters finally relax, until he tells them to disappear because that was not a place for their kind. He says the moon is about to fall. King, he looks at the sky, thinking it's too early, there is no moon yet. However, she interprets it as if he were saying the moon was literally going to fall. In other words, it was a premonition of a disaster that was about to happen. The blue-haired sister realizes that he seems to know everything that is happening with the Palace of the Gods, when suddenly the redhead decides to say that the moon is not really going to fall. However, she stammers with her words. The crowd says she shouldn't speak against the person chosen by the moon god himself. And at that moment, she is startled when our boy is just staring with his moonlit eyes. She starts trembling and he walks away. She falls into the arms of her sister, who thinks that if the moon god is involved, they will have to forget about that creature. However, as soon as he starts to leave, he knows he spoke about impending calamity. While King, he remembers that the girls said the moon would never fall. Seeing the humiliation that girls received from the king, she says they indeed fell long ago, and the only eternal moon is the one the Moon King sees. Our guy finally relaxes, thinking everyone believes he has some power and has his advantages. He doesn't know when he will be exposed, but at least for now, the deer must be calm. Meanwhile, the staff is emptying the hall. The deer is there, telling them to stop taking all their things, and the people are confused by this attitude. The blonde girl gets emotional, saying that apparently she doesn't want to let go of the caregiver. She hugs her head, saying she is beautiful, and that she will visit her while the deer just wants her to let go. The woman goes to her bed, saying that that too has to be removed. However, underneath everything, she finds a cell phone, magazine, and mirror and wonders why a beast has those things. The deer is scared, saying her history will be exposed. She comes to research a lot of things about the Moon King. With that, she gets angry, saying she'll have to protect that, and decides to turn into a demon jumping towards the woman. The cell phone is thrown away and falls right into someone's hand. When she turns around, she gets scared. Our boy is at the door and everyone recognizes him. Now she's worried, knowing it was the person who couldn't see that. As soon as he takes a look, he gets scared. The deer went to hide while he sees she was reading some manhwas about beasts and humans. This is going down the forbidden path, but hey, the Chinese man are unstoppable. Su Lang then throws the phone away, saying the sale is cancelled and everyone should leave. And he warns that at sunset, the people from the double moon will send someone to buy this place. People are shocked that he wants to buy the whole place. However, Su Lang is excited. The strategy was to get several low-ranking creatures, but who would have imagined that he would have the chance to get one of the supreme rank? In this case, the best strategy is a tactical retreat. People are all confused about what's going on there and comment that no one imagined that the Moon King himself would cancel everything. The woman, on the other hand, says she's more curious about what was on that phone that the king looked at. However, at that moment, the deer goes there and grabs it with her mouth and runs away. She passes by all the beasts, thinking that this damn king heard her entire identity, and even the history. He's trying to escape, but she's not going to let him leave this pavilion. With that, she commands him to stop and says she knows very well that he saw everything. Listening to her voice, he realizes it's a girl, and now that reading makes sense. She warns that if he reveals the secret to anyone, she won't let him go. Seeing him stop, she wonders if she managed to at least threaten him. However, Su Lang says she doesn't need to worry about intimate secrets being revealed. She looks peculiarly scared when he mentions that she caught his attention. However, she replies that she's not afraid just because he's the Moon King. If he tells anyone, she'll run wherever he is and finish him off. Su Lang knows that creatures can sense when their names are spoken nearby, a skill all supreme-level creatures possess. He then asks if she'll appear next to him every time he mentions her name. She angrily shouts yes. However, she ends up wondering why he spoke like that. With that, all romantic, he approaches, saying it's their secret, gives a little smile, and leaves, saying she should remember that. However, before he leaves, she tells him to wait and warns him to be careful with the full moon. Su Lang turns around and says he understands, then leaves. She stands there thinking about what he said. Su Lang is sweating, wondering if he managed to deceive a supreme beast. I'm sweating that this supreme beast doesn't turn into a woman soon, for God's sake. However, he smiles when he realizes her biggest concern is having her history exposed. The only thing he finds strange is this information about being cautious with the full moon. If she believes he's the moon god and said that something strange is indeed happening. Back at home, he wonders what will happen next. And the biggest problem is that he's without any bodyguards. If that's the case, the most important thing is to increase his team. Meanwhile, at the Lunar God's palace, a place known to be ruled by the 10 princesses. Following the work, I'm sure they're all ugly and extremely thin. Number 4, who clearly lives up to what I said, asks if the king really said those words. The girls say yes, and she says they should just adjust and prepare then. However, the other women at the table start cursing, saying she's wrong. One in red armor says his appearance at the pavilion shows there's something there. They all conclude that there must be at least one monarch-ranking creature. And one who is bald says apparently something is about to happen that not even the Lunar Palace will survive. People want to know if the 4th princess will cooperate with them. She questions if they really believe that when he signs a contract with the monarch, they'll still beat him. No one responds, and she asks if they are afraid. until apparently it wasn't a woman. A guy says not only the Moon King is favored by the moonlight. After Su Lang used all of his group's money to buy beasts from the academy, people from the north started questioning what he was up to. Most thought he would absorb weak creatures to regain his energy, a sign that the monster inside him was about to awaken. Because of these rumors, people in the north were very uneasy. However, the person they feared so much was in the room playing gacha, releasing new creatures. I want to know why he released Peppa Pig. At least he's excited to have received a high-ranking creature. Even with the pavilion's help, that's all he's been able to receive. Low or medium-ranking creatures are useless for anything other than trading for points. And even though he said he would accept a contract with the next high-ranking creature, this moon in the lake seems to be a support type. The body's owner has no memory, and there's nothing about her on the internet. He finds it bizarre that there are patches that aren't in the encyclopedia yet. Knowing he received the letter, he decides to take a look at the lunar book. The book explains that this creature has the ability to absorb any shock or fluctuation and store all energy within it. He's impressed that she apparently is 13,000 years old. This means she's older than the lunar palace itself. That's why there's no information about her in the current encyclopedia. But that's where he gets an idea. If it's a creature no one knows, he doesn't need to worry about people thinking it's weak. Since the information was lost, no one will have any idea if she is strong enough to be a creature of the king. And in the end, for him who can't fight, maybe this ability is good. With that, he decides to close his eyes and sign the contract. He tells the sparkling butterfly to return, and the next second, he finds himself in a lake. Below him, her reflection is in the water, and he feels a different sensation from other high-ranking creatures. Now this is his second pet, and he hopes it will at least help with something, especially since the night of the full moon is approaching. On that night, a guy watched the moon and wondered why he was chosen to patrol there. He received information that the Moon King would make a move that day and was confused. However, as he was considered the best tamer of the Black Moon, he had no choice. However, observing the protagonist's house from afar, he was afraid of being noticed and dying the next second. Meanwhile, our boy was returning from the pet's consciousness. The butterfly seemed excited and the lake girl seemed to be asleep. Since it was the night of the full moon, he decided to go out and see what was happening. As soon as he left his room, he saw everyone running and calling for their pets. He was confused, but soon noticed it had something to do with the danger of that day. At that moment, an explosion occurred and the whole place shook. He approached the window, wondering what it was. From afar, smoke was rising. At least he smiled, realizing he wasn't the target of it. The guy who had been watching him was lying on the ground, attacked. He couldn't believe it. It was supposed to be just a simple lunar rabbit. However, it was gigantic and had a powerful aura. The rabbit looked to the side, saw the guy, and moved to strike. He noticed in time, and the attack exploded another place. In the dormitory, everyone was scared. Meanwhile, Sol Yang wanted to understand why this was happening. In another part, several creatures were running in the pavilion. They stopped in front of a door. From inside, the white deer shouted, asking what was happening in the middle of the night, and ordered the creatures to go back to their beds. The organizer was there, frightened by all this mess, while the deer lay in bed wondering if he would really call for her tonight. In the middle of the city, the rabbit was there fighting the guy. He disappeared and suddenly started laughing, saying she actually had some power. He had summoned 2 pets, saying he didn't want to use them against her. He warned her to be careful because if the Moon King got angry, she could be killed. However, she didn't seem to care and went towards him. He used the 2 pets to protect himself, and the barrage swept through the city. The 2 creatures were torn apart, but the skin absorbed the debris, and the next second they were back. The guy realized the rabbit was strong but slow and not very intelligent. Seeing that his pets didn't die, they certainly weren't of a supreme rank. And if the Moon King hadn't appeared, it seemed she wasn't involved with him. With that, he jumped from the creatures and allowed them to absorb moonlight. They merged and transformed into a black fish with lunar eyes. Immediately, he felt a pain in his chest and told them to stop absorbing. This is because any tamer has to be careful how much energy their pets absorb or they'll explode themselves. However, he was excited. At least now he could test maximum power against some creature. With that, he stretched out his hand and said it wasn't just her who entered berserker mode under the full moon. A shark attacked, and the attack once again exploded across the entire city. Meanwhile, the teachers were taking the students to shelters. There, they were wondering who had the courage to attack the academy and why. Another commented it was ridiculous considering everyone knows the Moon King resides there. At that moment, he came running by. The woman told the student to wait until she noticed it was the Moon King himself. He just turned around looking disheveled and said the moon was about to rise. Strangely enough, even though he only had a crossbow, he was confident about the moon's light. It seemed that his body really reacted differently in this situation. The previous owner might have said something like, "The eyes of the moon are upon him." The shark guy was there in the middle of the city. He was sure that the attack had been enough. However, his monster seemed to be in agony, and he was startled. The rabbit had risen, and he couldn't believe she had resisted. While the rabbit stared at him, frightened, someone commented that it was very scary. It was Baeyur, saying she really wanted to watch this while her friend said it was too risky. However, she said she was in the dormitory to see this kind of fight anyway, until she got a slap on the head. She ended up with a bump on her head, but wondered why that creature seemed familiar. Su Jing said it was at least a mid-ranked rabbit monster. The strange thing was its size. They both were startled. The rabbit grabbed the shark by the ears and slammed it to the ground. The Black Moon guy realized his creature was going to lose and authorized using a technique called Moon Devour. The monster roared into the sky and a pressure hit the rabbit, leaving her all twisted. The guy smiled, saying that this was impossible to beat. However, the rabbit seemed to be absorbing the energy she had sent out. The guy realized that if a creature that size still had a technique, it wouldn't be possible to win. Bai Yuer seemed impressed, and Su Jing told her to get out of there. With that, she threw her to the ground and called the fox to create a shield for the two. The creature let out a roar, creating an explosion that shook the entire city. Man, it was atomic. When the smoke cleared, the little shark had disintegrated, but the place had indeed been desolated. The rabbit noticed something, and nearby, the barrier around the two had fallen. Su Jing commented that that's why they had survived. Bai Yuer had also summoned her creature. Seeing it staring, she ran to the tiger and told it to stop, drawing the rabbit's attention. However, the rabbit was just staring at the three of them, who already thought everything was over. Strangely, it stood still. Su Jing wondered why the creature wasn't moving. She noticed it seemed to be looking directly at Bai Yuer. With that, the monster went to the rubble and pulled the guy out of everything. The guy was angry, asking if that was a high-ranked creature, and told it to let him go because the Moon King should be coming. The rabbit slammed him to the ground and was about to crush him. Bai Yuer wanted to stop the creature, but Su Jing said they shouldn't get involved. However, the girl replied that it was wrong to let the guy die just like that. Su Jing told her to at least be a bit careful. When she was gathering the courage to approach, someone told her to stay put. At that moment, she called upon the name of the moon god. And our boy, all stylish, said that this was not a fight for her and walked away, saying the moonlight would converge. A bunch of circles formed around him, and they wondered if he was even human. Sol Yang found himself under the rabbit. He knew the size and shape of that creature didn't match any supreme creature. This meant there was only one possibility. 10 minutes earlier, when everything happened, he was just observing. He was sure it was impossible to win against that. Even a 4-star creature had been destroyed in a second. The plan was to at least touch it to see its rank, but it was too risky, so maybe it was better to give up. However, he realized the monster wasn't attacking anyone. He knew it was impossible for a creature to be both high-ranked and irrational at the same time. Considering all this, he approached knowing there was only one possibility. The fool lying on the ground thought that since he had been killed, he had received some sort of favor. However, Sol Yang just collected the body and told them to take it away. With that, he left, and Sol Yang found himself face to face with the rabbit. He then said it was impossible for a creature to go berserk in the moonlight and still remain conscious. This meant it was a common monster acting on instinct, and only low-level creatures act on instinct. He then extended his hand and asked if she was looking for him. From afar, the two girls wondered what this madman was doing, and Bai Yuer told him to be careful. The rabbit was going to charge at him, and they thought the poor guy would be crushed. He was confident in his conclusion, but still hesitant. At that moment, a drop fell into the lake. The creature's attack seemed to have ceased, and he was embraced by the girl from the lake. Everyone saw it, and the guy lying on the ground was sure it was one of the mysterious ancient creatures, something he had seen in the Black Moon intelligence books. He slowly opened his eyes and got excited when he realized he had managed to stop the attack. The problem was that the girl from the lake wouldn't be able to absorb another attack like that. At least now, knowing what the creature was, he was sure he didn't need to worry anymore. He already knew very well who it was. That's why he didn't attack Bai Yuer. And since he doesn't have a lunar body, he ends up absorbing all the power of the moon without being able to control it. Suddenly, a group approached, asking if they were late. The guy on the ground said they weren't late. It's just that their arrival now was insignificant. The Moon King had awakened, which meant everyone was going to die. The people seemed scared. Noticing everything, Sol Yang knew he had to convince them to fear the boy. He asked the rabbit if she was there for him, and she immediately lowered her head. The people seemed confused, and he told her he would guarantee the moon power she so desired. He got even closer and said he would meet her at the place they first met. She agreed, turned, and left. The guy on the ground got up angrily. He had been beaten and hadn't even seen the king's power. He then told the Moon King that he had been attacked by the rabbit, so why tolerate it? However, he just turned and asked if it had really been an attack. The guy was impressed that his eye changed according to the moon. He just hoped he wouldn't fall in love as well. The poor guy started to remember everything he saw and fell to the ground, thinking he had seen the true emperor. His motivation was gone. It was time to go back because he had no other option. A strange figure told him to keep disguising himself in the northern region. With that, he woke up in bed and realized he was in the academy hospital. That was a way for the high-ranking people to send messages in dreams, which meant everything had been true. The problem was that he had no idea how he would deal with the Moon King. Meanwhile, in his room, the protagonist woke up with that little rabbit staring at him. He was startled and asked what she was doing there. That's when he remembered he had ended up making a pact with that boy. After everyone left, he returned to the place he first met her, since that creature always transformed on the full moon, and it was too risky to leave her wandering around. And so he made the pact. However, that panel with two creatures under the rank didn't seem worthy of a king. At least now he felt safer on full moon nights. But seeing her all cute at his feet, he thought maybe not that safe after all. He decided it was time to go to the pavilion. However, when he opened the door, everyone was running and he was confused. Some girls were talking about trying to make a pact with a supreme rank creature. He was scared and searched the internet. There he saw that a spear known as the Crescent Moon was the only supreme type and had fallen today in the northern region. The problem was that it was so difficult to tame that even the Empress or the 10 Moons couldn't do it. As he walked around, he was being observed without any idea. The pursuers were impressed. He was heading in the opposite direction of the spear, ignoring the opportunity. However, our boy had no intention of trying. He would embarrass himself in front of hundreds of people, or worse, the weapon itself would defeat him with its energy. Not to mention, he had something much easier, much closer. The white flower was lying in her room until the door opened. She turned around and he said hi, mentioning it had been a while since they last saw each other. She asked what he was doing there, and if he wasn't going to check out the Crescent Moon. Su Lang said she must be addicted to the internet to already know about it. She said she didn't even need the internet to feel the item's arrival and questioned if it wouldn't be bad if someone else got it. However, he said he wasn't very interested because having a pet was much cuter. With that, he took something out of his pocket and handed it to her. She asked if it was some special and extremely expensive food. He said it was almost that, but actually he had almost infinite amounts of it from the system because the previous owner never spent anything. She took it and stored it in a jar, making him ask if she didn't like the gift. However, she responded that she only liked to eat when watching a movie or reading a novel. He got confused and said he was leaving to avoid risking revealing her identity. Then he remembered there was another way to communicate and asked if she could add him as a friend. She said yes, and his phone rang immediately. There appeared the photo of a girl with white hair and a purple horn. He knew this name was the same as the Academy's founder from hundreds of years ago, and clearly, she was a direct ancestor. The question remained if she would have that appearance when in human form. She asked if there was any problem, and he said no, that he'd come back tomorrow. This warrior could soon turn into a woman to stop being a deer with a red face. 3 days passed, and the Moon King showed no interest in that spear. Because of that, the line to the item kept growing. The girls slammed the table, saying it was foolish for them to be there and warned them to sign the responsibility waiver because if they died, it wouldn't be her fault. She said she was tired of being there until the black whale guy appeared, and she asked if he had improved. He said yes and offered to take care of it so she could relax a bit. She said if that was the case, she would leave it to him then, while thinking that if he wanted the spear, he better forget it. The girls approached and asked the black whale guy if he felt better. He said he had already recovered while thinking about someone's arrival. He knew the dream had sent a message and wanted to see the person's image. Then a girl in a black cloak approached. As she handed over the form, he saw a tattoo on her hand. She looks for a second, and he stands there trembling, sure that it is she who was sent. In another region, someone is curious about the beasts sent from the stars. A completely blue girl says the aura is stunning and that now that she has seen it, she is impressed. A blonde guy behind her asks if she finally understands. If a creature not from the light of the moon enters that place, it will be instantly destroyed. 2 other women there say it's a foolish dream. The blue girl says she understands. She will send other members of the order there but will keep an eye on the fools who go. When she leaves, the other women say she is repulsive. The blonde guy approaches and tells them to calm down, that they need to choose who will enter that place. He explains that entering with a supreme ranking creature would make the spear resist. This means that only beasts below the supreme rank and those favored have any chance. The redhead wonders if this is the reason why the Lunar King has not gone there. When someone behind says they have arrived, they turn and seem worried. All the cadets are eager to try, but they know it is dangerous. The girl looks at the blue girl, who stares back. She then announces to everyone that they will enter the Crescent Moon domain. First, the consciousness of that item is almost invincible. Second, if it awakens and attacks, basically everything will be disintegrated. Our boy is there getting the information too, that although it has life, it cannot communicate. The white flower is sending a message explaining that it is better for all these people to give up. And our boy finds it ridiculous that a sleeping item will kill everyone who gets close. He asks if the item never wakes up, and the white flower says yes, but not on its own. She asks if he is not going to try, and the poor guy wonders why he would do something so risky. If anything went wrong, it would destroy his image for everyone. Then he seems to have an idea and stands up. Among the cadets, the girl is there in disguise, noticing that the Lunar King is not around. Touching the mountain, she says that if it is what she thinks, there is a chance to win. And as soon as she obtains the Crescent Moon, she will kill all the tamers in that area, so that no information spreads. She receives a message on her cell phone and discovers that the Lunar King is heading that way. She gets confused, wondering why this is happening right now. When the instructor asks what she is doing with the communicator, saying that if she gets distracted there, she will end up dying without even realizing it. The girl just looks and then leans in, apologizing. The girl then leaves, saying it is good for her to go back and give up on this. However, the other girl thinks that as soon as she gets the Crescent Moon, she will torture her to death. The instructor explains to everyone that they will receive teleportation stones. The moment they are broken, they are taken out from inside. And she explains that if they see the Crescent Moon awakening, they should get out right away or they will end up dying. The one is there just thinking that as soon as the king arrives, things will get complicated. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl thinks it's ridiculous for them to try something like this, especially since Empress Kang Yu herself tried and failed. Seeing that there are a bunch of 3-star tamers, she finds it impossible. However, she notices something strange. The girl had her back turned and turned around at the same moment. She felt something and hid behind the tree instantly, wondering why there was a master tamer in the middle of the academy. Meanwhile, people started crossing the barrier. The woman thought she had to resolve this before the Moon King arrived. It was then that the blue-haired girl called out to Yu, who was the instructor. She said that only the Moon King could do something and asked why there were so many weak people there. Yu asked why she didn't try to tame this supreme-level creature. They stared at each other, and the blue-haired girl realized the instructor seemed unaware of the other girl. That's when everyone turned around. The Moon King was arriving and they wanted to know what he was doing there. Yu asked if he was going to try to tame the creature, and the others questioned that he might end up awakening the weapon. However, the instructor said they were ignorant and that if he was there, it was because he was sure he could tame it. In reality, Su Lang just wanted to touch the book to see if it would release her. But as soon as his foot touched the barrier, the book updated immediately. Something called Silent Libra of Supreme Rank appeared, an extremely strong and rare attribute that lower-ranked beasts couldn't even sense. Su Lang was excited that it was something of the supreme rank, but immediately withdrew his foot. He seemed to be hesitating, and people were wondering why he stopped there. He pulled out his phone, and they were confused. Yu then asked if he had a problem, and he smiled, questioning why she let the Black Moon insects enter that place. People were surprised, and he walked in saying that from now on, the twin moons would rule that place and he would take care of everything personally. People were still shocked by the information about the Black Moon, and the blue-haired girl knew it was probably the one she had faced. People were now worried about the students who had entered, but Yu said they had the teleport stone, so they were safe. Our boy, on the other hand, was hesitant to enter because of the Silent Libra. If the Black Cult used something like that, it meant they really believed in its power. The situation was dangerous. If it were the old him, he wouldn't have had the courage. However, strangely, ever since he transmigrated, he seemed to be changing. With that, he threw himself in without hesitation, and the Black Shark guys seemed worried about the Serpent Girl. Yu said it made sense, and he mentioned he was running there to save everyone. However, the women commented that ending up like this, he wouldn't do much. The instructor noticed he was acting very strangely, and wondered why he was like that today. The guy was excited until he touched the barrier and got hit by an explosion. Everyone was startled, and he wondered what was happening. Then a girl with 50 bells tied to her appeared, saying he had no chance. From the tattoo on her thighs, the guy knew she was from the Twin Moons sect. She asked if anyone had heard His Highness's order. This girl must make a lot of noise every time she takes a step. She said that as long as she was there, no one would enter. The Black Shark wondered if she already knew about the Silent Libra. Inside, the Serpent Girl was walking around. She had been there for 10 minutes and still hadn't located the spear. The weak ones who had entered with her were already all gone. At least now, no one would interrupt the plan. Suddenly, she felt something, a tremendously powerful aura that she was sure couldn't be wrong. Her eyes shone when she finally located the spear. She was excited, thinking she hadn't made a pact even with the Silent Libra. She had saved herself for this moment and approached, saying the spear wanted her. She was sure it had rejected the others because they were born as empresses, and said the spear must be the kind that liked to be appreciated. Then, acting all cute, she said she might not be very powerful, but as a rank 6 tamer, she would certainly admire that spear a lot. With that, she ran to grab it, saying she would never treat it badly. However, as soon as her hand approached, a light radiated, and an energy prevented her from touching it. She wondered how it was possible that she was rejected. She was sure she was the most suitable person for it. So why had it gone wrong? Meanwhile, others there seemed to recognize her, and one guy said he knew she was the one who had defeated 20 people from his sect. He remembered she had even killed one of his brothers. With that, everyone said they would end her and take the Crescent Moon. However, she started laughing like a madwoman, and people were confused. She began saying she was already in a bad mood because she had been rejected, and now this bunch of trash wanted to die. With that, she summoned her creatures. A monster that was a moon-filled mist, and a creature flying atop a whale. People realized they were all high-rank beasts. She told them to stop praising and show the creatures they had, or everything would go to hell, and ordered the monster to attack. After defeating everyone's creatures, she turned to the Crescent Moon and asked if it had seen that. The power she possesses is far greater than she can imagine. However, the spear remains silent. She starts to get angry until someone says she's a piece of trash from the Black Moon. It's our boy laughing at her and all the anxiety she carries. She turns, recognizing him as the Lunar King, and asks why a 1-star is there alone, saying that even though he has an Emperor-ranked creature, he himself is still very weak. Su Liang keeps laughing. He knows the girl must think he can't summon a creature because of the Silent Libra, so he says that the Serpent's Seat is correct. A simple Emperor can't do everything alone. However, the result here would remain the same with or without the Libra. He warns that before the Twin Moons arrive, she should break the stone and flee. The The serpent girl is shocked to realize he already knew about the Libra but still entered. She doesn't know now whether to flee or to attack him. Su Liang walks calmly. All he needs to do is touch the spear once, the weapon that once managed to cut a star. When he's about to touch it, someone tells him not to think about doing that. It's the serpent girl who sends an attack. All her monsters barrage towards our boy. However, a simple wall blocks everything and she is confused. She has no idea how he did that without even summoning a beast. Our protagonist almost died of a heart attack. Even though the lake girl doesn't have attack power, at least her defense is quite strong. The serpent starts losing her mind and says enough is enough, warning that without an emperor-rank creature, he is nothing. Abyss starts bleeding and a pentagram appears at her feet, ordering the devouring demon king to appear. Dark clouds gather in the sky and everyone trembles. Even the protagonist is afraid of that energy, and our boy knows the crescent spear can't notice the existence of that monster because of the Libra. A giant snake appears and she says he's going to be eaten now. However, our boy stands there without any expression and she doesn't understand why he seems so indifferent. Why does he seem unconcerned in front of a supreme rank creature? However, he's only doing this because he read on the internet that when an animal is big, you have to stare it in the eye to scare it. The girl says enough, if he won't summon, he will die, and orders the creature to attack. The monster slams into the ground and leaps at him. He stands stoically, not moving a muscle. Since the lake girl hasn't consumed all she can, he decides to leave this job to her. The entire place explodes, and when the smoke clears, he's standing there intact. He seems confident, but inside he's thanking the heavens for surviving. Considering the strength of the attack, she would need much more power to break through the barrier. She collapses to the ground, wondering if this is the legendary favor of the lunar god. Our boy leaves, saying she doesn't need to hurry. Once he gets the crescent lands, he'll deal with her. She concludes he wasn't fighting her because he was more concerned with the item, while wondering if his shield could withstand a lance attack. With that, she disables the silent Libra ability. Instantly, the lance senses the copper's presence and awakens. Someone grabs the lance and pulls it from the ground. Apparently, it has a humanoid form too. If the deer was already madness, now it even has romance with the weapon. Seeing the dangerously powerful girl appear, everyone starts running in panic. Feeling the energy, Su Liang hopes at least the lake girl can resist it. However, she warns in his consciousness that there's at most a 1% chance of blocking such an attack. He thinks this is madness and wonders how the snake girl planned to survive this. Looking beside him, he sees she has hidden herself among her creatures. The crescent moon then leaps towards him. He stands there knowing there's no way to escape this now. As he turns to say something, we see a few minutes ago, Kat is reported being attacked by the woman inside and questioned how the academy let someone like that slip through. The blonde finds it odd and a huge stranger is that the woman outside seems very calm. Why doesn't she seem concerned about the Lunar King's safety? Then suddenly, she also feels something. She mourns that the crescent moon seems to have been awakened. Everyone is shocked and she advises them to run because anyone staying there will die. She also senses another aura and wonders if it has something to do with the Emperor. In the midst of the battle, our boy doesn't know what to do. In 3 seconds, this attack will hit and he will die. Remembering the era of technology, he pulls out his phone in 1 second, sends a message and warns the white flower that he needs help. The crescent moon is about to hit him, and at the final moment, he reaches out. And I thought something peculiar was happening, but in reality, there was an explosion throughout the place. Everyone was thrown back and wondered if it was the Emperor's doing. They were unsure if the Lunar King had died, and in the midst of the smoke, nothing could be found. Some time later, the snake girl began to emerge from the midst of her serpent, wondering what had happened. She saw that the crescent moon was calm again, and wanted to know where the Lunar King had gone, if he had really been killed by what she awakened. She became emotional, thinking that she was the one who defeated the Lunar King. She starts off by saying that Idiot was looking at his phone at the last moment, and shouts to the heavens that she was the one who defeated the Great King. Excitedly, she turns to the crescent moon and declares that it's hers now. However, strangely, the item awakens again. She knows that this worn-out snake won't be able to resist. In the midst of the smoke, our boy emerges. She finds it impossible that he not only survived, but doesn't seem to have been affected at all. That's when she notices a giant paw on his back and wonders what that is. The creature touches almost the clouds. It was too big for supreme rank, but if it were Emperor, everyone there would know about that thing. She starts trembling with the crystal in her hand. However, she decides it's not yet time. Even if she dies, she wants to know what the Lunar King's beast is. After all, that's the information everyone has been wanting to discover. Gradually, it reveals itself as a supreme rank creature, known as the Cloud Walker who follows the moon. Almost a direct reincarnation of the ancient goddess. The girl falls to the ground wondering how that's possible. That was a monster at least 4 or 5 times larger than her creature, because in terms of size, her creature is the largest of the Black Cult. And the strangest thing is the 1-star tamer being able to use all the creature's power. Our boy is there, happy to have survived. He didn't imagine it would really grow so large. And the worst part is he has no idea how it teleported in a second and saved him. Moreover, the girl on its back is probably the ancestor. The white flower then tells him to dominate the crescent moon quickly or she'll be cut in half. Our boy is confused. He thought she was stronger. However, she says he must have a plan to have sent her there. That's when he remembers that being hit directly counts as body contact. This means he'll be able to see the details in the lunar book. He instructs the system to open the book, and do you remember that the last chapter ended when Su Liang grabbed that book? Since he had come into contact with the spear, he knew it would appear in the book. It says there that this is a legendary spear that has been sleeping for a long time because it lost its sheath. Because of this, it sleeps and wakes up for several years and cannot communicate with any living creature. However, our boy soon realized that this item was of supreme lunar rank. Now that he had information about the Crescent Star Spear, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to communicate with it. The problem is that not even this book, which should have all the information, can communicate with it. This means that this spear was born even before the Moon Goddess Palace. But this also means that almost no one has this information. Suddenly, the spear opens its eyes. At that moment, the foolish snake girl is already scared, wanting to run away. She calls for the devourer and orders it to protect her. Something seems to happen to the snake. Meanwhile, the spear glares at the white flower, who asks why it's looking at her like that. With that, the two begin to want to fight. Meanwhile, on the ground, Su Liang approaches. The girl wonders what the Lunar King is trying to do at a time like this. Any attack from that supreme aura would finish him off. However, he tells the Crescent Star Spear to submit to him. It seems to ignore him while the two continue fighting with the aura, until Su Liang simply stretches out his hand and seems to use some power. Of course, the spear, on the other hand, didn't like that. He then speaks the name Frost Flower, which is the sheath of that spear. At that moment, it gets confused and seems to look at him. And Su Liang says that in the name of the lunar goddess, he swears that within 3 years he will bring the sheath back to it. In exchange, however, it would have to guarantee him a favor. The spear remains silent, and the next second it begins to dissipate. With that, it seems to return to its true form, and now he is able to enter its territory. The snake girl wonders if that is even possible, while Su Liang calmly walks forward. The spear forms a whirlpool of water that heads towards him, and their powers seem to merge. The girl quickly realizes that the Crescent Star Spear seemed to have accepted the Lunar King. Even the white flower is impressed by this. She knew very well that with this event, the whole world would go crazy, and our boy was full of confidence. While the fool thought this was impossible, she knows of at least tens of thousands who failed to tame this spear. That's because it's extremely risky for it to accept any contract, since it can only be broken when the person who contracted it dies. That's why this spear usually only accepts people it believes to be invincible. And apparently the Lunar King was considered one of them. The girl realizes she lost the only reason she had for being there. But in this case, she decides that her death will be a message to the Black Moon cult. Once again, she orders the Devourer King to attack Su Liang. He responds that this woman had already seen too much. He didn't like having to silence people, but it was time to finish her. Man, the energy swept through, and the poor snake girl disintegrated. The boy had opened a crater in the mountain. Not even the poor guy expected this blow to be so strong. And the poor girl is there on the side, coughing up blood after her creature had been evaporated. She quickly realized that the servant in front of her wasn't of supreme rank, that at the very least it was the descendant of someone of emperor rank. However, even so, she didn't want to die like this. Passing on the information about the Crescent Star Spear was more important than anything, so she needed to escape. The whole area wasn't sealed yet, so all she had to do was stay away from the Lunar King. At that moment, the crystal in her hand, suddenly it seems to evaporate. Neither the white flower nor the fool knows what happened. The one who had stolen it was the simple, low-rank butterfly of our boy, which brought it into his hand. And he says that in a place full of high-level creatures, no one would pay attention to one of those. The poor girl is left there in disbelief that she lost the chance to escape because of a weak creature like that. Desolate, she says it was too late, but she finally realized why he was the Lunar King. Man and the white flower just gave a little blow, and the poor girl started glowing, saying it was an honor to die for the Lunar King. And that was the end of that fool. From the outside, the bell girl was calling for the Lunar King, who had just come out of that dungeon. He said the serpent's seat was dead and the protection of that place should be removed. Everyone was just paying attention and impressed that he had solved it alone. And he announces that from now on, the Crescent Star Spear would be in his care. The news that the Lunar King now had this spear shocked the entire lunar lineage. The scene shifts to the southern part of the Azure Moon sect. Someone calls for Empress Kang Yu and says something terrible has happened. The Crescent Star Spear had been tamed by the Lunar King. Kang Yu tells them not to panic, as she already knows. The Lunar King is the chosen one of the moon, and that spear favors the chosen ones. The friend says, however, that the spear should belong to her, as she was born as the master of 4 stars and even has a beast of emperor rank. The girl says that's just a detail, and in the end to find out who the moon truly favors. She warns that during the moon festival, all qualified participants from this sect should withdraw. In a coastal part of the northern border, a horned demon servant girl tells someone in a cloak that the two had arrived. She asks the antelope seat if she thinks she would lose once again to the Lunar King. She responds that in a fair fight with just the two of them on the battlefield, she's sure she would win. And with that, she would restore the honor of the Black Moon sect. From the sea, someone says they hope the Holy Son of the Black Moon won't disappoint them. The blonde called Fascinating Moon warns that if they lose to the Lunar King, they will have to submit. And another one, dressed in water-like clothes called Yellow Spring, warns that no one should challenge their gods. It replies to both of them that they needn't worry, the plan would work. Now it was time for all of them to head to the Moonlight Academy. They would wait for the festival and kill the Lunar King. At the Star Museum, someone asks if the festival is really about to begin. White Flower says that you don't choose when the festival happens because it can only be initiated when the moon god is at his peak and guides them. Su Lang responds that he already knows all of that because everyone at the academy keeps talking about it. When this festival begins, all moon creature tamers must fight to see who is the strongest among them. The reward for the fights is that the lunar creatures grow at an extremely accelerated rate, and this makes the battles even more intense. The festival doesn't end until someone lights the throne or everyone gives up, and as he told everyone, he would defeat Empress Kang Yu within 3 years. Our boy is wondering why this damn body made such a ridiculous promise like that. How could an idiot like that really believe he was favored by the moon to go around saying such things? White Flower says he doesn't have to worry, as in 3 years, Kang Yu shouldn't stand a chance against him. Besides, he should know that it's extremely rare to obtain pages from the Lunar Tom. These pages allowed someone to form contracts with new creatures even after reaching their limit. Our boy is impressed, considering that he has a book of these pages, so he should be able to form an army. However, he's curious to know how people will get pages from the Tom if he has the entire Tom. She gives him a headbutt and tells him to stop worrying about it and ask her if she could stay out of that place longer. After all, if she could go out in the moonlight, it would help him much more. However, that's when she notices something. The headbutt sent the poor guy crashing into the wall. The poor guy realizes that he can't keep taking attacks from a supreme rank creature. He then sends her 100 venison recipes. Suddenly, some information about the participants starts to appear. Bai Yu is a princess with the bloodline of a human and half-tiger. Our boy is impressed. He thought she was a cat. There's another one called Bai Yao, who is the 4th princess of the Baiyu Empire, the strongest of the humans. He then sends the profiles of both directly to White Flower. She says she'll take care of the one on top, and he'll take care of the one below. Man, what do they mean by take care? Are they going to kill those poor girls? The one sulking isolated because the Lunar King took the spear, and she didn't stand a chance. The friend tells her to forget about that and go to the announcement area because there are better things to do. Over there, White Flower is just observing the girl from the clan of Saints. She had great scent but didn't seem very smart. That's when a drop falls on her nose. Since her powers are reduced in the rain, she decides to leave before her abilities weaken. However, she seems to notice something strange, and a water dragon is coming in her direction. The impact creates an explosion on the path where the 2 girls were going. The knight says he has found one of the 5 supreme targets. Then he warns the child that she has 5 seconds to summon her beasts. He doesn't like killing a summoner with a surprise attack like this. The problem is that from his shoulder, you can tell he's favored by his 7-star tamer. Even more so considering that this creature is at Emperor level and it had become dangerous. Meanwhile, a girl steps out of her house saying it's raining. It was Bayur, asking why they would have to go to a training area at a time like this. That's when she suddenly notices a small butterfly in front of her. It lands on her finger, making her a little flustered. The servant tells her not to mingle with these low-level beasts, but she replies that this is nonsense and is sure even the Lunar King must play with these creatures from time to time. At that moment, someone asks if they also like talking about the Lunar King, and says they'd like to join the conversation. Clearly, it's the antelope seat coming for a confrontation. The servants have no idea who the fool is. Man Bayur, cruel as she is, calls her ugly as hell and tells her to get lost. The poor girl endures the insult, but being called ugly made her furious. She says she's so desolate she could cry. But in this case, she'll have to end her. The servants recognize her as the gazelle with the evil eye, and Bayur already knows that this is the Black Moon cult. Meanwhile, in the Academy's training area, everyone is gathered, wondering why Bayur and Bai Yao still haven't shown up. Oru tells everyone to pay attention to what she's about to say. After 1,000 years, the Moon God's festival is finally going to begin. Today, the Moon Creature Tamers will fight to be chosen by the gods, and every time they win, it will be extremely well rewarded. At that moment, someone says the sacrifices must kill each other until only one is left alive. And with that, the winner would be chosen as the true lunar god of this era. At that moment, Elru tells everyone to evacuate. However, in the very next second, an explosion occurs. She quickly realizes it was a 7-star battle technique. Unfortunately, she only managed to save her own life and is afraid of what happened to the students. But when she looks around, it seems everyone is intact. The blonde is confused, wanting to know what happened. Meanwhile, the moon creature says that it looks like her attack was absorbed. She imagines that to do something like that, it can only be the Lunar King. However, he wasn't acting, he was just hiding. Since they're in the moon battlefield, the lake shield was much more efficient. But even so, it used up 40% of the shield's energy just to save these people. However, he is surprised. It had been a long time since he had felt such anger. Suddenly, a lightning bolt cuts through the skies, and another moon creature appears. Once again, one of supreme rank and 7 stars, This means the enemy side has at least an emperor. However, the blonde yells at her friend and asks if that was necessary since he risked everyone's lives. The yellow creature says he's going to become king and kings don't care about the lives of ants. But the girl responds that this is Twin Moon's territory and they are only on a mission to hold off the vice presidents. Obviously, Oru heard that, and she asks if the blonde isn't the summoner of Fascinating Moon. 5 years ago, she went to their sect and saw her in action. So why is she attacking like this all of a sudden? A yellow blob says it seems she's one of them, and now what are they going to do? The blonde then replies that out of consideration, she'll give her a minute to evacuate all the innocent students. Anyone still there after that time will be shown no mercy. Meanwhile, the Lunar King walks by with his phone in hand and asks if they're from the Fascinating Moon sect. It was quite bold of them to attack this place without giving any warning, and he wanted to know what made the two of them believe they would get out of this alive. At the same moment, he summons the Crescent Star Spear. Obviously, everyone recognizes it. The weapon, considered supreme rank, only needs to glance to the side. He already pulls the spear and charges forward. However, Oru realizes the spear is out of control and can't distinguish between friend and foe. At this rate, this creature will end up killing everyone present. Man, the whole sky was already glowing in the same second. The explosion swept through the place, and when the smoke cleared, Oru was already lying on the ground, exhausted. She was at least surprised she had survived. In the end, the Lunar King didn't allow her to die. But those two in the middle had no chance at all. Fascinating Moon responds that even though he has that weapon, what they did was just the beginning of everything. And with a final warning, he should know that the Emperor would soon be coming for him. With that, the yellow blob begins to glow, and the girl summons a bunch of planets. Once again, the Crescent Star opens its eyes. And now Su Liang is truly in danger. He has already protected himself from 2 attacks, and now the Lake Shield only has 4% defense left. He knows that once this attack happens, everything will be swept away. And the worst part is he won't be able to control the spear anymore, and it might cut everyone down. The problem is, he doesn't have much choice. So the Crescent Spear sends a flurry of cuts. The two who were preparing already realize they're doomed, and the blonde is certain there's no way to defend against this. Man, that swept through the entire city. Far away, it's even dripping on the students. Suddenly, one of them asks what that is in the sky. It looked like there were 2 moons. At that moment, someone is shouting, asking why it's foolish to use the ability to create a full moon for 5 minutes. It's another blonde with ball-shaped legs, saying now they're screwed. The previous blonde apologizes, saying she did it instinctively to protect herself. But her friend says now they'll have to fight the Lunar King under the full moon. And suddenly, the two of them are startled. A giant bunny had appeared. The girl felt like it seemed to be of supreme rank, but something was wrong. And her friend says the appearance of the Crescent Spear seems to have changed as well. How are they going to fight those two things at the same time? The Crescent Spear prepares and slaps the bunny, ripping it in half. Man. The other two, confused, don't know why the crazy spear attacked its ally. But at that moment, it's already turning to look at the two of them. Meanwhile, outside the academy, a bunch of servants are angry, not knowing what to do. And the antelope says she doesn't think she can last another minute. Then she calls for the gazelle with evil eye, who unleashes a barrage of lasers. The summoned creatures were all useless. Unable to do anything, they fell to the ground, destroyed. Bai Yao then summons the eagle dragon, which appears gigantic in front of her. The antelope says it took her too long to summon a supreme ranked creature. It was interesting, but it was also easily being crushed. The servant then summons a tiger and tells her to flee to the edge, where she might be rescued. However, the antelope seemed bored, asking if that was all they knew. Once again, the gazelle prepared an attack. And man, this time it was the end for the servants as she struck. Even the poor girl who was trying to escape fell, crushed to the ground. She got up, desperate, already knowing that this was the end for the poor girl. However, she was crushing our boy's little butterfly, which rose up and faced her head on. And strangely, out of nowhere, the evil gazelle seemed to retreat. Even the girl's legs became shaky. She had no idea how a shimmering butterfly had gotten there. Bai Yao is confused as to why the antelope is so terrified of that shimmering butterfly. But it seems to have saved her. Even though she doesn't understand it, this was her chance to escape. And with that, the antelope falls to the ground, saying that, unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to complete her part of the operation. Meanwhile, Bai Yur and Su Jing are lying on the ground. The water creature is doing the countdown, and White Flower wonders if the water monarch is there too, because the problem would be if she appeared and that guy got involved. The guy then says they've had enough time, and it's a shame they're going to die like this. A vortex begins to appear in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them are being drowned. Some clouds appear, and the two begin to float. The knight knows he hasn't heard of such powers, so there's an unknown variable. The two turn around, and the guy asks who she is. Obviously, it's White Flower, and all of her style on her little cloud as well. Su Jing asks why that supreme creature was helping them, but she has no choice but to save them, since she promised the Lunar King she would help him. The knight then introduces himself as a supreme-ranked creature, called the Emperor of Autumn. White Flower looks to the side and asks if that little guy named Duangantu can come along. The Emperor looks a little confused by the way she treated this guy, and says that he wouldn't appear unless it was to fight someone of an extremely high rank. She says in that case, it's perfect. She likes to beat up the weak and run from the strong. The guy gives her a slap, telling her to shut up. At the same moment, a block of water rises from the ground, and the poor girl begins to drown. However, suddenly she appears above the block, and her body is enveloped in a purple light. The Autumn Knight says it seems she's a bodiless creature like him. Since that's the case, he was going to use that. Suddenly, a vortex appears above her, which begins pulling her up. The entire place explodes, and he seems confident that she has died. But that's when he notices something strange. There were 2 moons in the sky, so he knew someone had done something unauthorized. In a region like this, full of lunar creatures, he was at a great disadvantage. But he was lucky to kill the enemy so quickly. It would be good for him to hear an explanation as to why someone did something so foolish. However, a long-haired woman appears, asking where he's going. He turns around immediately, and folks, here comes the real danger of the story. White Flower says she didn't even need a full moon to easily finish him off. Man, but the knight, desperate, jumps and asks what she said. But in a second, he notices something strange. A gigantic crystal horn had pierced him right through the middle. He was confused because a power like that was above the supreme realm. The only type of creature that can do that is something that is a direct descendant of an emperor, and not even he in the supreme realm stood a chance. White Flower tells him to know that she didn't want to take advantage of the full moon. The guy begins to disappear, calling for his master, asking him to be careful. With that, the creature evaporates in front of everyone, and White Flower wonders if she drew too much attention. Maybe she did. Given all the destruction happening everywhere, she knows that Guy's leader must be around too. The problem is, she's not quite sure what to do next. 3 minutes earlier in the training area, the crescent star was in the sky, and everyone had already been beaten. Clearly, the poor girl wasn't sparing anyone, until once again, she felt something. The little bunny she had cut was reconstituting itself. As long as it was under the lunar moon, its regeneration would be extremely accelerated. However, the falling star once again charged forward, but now the little bunny managed to defend itself. They love these explosions that sweep through everything, leaving nothing behind in this place. Meanwhile, the Black Moon people are trying to avoid being seen by the Twin Moon group. The girl questions and he tells her to stop underestimating him. He had information about an agent, and that place is extremely secure, until something exploded nearby. The fight between the two had landed right in front of them, and they began to wonder how the Lunar King had discovered them. He tells them to calm down. Maybe it wasn't him. Suddenly, the bunny comes with its ear to its mouth, and the king emerges from inside. Everyone is scared and confused. Su Lang immediately asks what the Black Moon and Spring Path people are doing there. At that moment, the water girl is terrified because she has no chance against the Lunar King under a full moon. He then says that he was just there listening to these people and had no intention of fighting her. However, the other one shouts, declaring that he's there to declare war. Su Liang just stares at him and asks what this business of declaring war is about. The guy warns that as soon as the festival starts, he'll destroy all the legacy he has. That's because 3 years ago, the Black Moon sect's base was completely destroyed. That too was caused by the Lunar King, who at the time also looked at them with the same gaze, as if he were superior to everyone looking at ants. This, he says, is the true nature of the Lunar King. However, Su Lang is confused as he has no memory of the guy who came before him doing anything like that. But now he also has to deal with the Crescent Star, so he'll let it go. And he says that even though an ant's effort is annoying to watch, he'll give them a chance. But they'll have to pay the price for provoking him. He'll send the Crescent Star to hunt them down. If they manage to survive, then he'll grant them a request. He then calls the star, and immediately it charges forward. Once again, an explosion sweeps through everything. And about 10 minutes later, they are lying on the ground, saying the force of that thing was overwhelming. The Water Girl says it's better if they start avoiding the Twin Moon's order, especially since, considering the power Su Liang showed, it wouldn't stand a chance. For now, they'll have to hunt for new beasts and see if they find something else. Su Liang realizes that this fight has destroyed the academy. What he doesn't understand is how the falling star defeated so many supreme ranked 7-star creatures like that. It was so strong that he was winning against those creatures without even trying. Suddenly, he hears someone crying and approaching, who throws herself at the boy. It's White Moon complaining that she had to fight against a 7-star master. She says she almost got beaten up and it was extremely scary. If it weren't for her, the entire academy would have been flooded. And then she realizes she forgot to revert to her deer form. But our boy just pats her and says everything's fine. She's supposed to accompany him to the Twin Moon Order because he has something to deal with. She wonders if his family will be there, and then she gets a little confused, wondering if they're moving too fast. Even though she's embarrassed, asking if this isn't too soon, she's happy. The scene shifts to the floating island of the Twin Moon Order. Down below, Kang Yu's sect is watching, saying it's really impressive. But the girl named Shoujiu tells them to remember why they're there. The treasures of the great emperor of the eastern region were there in the Twin Moon sect. And no matter what happens today, they're going to take everything. But when they arrive, they're confused. That sect looks more like a city. She starts wondering how much money these bastards make per day. Meanwhile, there's a boy eating a skewer over there. It's Su Liang, wanting to know what a southern tamer is doing in this place. White Flower recognizes her and warns that the girl's name is Xiaoju. It's good to be careful because she's a fan of Kang Yu, who is his enemy and also talks badly about him. Or maybe this is the perfect chance to trap her and make her apologize. Our boy wonders if she's trying to beat up the girl over internet comments. He tells her to forget it and asks if there's anything else she'd like to do. She thinks for a second and sees a sign for an eating challenge. She says she wants to participate, and our boy feels a little embarrassed. But considering how much she's been helping him, it seems he won't be able to say no. The guy then shouts that the registrations are almost full. At that moment, Xiaoju approaches and starts signing up. She knew there were some good prizes, so she wanted to join. Upon hearing that, our boy gets interested. The first prize would be Essence Fluid, and the second prize, a box of face masks. Our boy is shocked by the difference between the first and second place prizes, and he knows that this essence is extremely valuable. However, he's confused about why they're giving away something like that in a competition like this. She says that, as far as she knows, he organized this as revenge against another organization that was against them in the past. That's because they started collecting various butterfly-type creatures, which led to a competition between the two sects. As always, he has no idea what happened, especially since that guy's memories seem all mixed up. However, considering the prize, he was interested. Even more so because there would be other beasts, and with that, he could reveal more pages from the book. A girl then introduces herself and welcomes everyone who would participate. However, everyone was hesitant to go up against Xiaoju. The girl announces that each summoner could bring 2 beasts. However, they should be careful because only supreme-level creatures could handle the spiciness. The people then start serving the dishes, and most of the low-level beasts already give up just from the smell. Obviously, White Flower is eager, and Xiaoju tells her friends not to bother because she wasn't going to lose anyway. She summons a pink butterfly. She knew that even here in the Twin Moon Order, this was a supreme rank and rare creature. However, she saw the guy across from her and wondered why he brought a mid-rank beast to compete. Apparently, he didn't know that if it ate too much of that item, it would end up dying. Su Liang noticed she seemed very determined to win. He would need to summon another creature, but it couldn't be the Crescent Star. If that was the case, he had a certain idea. The girl on the other side didn't understand who he was. The announcer then informs them they would have 10 minutes and tells them to begin. The pink butterfly grabs the first essence and swallows it all at once. Meanwhile, the other creatures, poor things, couldn't absorb it. White Flower was calmly eating one after another, and Xiaoju wondered if it was a supreme-ranked creature. However, it was ridiculous for him to insist like that, as he had no chance of winning this. 3 minutes later, most of the creatures had already fainted. Her butterfly was already full after eating 30 pieces. She asked it to keep going, but the poor thing was clearly not in its best state. She then wondered what that guy was doing. White Flower was eating calmly. The boy told her to stop trying so hard. Xiaoju was confused as to how that creature showed no signs of exhaustion. To win this, she would need 2 supreme-ranked beasts, but she couldn't keep both of them out for 5 minutes. The problem was that she wanted that Emperor Essence, so she wasn't going to give up. So she calls for the Green Moon Spirit. A creature appears on her back. It grabs the dish and starts devouring everything. The two were startled, and White Moon said that Beast would get diarrhea if it ate like that. Xiaoju was struggling to keep the creature in the field, but was certain she would win. The monster had already consumed 72, while White Flower had only 34. However, our boy felt that the time had come, and he called for the moon in the lake. A vortex formed above the dish. Everyone was confused, wondering what had happened. All the food there disappeared in an instant. Poor Xiaoju said that was impossible. However, the announcer said the results were in. Those two were the winners. The fool was devastated, not knowing what to do, and the announcer told Su Liang to follow her as she would deliver the reward. However, that was a little suspicious. Or maybe not. She just recognized that he was the Lunar King and handed over the essence. Our boy realized he had been recognized. She says that many already know he has a white deer pet. The item he receives is the essence of an extremely rare creature. He just needed to come into contact with it and take a sniff from the bottle. With that, the girl asked what happened. What he releases is an Emperor-class Sky-type creature, the pink butterfly. He unlocks 50 chances to capture a new creature, and now just by seeing a lunar creature, he will be able to unlock the icon. Although we have taken this time to pamper White Flower, in the end, it was worth it. He then heads to the headquarters of the Twin Moon sect. Walking around and seeing the size of the structure, he realizes that this is the true respect of the title of Lunar King. Wherever he goes, everyone bows, until he crosses a portal. Upon opening his eyes on the other side, he sees a girl in the sky sitting on a moon. White Flower recognizes that as a supreme being, and Su Liang says that she's the one who controls the entire northern region. That was the curved moon of the blue sea. She turns around and says that apparently the Lunar King has finally changed his mind. She says that the festival was delayed by 3 years because of the answer he gave to Kang Yu. However, this is the kind of thing the older folks don't usually like. Our boy once again realizes that the promises of that cursed predecessor weren't helping. But he says he's there exactly because the Lunar Festival seemed about to begin. However, before that, he had a question. How is he going to win in this fight with the emperors? She questions why he's talking about this since he's strong. However, he responds, explaining that the Black Moon cult people will surely try to interfere with him. She tells him to stop joking because it's not worth wasting thoughts on such trivial matters. He realizes that no one knows he only won that day because a full moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Suddenly, a ring appears in front of him, and she informs him that it is a relic of the northern moon god. When he puts this ring on, the festival will finally begin. With that, the ring starts tapping on his finger. The poor guy realizes that the woman has a lot of confidence in him, and there's no way to avoid it. So he accepts with no other choice. Suddenly, a bunch of galaxies appear where he was standing. The representative had been chosen, and the ceremony would begin. However, the system detects something and says it will try again. The system explains that because he has the moon dome, he can choose to hide his identity in the festival. Su Liang wonders where he was teleported to. The system allows him to change his name, gender, and even appearance. However, the ranking couldn't be hidden, since the focus of this test was to make sure no one knew who he was. He would have to summon a creature that no one had seen before. So he chooses the curved moon of the blue sea. Suddenly, he is teleported again, and finds himself in a room with 3 thrones. From one of the doors, a girl enters, saying the moon would not fall, and the night would now become eternal. She sits on one of the chairs. Another girl enters, saying it's been a long time since she saw Miss Shogetsu, but she's excited as the festival is about to begin. Shogetsu seems not to respond, and a short girl approaches the last chair. She looks like she's dying of sleep. The girl with pink hair says it's been a long time since she saw the Queen of the West. The poor girl is struggling to climb the little steps, and as soon as she reaches the throne, she falls back asleep. But then another girl enters. Wait, weren't there only 3 thrones? Where is this one going to sit? It seems she was looking for a man because she saw only women and got angry. Shogetsu wants to know why an ice creature is at the moon festival, saying it would only ruin the purity of the place. The same girl responds that she has a relic of the moon gods, which is why she's there. Now, only one more person was missing, and the ice girl questions why he's taking so long. Another girl says the northern throne is usually occupied by the lunar king, and the little girl says the lunar king this time is a kid who caused a mess 3 years ago, until Claude appears. The poor women all get startled, and here comes our boy pulling this kind of stunt. Obviously, they're all confused, since they knew what the lunar king was supposed to look like. Out of nowhere, Su Liang had been turned into a gorgeous woman. Or maybe it wasn't him, right? We hope not. Here she sits in the chair, and the women wonder why it's not the lunar king there. Shogetsu says that if that's the case, then the people with the relic must have chosen this other person. Since the person in the northern seat has no connection, she's confused. I'm not sure if it's him with this body, or if the curved moon of the blue sea has taken control of him. Either way, he realizes that the power of the tone is stronger than the relic, as it's influencing everything in that place. They then comment that after 10,000 years, the festival would begin once again. A voice says that before the final battle, the moon gods wanted some entertainment. Each should choose a champion they trust, and before all the champions are dead, they cannot attack one another. The kings would be wiped out if they tried to participate in the fight between champions. Additionally, it was forbidden to use a supreme level creature. With that, the order is given for each participant to announce their champions. Now Su Liang is in a tough spot because he didn't want to summon creatures from the Twin Moon Order, as they would discover it was him. All the effort to turn into a gorgeous woman and disguise himself only to be exposed like that. The Ice Girl says it's a shame to have to reveal her trump card so early. Then she shows that the champion of the East will be a crimson butterfly of Emperor rank. Su Liang already knows that she probably has something even stronger hidden. Shogetsu from the central region summons another Emperor creature called Fallen Full Moon, and the Sleepy Girl says she's too lazy. She is the representative of the West and also summons an Emperor rank creature. Now it was just him and the girl with pink hair, and the voice says they have 1 minute to announce a champion or they will be disqualified. The best option would be to summon a creature that was an Emperor of the North, but he doesn't have anything like that. It would be even better if it was something related to him. Thinking about White Flower, he seems to have an idea. So he opens the lunar tom and says to spend 100 openings. After spending almost everything he has, he finds an ancestral Emperor-ranked creature. Its name was Cloud and Dreams. He obtains a lot of information about her. But that's not enough. He has to pay for more information, only has 5 seconds left. Finally, after spending everything he received, he gets the chance to use her in the festival. With that, he and the red-haired girl, who is Kang Yu, is competing with him in 3 years, stretch out their arms. It is announced that the champion of the North would be Cloud and Dreams, an Emperor-ranked creature. Kang Yu finds it strange since she expected something that belonged to the Twin Moon Order. Meanwhile, Su Liang is interested in something else. Kang Yu had summoned something with the same name as the Sheath of Frost Flower. The prefix was the same, so maybe that was what the Crescent Star was looking for. Now that the 5 champions have been chosen, the Moon Festival could finally begin. And with that, the teleportations began. At that moment, the girl who had been sleeping woke up and asked how he summoned Cloud and Dreams. She said that was impossible and was about to ask who he was. But right then, our boy vanished. He's back in the Twin Moon Order, and the curved moon of the Blue Sea calls for him. She asks if he felt that a few moments ago the festival had begun. The time for him to fight for the throne had arrived. He says he knows and that he will prepare, then takes his leave. She says goodbye, adding that the next time they meet, the festival will already be over. And he hopes that when that happens, his contract will also be complete. What she found strange was that he seemed to have asked her to finish off the Black Moon sect. It seemed the boy was confused about his own power, questioning the lunar Tom and fearing the emperors. This meant that his memory was finally returning and she wanted to see everyone's reaction. A red light rises into the sky from the middle of the city. The moon turns blood red. Seeing the moon in everyone's hand glowing red, they wonder if it's the apocalypse. Meanwhile, a servant informs Kang Yu that the festival had begun. However, she seems shaken, saying it was impossible. If the boy had truly been chosen by the moon, that made her useless. The servant then asks if she still wants all the disciples to drop out of the competition. She says not to do that. She had changed her mind. She ordered them to set aside the internal clan competitions for now and send the 5 strongest to the northern region. Obviously, she would also go there personally. That's because she needed to see firsthand what the Lunar King was planning there. The frightened girl asks if that's really a good plan. Sending the 5 strongest from the clan to this competition would basically be a sacrifice, especially considering that it would be a full moon. Only the emperors were supposed to participate in that fight. Up north, our boy is riding his giant deer. The number of emperor-ranked creatures around the academy had gotten out of control. At that moment, someone says that the Lunar King has finally returned. It's King He from the academy, who says that he needs to bring justice because Kang Yu has declared war on them. He sees the message that the 5 strongest from Kang Yu's academy would head north to end the competition. Our boy realizes that this declaration against the academy is actually a way to test him. He tells her not to worry, that he would send the Twin Moon order to deal with it. He needed to rest and just asked for a list of events that would happen. A few hours later, all the creatures were sleeping in bed. Meanwhile, our boy was reviewing the list. Although this festival was extremely dangerous, it still had benefits for him. The Spiritual Moon sect and the Fallen Moon sect were allies and were probably there just for fun. Other sects were extremely weak and he didn't even need to worry about them. The problem was the 5 Leaves sect. That's because their competitor was Shoujo, who has 2 supreme rank creatures. Considering that the True Saints are even more powerful, he knows that maybe not even the Crescent Star would stand a chance. That was too much for the poor guy, who wasn't even sure how you would handle all of this. He already had 3 extremely strong creatures, so you couldn't say he was weak. However, it was quite different to have to fight multiple empresses at once. He's not sure if he'll really survive until the end of the festival. One of the few options was to strengthen White Flower with a fragment of lunar obsidian. Seeing her lying there, he wonders why she wears that necklace on her head until night. And to help her rest better, he decides to take it off. Clearly, there's some kind of transformation happening, and he says he's going to sleep. A while later, he wakes up. It's still very late, so he wonders why he woke up. Man, she transformed, and that's extremely dangerous for everyone. For him, for me, for you to help. The poor guy was still suffering from intense pressure, and obviously, he was on the verge of exploding. He wonders if she transformed because he removed that necklace. If she woke up and saw this situation, he'd be dead. Man, he's saying that, but he's still getting closer. And the boy keeps approaching, not even sensing the danger, until she starts to open her eyes. And she's confused when she sees the situation. Su Liang makes a dumb face, not knowing how to explain. He starts stumbling over his words, trying to say something. But the poor girl is all confused, not understanding what's going on. That's when she asks where her necklace is. He realizes that now she knows he did it, and he's screwed, so he sends it on the table. She clearly didn't like that, but in a surprisingly calm reaction, she doesn't seem too bothered. She lies back down and he asks if she's not mad that he took off the necklace. She says that when she wakes up, she'll put it back on, so there's no reason to be mad. What she doesn't understand is why he seems so nervous. Did something happen? He says it's just that he's a little embarrassed in this situation. She's still confused, wanting to know why he's embarrassed. Our boy realizes that she spent 99% of her life as an animal, so she's used to not wearing anything to cover her body. She then tells him to answer quickly because she's dying of embarrassment. He says that she was already beautiful, but her human form was so stunning that he was having trouble hiding what he was feeling. And then it clicked for her too. At that moment, she starts blushing, feeling completely flustered. But now we skip to the next day. The sun shines on her face and she wakes up. Our boy tells her to get up. Apparently, she's already gotten used to it, but she's still a bit confused. She says that he always seemed extremely tense, like he was nervous when seeing her. But this morning, he seemed relaxed and happy. Our boy says she's right. After all, until now, he's been pretending to be the Lunar King, dying of fear of being exposed. But last night, he realized something. So he thanks her, saying it was she who made him calm down. The poor girl still has that dumbfounded look on her face, but he says it's time for them to start getting ready for the Moon God Festival. Maybe he's found a way to beat the Emperor. She's happy they're going out, so that's enough for her. He tells her to at least put on some clothes. On top of the mountain, he says he wants to ask her something. He talks about the necklace she's wearing and asks if it's what makes her return to that form. After all, when he removed it, she seemed very serious about knowing where it was. She says it's because it was left by her mother, and that's why she doesn't want to lose it. The transformation was caused by a full moon that's coming, and it had nothing to do with that necklace. The poor guy gets all confused. She then asks why he brought her there and how he's planning to beat the emperors. He explains that they are at the highest tower of the event, where they can even see the elimination area, and that's where he's going to face the emperor. She says she understands, but at the moment, there doesn't seem to be an emperor, so how is he going to train? He says he's going to start a test since he's the lunar god and can communicate with the gods. And then he summons the shimmering butterfly, which immediately flies off in that direction. She questions what kind of test this is since he only summoned a weak creature, but he tells her to look again. A bunch of butterflies had gathered around. That's because the shimmering butterfly's main trait is that it can attract others. This means he can create a storm of butterflies and no one will know which one is his. White Flower stretches to get better look. Suddenly, there's an explosion of light and they all disappear. She then turns and asks Su Liang what he did. He says it's a secret for now, but during the full moon night, she'll find out. She gets mad because this Dan Alley is keeping secrets. She says that if that's the case, she won't sleep next to him until he tells her. But at that moment, the system signals that he made a contract with multiple creatures. Apparently, he had signed contracts with anywhere from 1 to 1,017 shimmering butterflies. He knows this is the most overpowered part of having access to the lunar tongue. Considering this, he knows he's far from reaching the limit of the strength he can have. And if he's favored by the gods, maybe by showing a miracle, they'll appear themselves. Meanwhile, White Flower is just watching, angry from the sidelines, until she hears someone asking what kind of smelly, messy place this is. Observing, she says that not finding a 3-star tamer here is embarrassing. These are the girls sent by Kang Yu to wipe everyone out. The red-hooded girl tells her not to criticize the Empress's decisions because she must have her reasons for sending them to such an insignificant place. The blonde says she knows, but it's such a hassle to be there, until she catches someone looking at her. The poor girl trembles instantly. She noticed there was a creature with a much higher level than hers staring at her. While she was disheartened, another red-haired girl said she felt something too. It wasn't an enemy they could deal with. It was probably the strongest being in that place, so it would be better not to get involved. Meanwhile, White Flower was bored up on the top of the tower. Our boy, however, was impressed that Kang Yu had sent so many people with supreme-level creatures. White Flower explains that he has no idea how rare this type of event is, which is why she's investing so much. He sees that she's not very happy and asks if she's still mad. She just turns her face and he says they should make peace. But the poor guy is being ignored, so he decides to pull a prank. Since she wanted to act like that, he was going to have to use his ultimate move. He starts pretending to call out to people, saying he knows of a deer who enjoys some very peculiar series. She gets mad and tells him not to say that to anyone. He asks what's so wrong with the stories she reads that no one can know. She tells him to shut up and that if anyone else finds out, she'll take her own life. He tells her to calm down and says she should come closer because he wants to know why. He tells her to stop asking questions and get closer, or he'll tell everyone. At that moment, the poor girl realizes she has no choice. She's a little embarrassed, stalling, and slowly she starts approaching. Our boy says he was just kidding, but it's too late. She launches a deadly attack. Miraculously, she falls to the side. Or maybe not so much to the side after all. Actually, the side doesn't matter because she sorted things out anyway. She leans in and whispers something in his ear that we don't get to hear. Then she pulls away, but the warrior is trembling a little, and she tells him to stop trying to take advantage of others like that. It's ridiculous. She says she's tired of him and is going back to the Moon Pavilion. He better not even think about visiting her there anymore. With that, she disappears right in front of him. Our boy feels dejected because she said a bunch of things to herself, ran off, and vanished just like that. He thought that threat was dumb, and what he didn't notice was someone approaching. What he still couldn't understand was how her shyness really worked. That's when the girl behind him asks if she's interrupting anything. She's the second seat known as White Rabbit from the Twin Moon Order. Su Liang tells her she can say why she's there while silently thanking that White Flower ran away at the right time. The girl says they managed to severely injure the Black Moon sect, but they got away. He thanks her and says that on the full moon, everything will be settled. He already figured it wouldn't be easy to deal with an organization with such a long legacy. So he calls for the moon in the lake. It begins to emerge in front of him, and from within it, the crescent star appears. He then speaks to the crescent star, saying they should make a deal. He wanted her to lend him her power on a full moon night. In exchange, he would provide information on where her sheath was. At that moment, she seems to sense something, and her eye slowly begins to open. As soon as she becomes conscious, an enormous light radiates from the top of the tower. The people from Kang's sect are all terrified, wondering who's at the top of that place. The crescent star grabs the lance, and the transformation is finally complete. Seeing that she didn't kill him, he imagines that it was a yes. He then spends 30 points from the tome to gather information about the creature of his sheath that Kang summoned at that meeting. As always, the book starts searching for something. However, it warns him that due to insufficient authority, some information will be hidden. He wouldn't be able to obtain details about the creature called Frost Flower. The only thing he knows is that it is the sheath of the crescent star, one of the 7 sacred weapons of the past. The 7 were the greatest creations of the past and beast-type weapons. Each one possessed a different core ability that allowed a master to advance to the next level. A long time ago, the Crescent Star was separated from Frost Flower during a battle in the east. But the system gives a warning. He would need to form a true contract with an Emperor-ranked creature to have enough strength to survive this fight in the eastern region. He already knows that for such a requirement, she must have a Supreme Lord-ranked creature, and the problem is getting the sheath from them. He then says that Frost Flower is in the eastern region. The Crescent Star doesn't seem to react. He then warns her that to get it, they would have to fight against the Queen of Feathers from the frozen forest. That doesn't seem to excite her much. And suddenly, she turns around, clenches her fists, and our boy is just watching. Currently, there's no chance that the Twin Moon Order could defeat this Celestial Queen. She would be a target dozens of times stronger than Kang Yu, who is already going to be a problem for him to defeat in 3 years. However, he could see that the Crescent Star was desperate. He mustered up some courage and said that for this, he would ask for 3 years. If she gave him that time, he swore he would take down the Queen of the Frozen Forest. The Crescent Star turns, looking a little confused, and he wonders why he promised something like that. He's even feeling insecure that she won't believe he can actually do it. Once again, this woman says nothing. She then speaks, saying that for hundreds of years, the 7 weapons had always been against the Butterfly Moon Goddess. She had always been hostile and harbored hatred. However, she senses honesty, and for a moment, she was happy that he had allowed her to dream. At that moment, our boy is boiling with rage. This damn woman had been pretending to be mute but knew how to communicate the whole time. All that time she spent dancing and ignoring him was apparently just out of spite. However, he decides to let it go, since what's done is done. So he says he'll do his best to keep this dream alive. But he wants to know if she's finally going to give in. She says that the rivalry goes way back, and if he truly wants to conquer the sheath, a true union wouldn't be impossible. However, if he wanted to reproduce, it couldn't be done without the sheath. What does she mean by that? Our boy is as confused as we are. Meanwhile, in the Academy's welcoming hall, the blonde girl is shouting that he doesn't know what the child said, and the goth girl tells her that she'll say it one more time and orders her to leave. Kang Yu had already declared war against them, so trash like her shouldn't be around. Her friend appears behind her and tells her it's better to stay quiet. That girl is a direct descendant of the curved moon of the Blue Sea, and not even Kang Yu could do anything against her. The red-haired girl approaches and asks if she isn't Princess Bai Yu. She says she knows Bai Yu has a sacred body, but she's 10 years too young to be challenging the people there. This so-called sacred body allows any lunar beast to use its full power when controlled by her. The princess responds that if she's going to lose, they'll have to find out, but that building was sponsored by her empire. And as a princess, she gave the order that none of them were allowed in, so they can turn back. The girl starts losing her cool, telling her not to push her luck. But the princess just smiles and throws her aura in everyone's face. However, who shows up is the Silver Bunny from our boy's organization, saying to let them through because it's the Lunar King's order. The red-haired girl recognizes that this girl belongs to the Twin Moon Order, and she simply repeats, telling the princess to let them pass. The princess smiles and tells Sister Bunny that it's fine then. With that, Kang Yu's girls finally enter. The princess then asks Silver Bunny what seat she holds in the Twin Moon Order. She responds that she's the second seat and asks why. The princess just says that in that case, the 12th seat must be only a bit stronger than her. But she guarantees that in 3 years, she'll be strong enough to challenge the first seat. Silver Bunny simply says she's looking forward to the day they can fight side by side. But she's already thinking that this girl is extremely arrogant. Still, once the challenges begin, they'll finally see the power of this sacred body. One night before the full moon, someone hides behind a tree while others are passing by. She's confident because the guards are too weak and no one senses her. She asks if everyone is having fun. A drop on top of a leaf replies that yes, but they should be careful because they're in the northern region. The other responds that they're there out of curiosity to see what happened to the Black Moon sect. Not only do they want to know who will win in the end, but also which beasts favor the moon god. After all, at this moment, he seems like a one-star tamer. So how will he defeat an emperor? She then asks why the guy above isn't saying anything. He replies that the fact the Lunar King is a one-star tamer is actually the most frightening thing of all. Meanwhile, our boy is still up on that tower. Please wake up already. Suddenly, he sees a light in the distance and seems to notice something approaching. Man, it blew up his tower. From below, it was that damn antelope who says she finally managed to kill that cursed guy. She congratulates Black Whale for helping her figure out exactly where he was. The guy asks how they're going to escape from there. She says it doesn't matter because she's taken down the Lunar King. From now on, the gods would look favorably upon her. However, that's when she feels something strange. Up above, our boy congratulates the moon in the lake and immediately calls for the Crescent Star, who now likes him and shows up right away. He tells her to open her eyes, and the moment she does, she's ready for battle. Antelope realizes she's in trouble. She slams her hand on the ground and activates a teleportation zone. A second later, she's gone, leaving the two behind. The guy shouts her name because not only did that damn girl abandon him, but also the beast. The antelope from the girl creates a barrier, but Su Lang simply raises his hand and sends the Crescent Star. The attack explodes the tower and the two idiots disintegrate. Meanwhile, the antelope thinks she's safe, having gotten so far away, until she feels something coming. When she looks back, there's already a green energy. Another poor soul swept away. In the competition arena, Shouju is telling everyone that the tournament is about to begin. She's not going to miss a single detail, so everyone better hit that like button. The little streamer is all excited today with hundreds of times more viewers than usual. It's all because the beasts favored by the Lunar King will finally be revealed. On stage, others comment that it's too early to start as the full moon hasn't fully risen yet. The girl tells them not to worry about that because whether they win or lose doesn't matter. As long as they get to witness the battle between the emperors and survive, that's enough. After all, the fight between them is just the beginning of everything. But it would be nice if that damn girl were eliminated. Allowing her to continue evolving would be a problem in 3 years. With that, the host thanks everyone for being there and says she'll go over the rules one more time. To participate, you got to be under 20 years old. Secondly, you had to choose your beast at the start and couldn't summon anything else after the battle began. Additionally, anyone could forfeit in the middle of the fight. Fourth, it was forbidden to attack the audience or the beast masters. She says that's everything and now the tournament will officially begin. At that moment, the princess asks her aunt if she can be the first. Her aunt says not yet because the full moon wasn't in the sky. Besides, she needed to be protected to help the Lunar King in his fight against Kangyu in 3 years. Our boy is watching the battles from afar. Everything had begun, but the real threat wasn't there yet. He can sense that some Emperor-ranked beings are approaching, and that's the real problem. They were probably coming to observe his fight against the Black Moon sect. The Crescent Star then asks if he can feel it. He asks if she's talking about the Emperors. She says it's something much more important. The moon gods were watching his every move. Meanwhile, in the arena, there's an explosion happening. An alligator roars upwards. The poor guy is feeling sad that his favorite beast was annihilated. The blonde is practically falling asleep, saying these fights are getting too boring. She asks how many fights have already taken place and whether it was time for something high-level to join in. Her friend explains that this was the 5th fight. She stretches and says they're wasting time there. Since these fools weren't going to make a move, she would start. With that, she jumps into the battlefield and asks if anyone from the Bu Empire is willing to fight her. The princess on stage is furious, but her aunt tells her it's not time yet and that she should stay still. However, she doesn't care and jumps anyway. The aunt repeats that it's too dangerous, but the princess says it's fine, she just wants to kill some time. Besides, she knows the Black Moon will arrive soon, so she wants to have some fun. The blonde asks if the kid is sure she wants to go up against her. The princess responds that soon the full moon will rise and they won't have time for fun. That's why she wants to take the chance to shut up those disgusting southerners. Obviously furious, the blonde says that won't come cheap, but someone puts a hand on her shoulder. It's the red-haired girl who says she'll take over from here. Her friend finds it strange, asking why she wants to fight a 3-star child. But she starts to imagine that the redhead might have some kind of plan. Maybe she wanted to take this opportunity to accidentally kill the girl. However, the blonde still wants to fight, saying that the redhead is being too arrogant by stealing her spot like that. But the friend just gives her a stare and she quiets down. The redhead knew something was off about that girl. She needed to ensure that none of the 5 were eliminated at this stage, so that's why she decided to step in. The princess says it was a smart choice, since it would have been boring to beat someone as weak as that. At least now they could have fun for a little longer. The redhead then begins summoning her creatures. A supreme-ranked lunar pearl spirit, a supreme-ranked floating water creature, and another supreme-ranked creature simply named Leaf. She then tells the princess to hurry up and summon her creatures, or was she planning to flee the competition? The princess says her companion is a bit constipated, so it might take a while. Everyone is confused by that statement. The redhead says that's fine, she can take as long as she needs. The entire audience is watching eagerly. Suddenly, the princess shows a pill and pops it into her mouth. The blonde says it must be some kind of drug and that she's cheating. However, the redhead knows it's not a performance-enhancing pill, but a cultivation pill. The girl says that would only make sense if she was about to evolve, and that's when the princess opens her eyes. At that exact moment, she advances to 4 stars. The blue-haired girl says that now she can probably use her beast's full power, but even that wouldn't be enough to beat the redhead. However, the princess says that's already enough. Suddenly, 2 lights burst from her. The radiant moon's soul and the sound of the crescent moon. The redhead asks if she really thinks she'll win with those creatures, and warns that no one from the Empire will interfere in the fight. The princess pauses for a second and starts laughing, saying the redhead is hilarious. It seems the Southerners know nothing about the sacred body, but that's about to change very soon. In that instant, the creature beside her disappears, and in the same second is face to face with the redhead. And man, she's about to take a hit right in the face. A small explosion shakes the entire arena. The blonde wonders how she didn't even see the movement. Her friend tells her to calm down a bit, the fight had just started. Obviously, it wasn't going to be that easy. The redhead easily protected herself with her plant creature. The princess's creatures seemed to get annoyed, and unleashed another series of attacks. The noise was so loud that people were covering their ears, but the opponent only wanted to know if that's all she had. Suddenly, the giant pearl appeared in front of her. It launched a direct attack. Man, the poor princess got hit in the stomach, sent flying, smashing the ground to pieces. Before she could get up, she got hit again. Her other creature was closing in from above, but the princess's creature reacted and jumped toward it. Strangely, the other creature stretched out an orb that reflected the princess's image, and then suddenly, it exploded at the tip of her finger, dealing a direct blow to the stomach. With that, the poor girl collapsed to the ground, defeated. Everyone says it was a brutal loss. The blonde says that's the power of the Peach Moon Saint. Clearly, the princess didn't stand a chance. At that moment, a bubble surrounds the princess. The Peach Girl says the fight is over. However, the damage she caused seems to rebound directly onto her. An explosion hits her, and she staggers back, wondering how the damn girl managed to reflect the attack she was going to use to kill her. Worst of all, her creature didn't seem able to defend against it. The poor girl is all worried, not knowing what to do. She moves closer and casts a power that starts healing her bit by bit. With that, she's finally restored. Her friends breathe a sigh of relief. Now she knows the bubble attack won't work. So for now, she'll have to rely on the pearl. Its power was explosive and fast, so it was hard to stop. But suddenly, the mermaid on the ground starts moving. Strangely, she seems to be undergoing a mutation. Even after being nearly defeated, she rises. Peach wonders how that's possible. The attack goes head-to-head with the pearl, which, being distracted, ends up partially shattered. Peach had never heard of a favored beast reviving so quickly. Could the sacred moon body really be that powerful? The princess smiles and says it's time to start everything. This game is coming to an end. The full moon begins to rise, and her creature starts roaring. Everyone knew it would become stronger under the moon's light, but this was a bit much. Peach couldn't believe that a sacred body could make up for the 3-rank difference between them. From a distance, our boy was observing everything, noting that invoking the sacred moon body was truly impressive. Her creature had grown gigantic and leaped toward Peach. With a tail swipe, it hit the arena. The poor girl was worried about being struck, but of course the target was her creature's. Suddenly, the princess's creature leaps into the air and seems to start flying. Peach is confused, wondering what the princess is planning. From above, the creature sends another tail swipe, but then a guy in a hood appears and says she's too arrogant for someone whose only advantage is her body. After all, at this level, she shouldn't even be interfering in this fight. He stretches out his hand, and immediately, a lightning bolt strikes, frying the poor girl. She writhes in agony until the princess's creature falls. The girl is saddened since the time was coming to discover what the Lunar King's secrets were. Then she realizes that not only her phone, but everyone else's phones stop working. Suddenly, a strange bunny appears in the arena, and right away it slaps with its ears. The guy shouts the name of Tinta, and a black wall rises to the sky. Suddenly, a similar, but supreme-ranked bunny appears in the middle of the arena. He says to the protagonist bunny that she looks like a lunar rabbit, but seems a little different. He wants to know if she's male or female, and if she can talk. Seeing that she can't communicate, he says it won't be much fun. Then something starts forming in his stomach. With his ears, he pulls out 2 spike balls. The bunny lets out a roar, and in the same instant, leaps toward him. But man, here comes the attack. It strikes, and the poor bunny is hit hard in the stomach. My friend, she was blasted far out of the arena. The guy, excited, says they're getting closer. Meanwhile, our boy is just hanging out with his butterflies. From atop a building, White Flower asks what they're going to do. He says for now, no one should worry. That bunny's recovery ability is stronger than even the sacred body itself. But suddenly, both the moon and the crescent flower seem to sense something. Above the arena is the Lightning Moon Princess, who sends an attack toward the arena. Once again, the city is about to be completely destroyed. Almost everything is obliterated, except for a barrier they had raised. It had been put up as a countermeasure in case something like this happened. But she's worried about what happened to the Lunar King. Strangely, though the castle he was in seen untouched, the Lightning Moon Princess says that's impossible. How could even an attack like that not make the Lunar King move from his position? But our boy is terrified. The moon in the lake had already protected him from several attacks from the Crescent Star. But this time, her energy was almost completely drained by the attack from the Lightning Moon Princess. At that moment, the Crescent Star steps forward and says she'll handle it. She leaps into the sky and begins floating in front of the moon. She raises her hand as if asking for something. People wonder if this is some kind of counterattack. At that moment, the Lightning Princess pulls out 2 weapons. Both merge and transform into 2 other women. They were eager to fight the Crescent Star, as she was a famous weapon. They charge forward, saying that she only had a chance in the past era because they didn't exist back then. But just then, a sparkle appears on her face, and the fools are wiped out in an instant. The battle had barely begun, and 2 supreme-ranked creatures were already eliminated. The hooded guy spits a little blood, realizing it wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. That's when he sees something forming above everyone, and the Thunder Princess raises a shield. Once again, the attack from the Crescent Star begins tearing up the ground. Chaos is spreading everywhere, and it's raining heavily in the area. The people on the stage are quite calm. Half the terrain had been decimated. Suddenly, the attack stopped. and the blade that was in the sky turned toward the crescent moon. Su Liang was impressed, especially since he hadn't even seen her power combined with the sheath. Peach realized that if he dealt with 3 members of the Black Moon Association so easily, it probably wouldn't be easy for Kang Yu either. Meanwhile, the princess was being pulled from the stage, saying that the Lunar King was truly incredible. However, the Crescent Star tells Su Liang that he shouldn't get distracted, because even that powerful attack can only be used once more under this full moon. He gets excited and says that being able to use it again is already more than enough. He then tells White Flower that it's her turn to step into the field and buy as much time for the team as possible. As usual, she's not too thrilled about being ordered around, but our boy tells her to follow the plan. They're just preparing for the arrival of the real emperors. And that's when he notices something. He was curious to see her appearance under a full moon. Who could be coming and how dangerous will it be? Meanwhile, the mages think that winning a 3-on-1 fight would be good enough. Behind the Black Rabbit, something begins to rise. He turns around to see what it is, and our boy's little bunny is back fully healed. He realizes she has high regeneration and says this is going to be fun. She leaps toward him and he says she's still too clumsy. With that, he starts spinning his ears. Man, she goes head to head without hesitation, but there's something else coming from above. He slices her ear, but it quickly regenerates. He starts to get confused, wondering how a beast could recover so much of his body like that. So he speeds up and cuts her 3 more times. But the next second, she's back again. The poor guy is trying, but he's already exhausted and can't manage to kill her. He begins to think that maybe the best idea is to trap her and get out of there. With that, he throws his ears up and announces that he's going to finish this. He lands a full-on attack on her. Once again, an explosion rises, destroying everything. Peach is impressed that the ground had been torn apart, or rather, he had dug a hole. The excited enemy says that now, with kilometers of distance underground, she won't come back. Meanwhile, our boy is impressed with the strength of his bunny. But now that she's been buried, he's unfortunately going to have to call for the Crescent Star. However, that's when he notices something strange. The ground in front of the Black Rabbit begins to tremble. And look who's back from the hole. Man, she's looking a little purple, isn't she? The enemy realizes she's evolved into a mid-level rabbit. He'd never heard of a creature being able to change species like that out of nowhere. What? In our boy's book, it says that exposure to or fluctuations in emotions can speed up evolution. That's when he realizes that she'll keep getting stronger as time goes on. However, the other creature isn't thrilled, saying he'll never fight equally with such a weak lunar rabbit. He charges at her and delivers another ear strike, but this time it lands cleanly and does no damage. Now he realizes that she's truly become much stronger than before. He decides to throw himself at her to finish things once and for all. But man, something cut the guy. She sent a small explosion with her ear that wiped everything out. From a distance, the hooded man is in bad shape, with even his ink dissolved. When someone approaches, he's startled. I'm also getting scared. Look at the danger coming. On the full moon night, White Flower arrives. Thankfully, she follows YouTube guidelines, and the guy is shocked that he has a humanoid beast. Now he knows who took down that water emperor from before. The gigantic Thunder Princess casts some spells, but White Flower easily defends herself with a shield. The hooded man says that since she's alone, she might as well give up. But White Flower just tells him to stop talking nonsense. She's only there to make him summon his last creature, so he should stop stalling. But the guy unrolls a scroll and begins to unravel it. He warns that he can obtain the ultimate technique of every creature he defeats. At that moment, she would have to face more than 10 supreme beings. And after that, they'd figure out which one she would replace. But White Flower just says he's noisy and that she'll show what she's capable of. She raises her arm and announces that the move can only be done under a full moon. Here comes another flash of light, or maybe not. She changes form to the Princess of the Clouds and draws 2 katanas. The woman already realizes those are Imperial weapons. White Flower stared at her for a second, and in the next, she was already behind her. Man, that strike must have hit clean. The poor woman was completely sliced up, and poor Peach couldn't even see the movement clearly. Truly, the power of the Cloud Empress was much more terrifying than she had imagined. It turns out the shield of that wretched mage who never dies was what was destroyed. She then says that based on the dissipation, it must be a creature that negates damage. The scroll flies back and tells her not to get too confident. And then he summons the shining winged butterfly. That seems to impress White Flower, and suddenly a barrage of lights rushes toward her. She easily dodges the first attack, but it ricochets and comes from behind. With that, the poor girl's outfit is cut. Thankfully, we're still family friendly. But suddenly, everything explodes in the sky. She appears behind the scroll and asks if he's going to use those mediocre techniques again. The poor guy wants to know what happened, but White Flower just tells him to stop relying on those with less power than him. And now she cuts the scroll for good. Surely it's dead this time. Once again, the hooded man laments his defeat. White Flower says that if he'd have followed the initial advice, he wouldn't have suffered so much. He realizes he was wrong to think he could defeat the Lunar King, and then he tells the Lunar Palace to sign the transfer contract. Meanwhile, the fox girl with her water drop is watching everything. The drop says that the girl will become the next snow queen. The fox, however, says it's impossible for someone like her to become an ice queen. Suddenly, an aura rises. Man, the entire city is being swept away. Our boy is being carried by the butterflies. White Flower was thrown back. He asks if she's facing an emperor, and she says she's not sure. But one thing's for certain, this person is already halfway to becoming one. Suddenly, a giant green orb appears in front of her. From inside, a foot begins to emerge. A lazy girl steps out. Both Peach and the fox seem to recognize her as a warrior from the Supreme Palace. They're all wondering why the Black Moon would summon something like that. The system alerts that the moon of the palace has a high concentration of Emperor's blood, and it's the strongest in the supreme rank. The princess says that woman is shameless, and all of the Twin Moon Order would have to take her down together. She seems quite lazy, until she suddenly notices something. The Thunder Girl asks what's wrong, and she says that the moonlight there isn't normal. Also, there were too many glowing butterflies, which also didn't seem natural, considering they were in the northern region. The guy asks what she means by that. He says it doesn't matter, half the butterflies are here, but it won't make a difference. The important thing is the opponent in front of her, whom she recognizes as White Flower. She prepares a power in each hand, and suddenly claws appear in their place. White Flower just gets ready without saying a word. She vanishes immediately, and the two collide above the arena. While they zigzag back and forth, no one can even see what's happening. People are amazed that White Flower is actually going head-to-head with her, and Su Liang had no idea she could handle so much intensity. This was a supreme-level battle on a scale he had never seen before. This kind of thing, humans like him couldn't even intervene. As soon as White Flower hits the ground, the woman prepares an explosion and sends a barrage of green light. The poor thing looks clueless, not knowing what to do. And man, she's swept away. What is this, my friend? She cut the mountain in half. It seems she shifted into her spiritual form and just barely dodged. But it was close. Our boy almost died without realizing it. Once again, his bunny saved the day, or he would have been hit head-on. And the bunny reconstitutes itself, and Su Liang knows. The more emotions it carries and the longer it's under the full moon, the stronger it will become. This means it's still far from its limit. And once again, it throws itself into the fight. Meanwhile, poor White Flower is taking a beating. The green girl is the moon of the Treasure Palace, but I'll just call her Treasure to keep things simple. At that moment, Treasure takes a grab from the bunny. She asks how they have the nerve to make such a sneaky attack. And man, she's slammed into the ground. White Flower slowly approaches. She prepares her two blades, looks down, and sends an explosion in her direction. The hooded guy tells the Thunder Girl to help. She raises her hands to the sky, gathering all the power she can. But strangely, the clouds seem to dissipate. She's confused, not understanding what's happening. Beside her is a greenish figure staring. She wonders when that damn crescent star got there. But she tries to conjure power again, knowing she needs to save that girl. Yet strangely, the crescent moon ignores her completely and walks away. Another explosion added to the collection. The bunny and White Moon retreat, and Treasure asks how two useless beings like them dared to attack like that. She begins to prepare a sphere in her hand and says that now they will know fear. A barrage of green moons is launched. Once again, White Flower is torn apart, but she easily dodges in her astral form. Meanwhile, the bunny, on the other hand, is getting shot at. She has to hide behind the bunny. That's because the ability has a usage limit, and if it exceeds it, she'll actually be cut. For now, she also has to rely on this regeneration to stay alive. The problem is that won't last forever. She knows at most she'll gain a minute, but then she notices something. A sequence of attacks is coming from behind. They strike the green moons, and Treasure wonders what's going on. Obviously, it was the crescent star that had joined the chaos, and Treasure says that damn star arrived at the wrong time, just as she was about to win. But White Flower found the opportunity she needed to finish this for good. She stretches her blades to the side, and they dissolve. She places her hand on her head and sends a little signal. Our boy wonders what kind of shameless pose that is, but the power begins to accumulate. She begins condensing all the energy around her, and from a distance, Treasure has no idea what's happening. A tornado forms behind the rabbit, and she starts wondering who this girl really is. White Flower reveals that she is the true moon chaser, and if she survives this attack, maybe she'll be accepted as an apprentice. But Treasure laughs, saying she's old enough to be her mother. A green and black circle starts forming in the sky. Treasure warns that everything will turn to ashes. But White Flower just extends her arm and summons a giant deer in her direction. It materializes and headbutts the circle directly. Once again, there's a small explosion. Smoke covers the entire field, and no one in the audience has any idea what's going on. The hooded guy laughs, saying it's ridiculous that the Lunar King had no chance against him. I don't know what that fool is talking about, especially since our boy is standing there quite calmly. However, he looks to the sky and wonders if the gods enjoyed this spectacle. But now that the appetizer has been served, it's time for the banquet. The audience is scared because everything has become dark. The moon begins to be covered, and Su Liang says that lately his heart had been racing. But in this moment, right before the fight with the Emperor, he feels completely calm. White Flower asks if he's really that confident, and he replies that he doesn't see how it's possible for him to lose. White Flower, startled, asks if he's sure, He says yes, even though it sounds arrogant like the old Lunar King. The people of the Black Moon brought back some old memories in his head, but they seem more like hallucinations than memories. He remembers growing up with the girls of the Northern Palace and always being treated with great care. He recalls that when he was younger, to verify the authenticity of his memory, he wrote a book in English. But all these memories were erased by an entity. The truth is, there never was an old version of him. He was always himself. He was born into this world with the memories of his former life on Earth. However, at some point, they were all erased. Until 2 months ago, when he hit his head and finally remembered everything. But that already showed that there were some extremely dangerous entities. Just as the people of the Black Moon said 3 years ago, he had a very important pet. And he knows that this is the key to becoming God's apostle. A giant paw begins to descend from the sky. Horns and long hair. Miraculously, I thought it would be a girl, but it's actually just a giant goat. And man, talk about giant. The colossal creature stares down at the entire arena. The arena still has that barrier, but it won't last much longer. Our boy knows that as soon as it falls, innocence will die. The giant goat says that the Black Moon cult has become decadent for summoning her for something like this, and asks who the opponent is. He asks for help in killing God's apostle. She looks in disbelief and says that for them not to be able to handle a weak region like the North, the organization has truly fallen. But since that's the case, they'll have some fun before the end. Su Liang stands there with his butterflies, all stylish. But suddenly, he pulls a liquid from his pocket. He tells White Flower that he pulled out Wing Fang Tong body fluid. That's right, folks. And our boy confidently spills a drop of it. No one knows where it's coming from, just like them. Obviously, they're confused, wondering why he threw it on the ground. But he says it will help them find an easier path. White Flower remains confused, not understanding what he's talking about. Suddenly, a buzzing sound is heard behind her. Everyone in the audience turns to look. From afar, a strange yellow cloud is approaching. Our boy says he has always been the owner of the Moon Book, and as the apostle of the northern region, he would gather all the butterflies, and at the same time sign a contract with each one of them. A few days ago, he sent a message to each of the others he already controlled, and all of them from various regions began to escape. Even those who had formed contracts had their contracts broken. And to distract everyone, he brought butterflies from every part of the north. All of this was to prepare for the battle with the Emperor. At that moment, he finally opens the book. The girls wonder if the Lunar King is really going to summon an Emperor-level creature. Everyone is eager to know what he's going to bring to the table. Suddenly, all the butterflies seem to separate from him. Someone calls them idiots and says the butterflies are retreating. But Peach already knew. Soon that place would become a battlefield between emperors. He looks up the sky and asks if the moon goddess is watching, and if this opening of the festival was enough to whet her appetite. If she was watching, it was time to perform a miracle. The goat thinks that even though these creatures are weak, having so many of them is annoying. As much as she wanted to slap that kid, she didn't want to do it. She knew that if she wiped out so many lunar creatures, she would never receive their favor. And our boy is smiling, thinking that everything is almost ready. He had made a contract with over 1,300,000 butterflies. Suddenly, the entire book starts moving. He was only hoping for another page. He knew that was the hardest page to turn in the history of the Moon Book. He never imagined that the information about the 7 weapons had been hidden. This book held many secrets that had been erased from his memory, and he knew that with the original power it should have contained, he would be much further along by now. Suddenly, he feels something, and that page begins to turn. A golden energy rises into the sky. The fox is startled. She felt the aura of a terrifying emperor and wonders what it could be. Suddenly, Kang Yu reveals herself hiding there. She says that indeed the Lunar King will meet his end at this festival. With that, she starts to disappear, saying there's nothing more to see, and she vanishes into thin air. The fox is confused, wondering how long that wretched girl had been standing right behind them. As Su Liang's butterflies seem to start gathering, a huge wing appears in the sky, and the people in the arena are even crouching down. But one is even crying, saying she never expected to witness such a miracle in her life. The hooded man asks the goat if she thinks she can beat that thing, to which she suddenly giggles and turns around crying, saying there's no way to beat that thing ahead. They had lasted a long time, but the Black Moon cult had come to an end. There was no way for them to win anymore, so it was time for everyone to give up. They would have to close the curtain because they didn't belong to this era. He's confused, not understanding why she's so afraid. And the goat says she's lived a long time but has never heard of a true apostle of the gods. However, it seemed there was one before her now. What appears on the field is the butterfly guarding the palace. The hooded man wonders what kind of emperor-level creature that is. It merely flaps its wings and an earthquake begins to sweep through the entire region, knocking everyone out. Even the thunder giant collapses to her knees. Not even our boy's creatures can stay on their feet. The poor fox is taking a hit by association. No one told her to stick her nose where it didn't belong. She knew that not even in the entire central region was there a being as powerful as that. And man, if that goat was gigantic, that creature was the size of a planet. The poor goat just says it's an honor to die this way in this life. Standing there, facing it, saying that after her death, She hopes to become a part of the moon's light, so that she may exist in all the generations to come. Man, I think she's really been swept away. Meanwhile, the two fools and the protagonist are unconscious on the ground. It seems the boy is regaining the memories of truly being the lunar god, and that scene reminds him of something that had already happened. 3 years ago, he had devastated everything, and apparently, nothing had changed. Back then, he was already called the Lunar King, and this time, the events didn't make him lose his memory. That means summoning this creature wasn't related to that. He then begins to worry about the disaster he caused. The entire barrier had been destroyed. However, it seems that everyone had only lost consciousness, so most likely the moon and the lake managed to protect them one last time. Probably the creature he summoned had no idea he had lost his memory. And if there's one thing he learned from this battle, it's that he needs to remember who he truly was as quickly as possible. The poor remnants of the Black Moon cult lay defeated, their leader having sacrificed 20 years of life to drain energies from the Black Moon to survive that attack. But Su Liang simply tells him that today's battle had no meaning at all. The old man agrees, saying that's true, since the gods weren't watching him. Our boy asks why he threw his life away like that. Was he hoping that festival would restore his energy? The old man pauses and laughs, telling the Lunar King not to ask something so ridiculous. He was also a member of the Moonlight Clan, so it wasn't strange that he wanted to surpass the strongest person of this generation. As long as he had the chance to win, he wouldn't give up his life. It was just a pity that all of this was a farce by the gods, as the gap between them was far too great. Our boy then asks why he tried so hard to please the gods. He should forget about all of that and think that at least today's battle had been fun. The old man asks if he had really enjoyed it as well, and if he had been strong enough to at least give him a bit of a headache. Su Liang says yes, he gave it his all in this battle. And now that it's all over, he had no reason to insult the man anymore. The old man fades away, saying it was good to disappear with these comforting lies. And then he tells Su Liang to remember what he's about to say because it's related to his memory loss. In the battle from the past, he had also summoned the Palace Guardian, which was the 8-winged butterfly. The fight that day erased 1/3 of the entire northern continent. But strangely, no one wondered what had happened. It seems everyone forgot what occurred that day. He warns that what happened back then was clearly not something simple, and he says Su Liang should start taking care of himself. The plans the gods had for him were far more unpredictable than he thought. With the end of that man came the end of the Black Moon cult. However, Su Liang wasn't feeling happy. The memory loss he suffered had nothing to do with the Black Moon cult, and that existence that caused the disappearance of 1/3 of the North was far beyond his reach. He clenches his fists but quickly relaxes. At this moment, there was nothing he could do about it. Strangely, his heart felt heavier than ever, even though the crisis had been resolved. But perhaps, even for a short period, he could relax a bit. And with that, he faints in the middle of everyone. A few hours pass, and the fox says it's crazy that just the distant energy caused them all to pass out like that. The only downside is that they must have missed the end of that fight. But then she notices something that changes her expression. There was a giant deer above the skies, glowing. The little bunny was also walking on the clouds, and she asked the current sky goddess what she thought of the spectacle she put on. The opening she created during the fight had been spectacular, but the deer tells her not to interfere with the Moonlight Festival anymore, and that from now on, she would no longer be free within the Northern Territory. The little bunny stays silent for a second. Then she changes her expression, saying that the deer is cruel. She starts walking away, saying she misunderstood and that she never interfered in that festival. After all, the person who won was the boy with the moon god's book. And at least now, there was no need to worry about finding another perfect candidate. Sometimes I get confused by this story too. But I think these are two gods above the moon discussing what happened down below. That great deer is the current great goddess, who's just staring down at poor White Flower, unconscious on the ground. She sees our boy with his arms wide open like a fool, and she lets out a small smile. Half an hour passes, and that fox, who's just there as a spectator, is impressed she saw gods right in front of her. She finally explains that the deer is the one who created the 7 legendary weapons. Her name was Calamity of Pure White, and she hadn't been seen since the last time the festival took place. It seems the bunny and the deer are enemies wherever they come from. The little droplet says those beings would never care about them. It's better to pretend they didn't see anything and never speak of it to anyone. But someone asks what they're talking about. One of the girls from the prayer group shows up, asking if a divine creature had really appeared. The two fools are shocked because they didn't even notice her approaching. The little bird in her hand says not to worry, the divine being had already left. But the fox just points and tells her to stop playing tricks and say who she really is. She introduces herself as a simple mortal, the administrator of the pet area of the Twin Moon Order, which belongs to our protagonist. She never imagined that two people from such a distant empire would be there, so she came to apologize. And this person in her hand had something to say. The bird suddenly locks eyes with them. Apparently, it's not weak, as the two are startled. She kneels down and seems to recognize the gaze. The little bird flies into the air and begins emitting a light. Man, and now it's all hairy. That's the Guardian of the Moon, part of our protagonist's sect. She warns them that they invaded the north without her permission, so they're banned for a year from coming to that place or transmitting any information. If she hears of anything like that, the two will be exterminated. She says she cannot interfere with the Moonlight Festival. But when it comes to the north, she still has the authority to punish whoever goes there. Now it makes sense why her name included Sagittarius. Man, her strike created a futuristic weapon with constellations. But alright, she kicks with an impact. I thought it would hit those poor folks in the fight, but no, it hit the Moon Goddess Palace. The place is always swept clean, and the old ladies are all scared. But the guardian of that palace also appears. She asks Sagittarius to calm down, saying the Moon Goddess Palace had no ill intentions toward her. And then she asks who gave permission for that wretched girl to leave and cause trouble. At that moment, the princess from the beginning shows up. Someone says the fourth concubine will be expelled in 3 days, and she just says yes. Apparently, she was the fourth concubine because she was already in some abandoned ruins. Sometimes I don't understand what's going on either. The place exploded, the girl left, and she got expelled. Who knows? Looking at a picture of the girl, she wonders why they say the northern part doesn't exist. She wanted to know what happened 3 years ago and if he already had an answer. The famous Su Liang, Moon God, and her nephew. Our girl, who's still unconscious in the arena, starts to wake up. He opens his eyes and finds himself in a strange sky where he's supposed to receive his rewards. But when he looks to the side, he sees something strange. There was a like on this video that helped. So our boy wakes up floating in some cosmic cloud dimension. He's looking around all confused like he just woke up from a really weird dream. Then he spots the shadow in the clouds and it's a lunar rabbit. He wonders what a lunar rabbit is doing here. He then reaches out to touch her, which was clearly the wrong move because she immediately kicks his hand away and calls him a pervert. Now Su Lang's seen some stuff at this point, but apparently a talking rabbit still catches him off guard. The rabbit, who we find out is called Tyne, goes off on this whole explanation about how high-level beasts can talk but low-level ones can't. Su Lang's having none of it though, pointing at her like, "Stop lying. What are you really?" Then Tyne reveals she's not just any moon rabbit, she's the moon god of this era, the floating moon princess Tyne, winner of the last moon god festival. And apparently she's been the one sending him those mysterious dreams this whole time. Tyne offers him this whole deal to join her Golden Butterfly Palace camp. She's basically trying to recruit him like, hey, want to defeat the Lord of the Cold Moon? I can hook you up. She transforms into her human form to make the pitch more appealing. She starts getting all touchy, putting her hand on his face and telling him his current beasts are basically discount knockoffs. The bunny he's got, it's just a defective product at this point with barely any real bloodline left. She's offering him power, perfect offspring with beautiful beasts, the whole package deal. But our boy Su Lang, and I have to give him credit here, actually shows some backbone for once. He pushes her away and refuses the offer. Usually he's stumbling through situations, but when it comes to his friends, he draws the line. Tyne mentions that some fool from the Imperial Rabbit Palace used to act just like him, but eventually joined her anyway. It's like she's saying, they all come around eventually in the most ominous way possible. Then Su Lang really goes off. He grabs her hand and basically calls her out if she's this all-powerful moon god who can make dreams come true. Why can't she just decide who wins the festival? Why is she trying to recruit him unless she's actually scared he might beat her? He tells her she has no right to judge his comrades and that one day he'll smash all her apostles and claim the throne himself. Tyne, she doesn't take rejection well. She starts laughing like a maniac. She transforms back into rabbit form and basically declares war, saying the Imperial Rabbit Palace is about to awaken and send 10 invincible lunar eclipses after his soul. The dream dimension starts collapsing around them. She delivers this final line about there being irreconcilable enmity between them now, and Su Lang gets sent back to reality. We cut to 10 days after the Emperor battle, and the city's still feeling the aftershocks. We got some mysterious scouts checking out the damage, a girl and a guy in white cloaks doing reconnaissance work. The girl's literally shaking just from the leftover energy in the air and says even after 10 days had passed, the aura left behind by those beasts was still terrifying. These two are apparently from some organization trying to figure out who has the best chance to win the festival. They got this whole probability breakdown. Su Lang is sitting at a hopping 0.08% chance, which sounds terrible until you realize everyone else is doing even worse. The Western region girl has 0.018%. The Cold Moon Lord from the south gets 0.03%, and our dear friend the Cloud Princess apparently has 0% chance. A scary part is they mentioned that 3 years ago, there was a full moon that lasted 30 whole days, and ever since then, their divine spirit has been sleeping. Someone among these apostles is apparently responsible for whatever happened back then, and these percentages represent their chances of taking down this sleeping god. Meanwhile, our boy Su Lang is finally waking up after his 10-day power nap. He's got his head in the moon deer's lap and opens his eyes to this heavenly view, which seems cozy until she starts yelling at him to get up and stop being lazy. The guy just wants to sleep some more, but his system panel pops up showing all of his new abilities got locked because he's too weak to handle them. Apparently, he needs to reach 7th rank or activate 100 billion butterflies at once to use his Emperor-level creature again. That's quite the grind ahead of him. The moon deer smacks him on the head for ignoring her, leaving him with a nice red bump, but this bastard just turns around and buries his face in her lap and starts rubbing his face against her things. Su Lang asks how long he was out, to which Crescent Moon replies and tells him 10 days. He freaks out because he forgot the Crescent Moon was also there. Crescent Moon fills him in on what's been happening. The academy is getting rebuilt, the northern region is peaceful, but the central region is getting absolutely destroyed. Seven Stars is attacking something called the 10 Pillars, and the Moon God Palace can maybe hold out for another 2 weeks tops. When those pillars fall, the legendary guardian of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will be reborn. This guardian turns out to be Fu, the Jade Chancellor, who used to be the champion of the previous Moon God Festival. She was originally on the Moonshine's side, but betrayed them to become Princess Tyne's strongest fighter. Su Lang's trying to wrap his head around this. If she won the last festival, why does she need to be reborn? What got her sealed in the first place? When he asked about it, Crescent Moon gets all flustered and refuses to explain, clearly hiding something important. This makes Moon Deer jealous because now she thinks Su Lang and Crescent Moon have secrets together. She starts imagining romantic scenarios between them and gets so worked up that she beats the crap out of Su Lang. The poor guy ends up outside the tent wondering what he did wrong. So while Su Lang's plotting his revenge against Moon Deer for that beating, he notices something way more important. Two hooded figures are dragging away that green-haired girl from earlier. And I'm no expert on restraining criminals, but those ropes sure as hell aren't done in standard procedure. One guy's pushing her around, telling her to move faster. Su Lang's watching this go down and realizes something. Since her contract with the Holy Sun was temporary, she probably didn't die when he got obliterated. So now she's getting kidnapped by these mysterious people. Baker shows up asking about his future plans, which catches him off guard because honestly, he's been living day to day just trying not to die. But now that Princess Tyne has declared war on him, his goal's pretty clear: get stronger, beat everyone up, and make it to the final stage of the Moon God Festival so he can knock that smug divine spirit off her throne. He asked Bayu to take him there since he's never been there. Meanwhile, he is thinking in his mind this might be his chance to check out those ruins from 3 years ago and figure out what really happened to mess with his memories. Bayu notices he's changed a lot from the scary, cold apostle who used to walk alongside divine spirits. Now he seems more, let's say, human. They fly off on this massive bird, and Su Lang is amazed by how advanced the Azure Moon Empire is. They've got restaurants, hotels, and even hot springs built into their flying transportation. Our boys' creatures are having the time of their lives there, playing in water and just chilling there doing nothing and enjoying the sun. And there is Su Lang standing there wondering how the hell those guys built all this in the ancient times. Moon Deer saw him standing there like an idiot and asked him what he was doing, telling him to get undressed and jump in a hot spring. This caught him off guard, so now he is standing there thinking, can I do it even though all of them are favored beasts? But they are still females. So he starts having this debate with himself about how it doesn't matter. After all, there isn't any secret between a beast and its master. In the end, he decided to just go for it. Just then, Moon Deer thinks it's her chance to find out what this idiot was hiding from her, so she starts teasing him. In her mind, she has everything figured out about how she's going to make this idiot talk, so she completely transforms into her human form, catching our boy off guard using her assets. Just then, she felt something asking our boy if he cared to explain. At this point, Su Lang was completely red, and the only thing he could say in this situation was that even though they all think of him as some sort of legendary figure, when it comes down to it, he's basically an ordinary human being, and Moon Deer is like, hey idiot, I caught you off guard, so what's with the attitude? Then things escalated into something that could easily belong on a website ending in hub, so yeah, let's fast forward before YouTube decides to hand me a strike. So we skip to some time after, and our boy is all exhausted with a bite mark on his neck, and Crescent Moon is eyeing him asking, what's the deal with you, idiot? And our boy fumbles with his explanation, telling her that it's just a mosquito bite, and quickly walks away, and Crescent Moon is sitting there thinking, what a player this bastard is. Once inside, Su Lang is thinking about how he wants to make a contract with Moon Deer right now and show her the hierarchy between a Beastmaster and the Beast, but he is too weak to do that. And if he tries that in his current 1-star realm, he won't be able to summon her again, and if that happens, he won't be able to enjoy intimate moments like today. The scene shifts to our boy taking a stroll through the Bui Empire's northern region. Although he has seen the Empire from above on his way here, he is still surprised by how bustling this place is. Bayu explains that the Empire developed into its current state in recent years, all thanks to its lady. Apparently 10,000 years ago, technology was way more advanced, but then two tyrants had an all-out fight that fried every piece of electronic equipment on the planet. Just like that, civilization got knocked back tens of thousands of years and hundreds of millions of people died. Those two tyrants got punished for it, but the damage was done. Su Lang's shocked that a single battle could cause that much destruction worldwide. Meanwhile, Crescent Moon's thinking he's an idiot for not knowing about these tyrants while claiming he can help her get that scabbard back. She's also worried because the Ice Queen joined this festival specifically because she failed to destroy the Imperial Rabbit Palace before, and she's been holding that grudge for tens of thousands of years. After they land, Su Lang tells his crew to go relax while he takes Moon Deer on a little sightseeing trip. His followers are confused because they remember the terrifying Lunar King from before, and now he wants to enjoy nature with his beast. They're wondering where all this scary divine aura went. Su Lang heads to this place called the Heavenly Abyss and finally understands why it's called the Twin Moon, teaching there are literally two moons reflected in this massive chasm. He tells his people to stay put and not let anyone follow him. But of course there are already spies watching them. These mystery scouts are trying to figure out why the Lunar King suddenly returned to former Moon God Palace territory. They're updating their probability calculations again. Apparently the Cloud Princess was at the top before, but now they're sensing some divine spirit aura that's even more dangerous than her. One scout's going in for reconnaissance while the other stays back. If the first guy dies, they're supposed to jack Su Lang's probability up to 100% and contact every dream realm in the north to take him out. So Su Lang and Moon Deer are walking deeper into this heavenly abyss, and even though it's daytime, the whole place feels depressing and ominous. Moon Deer asks if he's lost, but he says no, just getting bad vibes from the area. Makes sense since this used to be Moon God Palace territory and now it's all abandoned. He's thinking if something really goes down here, the Azure Sickle would definitely sense it since they're so close to the Azure Moon Empire. But the place looks totally empty now, so maybe if he follows his old path, he can find some clues about what happened to his memories. Meanwhile, that spy in the white and red cloak is making his move. He snaps his fingers and creates this black dome in the sky that starts dripping dark liquid and flies down toward them. Su Lang's examining the area and notices there aren't any footprints. The Twin Moon teaching did a good job keeping the place untouched. Then he suddenly stops dead in his tracks, which causes Moon Deer to bump her nose into his head. He's staring ahead in shock because sitting there is his old diary. He's wondering how it got there. Maybe he kept it with him for safety, but then abandoned it here after losing his memories and not being able to understand what he'd written. He runs toward the diary to grab it, but this new character called the Lady of Autumn Calamity appears out of nowhere and snatches it first. She's flipping through it, calling it a manual left by a divine spirit and complaining about how confusing it is. Su Lang and Moon Deer are both on edge trying to figure out who this woman is. Su Lang can sense she's dangerous but can't figure out her rank. Moon Deer and Crescent Moon try attacking her, but honestly the attack looks pretty weak and the lady just ignores them completely. The lady points out they're fighting during the day, which is apparently a huge disadvantage for Moon-type tamers. She says she has no reason to fight them yet and tries to leave with the diary. Moon Deer is having none of it, though. She says fine, leave, but without the diary. Su Lang realizes this woman is probably an emperor-level creature, since his lunar book isn't reacting to her, meaning she's not Moon-type. How did she even get past the Azure Sickle's detection? The lady changes her mind about leaving peacefully. She wants to investigate Su Lang's memories and starts shooting these black thorns from her fingers. Moon Deer tries to protect him with a barrier, but the thorns break right through and hit her hard. Su Lang has to pull out the Crescent Moon to block the attack. He's thinking if it wasn't for the sword's invincibility property, he'd already be dead. Moon Deer is on the ground hurt, and he's realizing this is what happens when Moon types try to fight emperors during the day. The lady tells him to give up resistance since Moon types can only do miracles during full moons. In his current state, he's no match for her. And then just to crush our boy's hopes, the lady then says that the Sagittarius Palace can't sense anything happening here because the divine spirit gave them this special gift. Even if they were fighting on sacred grounds, nobody would detect their presence. Su Lang is leaning on the Crescent Moon, looking pretty beaten up, but he still has the nerve to insult her taste in literature. He tells her his diary is just childish scribbles and treating it like some divine work will rot her brain. She's holding the diary with this creepy smile, saying once she reads his memories, none of this will matter. Then she connects the dots. If the legendary Lunar King came here before and returned today, maybe he really did lose part of his memories. This realization hits her hard and she starts crying, asking if this is his doing. Did he see such a creature with his own eyes and only lose part of his memories? She's getting emotional, declaring that from now on there's going to be permanent war between the divine teaching of the afterlife and the Twin Moon teaching. Then she completely loses it. Her clothes start tearing and multiple mouths appear all over her body. She's walking forward, leaving behind this massive red tree fully transformed into her battle form. Su Lang realizes they've figured out what caused his amnesia, though the situation looks pretty hopeless right now. She points at him and sends this deadly red whirlwind his way. Moon Deer jumps in to save him and takes the hit instead, which leaves her body beaten and defeated on the ground. Su Lang gets angry and swings the Crescent Moon, sending 4 green projectiles at the lady that they all miss. The lady notices something weird. Moon Deer seemed to be falling asleep even before she dealt serious damage to her. She decides to finish the job and points at Moon Deer's body, causing a red explosion right where she's lying. Su Lang's watching this go down and thinking about how the time of day makes such a huge difference. A top-tier moon-type creature is completely powerless against just one regular emperor during the daytime. The lady tells him to stop resisting since he has no chance and honestly admits she can't easily kill an apostle like him either. She offers to retreat and settle their 3-year-old score another time if he just lets her read his memories. When Su Lang points the crescent moon at her, instead of agreeing, she shrugs and says negotiations failed. The mouths on her body start shooting black thorns at him, but surprisingly none of them can get through his defense. Su Lang was thinking while blocking that he managed to buy time because she likes to talk so much. Turns out all that beast food he bought during the eating contest wasn't just for show, it's letting his Lake Moon shield recover at 5% per second. Pretty clever planning there, but he knows defense alone won't cut it. He needs to find a way to actually defeat her quickly. The lady's getting frustrated that her endless spike attacks aren't working, screaming about how impossible this is. Su Lang's arms are cramping from blocking so many attacks when suddenly the crescent moon moves on its own to reflect one of the spikes. She's apparently conscious and helping him fight now, asking if he wants to save Moon Deer. If so, he needs to focus on the battle instead of getting distracted. Su Lang keeps deflecting attacks while the lady's getting more and more annoyed. Her spike barrage is speeding up and she's taunting him about being at his limit, just an ordinary person, a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. She starts suggesting something about the tyrant not finding his corpse, but before she can finish, she notices something's changed. Su Lang's holding the crescent moon and it's glowing with blue energy. He swings it and lands this massive hit that cuts down the entire red tree behind her. She's bleeding and looking confused about what just happened. The crescent moon tells Su Lang that she's finally used up the last of her energy reserves and asks how long he's going to let this woman keep talking. Isn't he supposed to be the Lunar King who's planning to take down the Ice Empress and the Imperial Rabbit Palace? This hits Su Lang hard. He realizes she's right, he's just standing there getting beat up when he should be fighting like the Lunar King everyone thinks he is. The lady's ranting about how moon types have always disgusted her the most. She calls them arrogant people who don't care about others. And after the moonlight split, did their tyrants manage to hide or escape death? She's telling Su Lang the era of moonlight dominance ended long ago and it's time for him to wake up and accept his death. But something clicks in Su Lang's head. He closes his eyes and says she's probably right, but that's exactly why he's standing here. He's going to sit on the throne, restore the moonlight, and stop these hidden tyrants from sticking their heads out. He declares this is the reason he was born in this era. A huge yellow beam breaks through the clouds and surrounds him in a barrier. The lady's confused about what's happening, and Su Lang checks his system. He's got 700 tickets saved up. Time for the ultimate gacha pull. He uses up all 700 tickets at once, and purple cards start swirling around him as new beasts get unlocked. He didn't get any emperors, but he pulled some extremely rare ones. Instead of making contracts, though, he decides to convert everything into tamer energy. The purple cards transform into a whirlwind of energy that flows into him. He's thinking if he absorbs all this energy, he'll probably reach close to 6th rank. But even that won't be enough to beat an Emperor-level beast with just 5th rank strength. So he makes a crazy decision. He gives all the energy to the Golden Butterfly Palace instead. The energy leaves him and he closes his eyes, thinking with this much power the Golden Butterfly Palace will be able to, but then he checks his system and sees the 8-winged lunar ruler is available, but only at 0.001% progress. Su Lang is staring at the system, wondering how his massive energy dump only unlocked 1,000%. That butterfly's appetite is apparently bottomless. All his energy's gone and now he feels like a complete joke. But the lady's sweating and watching yellow rays surround Su Lang. The energy wasn't absorbed by the Golden Butterfly Palace, it went to those 100 billion flickering butterflies from before. Suddenly it gets dark and the moon rises in the sky. The lady realizes Su Lang can manipulate celestial phenomena. He's not just some apostle, he's something much more dangerous. Su Lang tells her with confidence that he warned her to return his diary the easy way, and now this is what happens. A yellow beam pierces through her body and she starts dissolving into red leaves. Even as she's dying, she's smiling and telling the Lunar King that she's the one who won. Su Lang's standing there looking beaten up, wondering how the lady can claim victory when there's literally nothing left of her. He collapses from exhaustion, saying he needs to lie down for a while. But of course his problems aren't over. There's another voice in the shadows. The goat girl shows up holding one of those bloody leaves. She's saying the 7 sisters were right to have her hide and wait because if they both attacked at once, Su Lang's group would have been completely destroyed. She's looking at the exhausted Su Lang, thinking even though he managed to surpass his apostle limits, it's game over now. The invincible Lunar King is about to meet his end right here. Goat Girl is confused about why the moon suddenly rose and notices Moon Deer sitting on the ground. Moon Deer wakes up asking if she slept until nightfall. Moon Deer gets up and immediately senses this new enemy is another emperor. Goat Girl is doing her villain analysis. The Deer Girl is 0 threat, and the Crescent Moon used up all its energy, so it's harmless too. The only real concern is the Sagittarius Palace Tyrant, but she figures she's got about 5 minutes before that becomes a problem, because she just needs to finish this in 1 minute. Actually, she decides 10 seconds is enough and snaps her fingers. A black umbrella appears in the sky with dark energy, and when Moon Deer asks if it's rain, the goth girl introduces herself as the 9th dream of the divine teaching of the afterlife. She declares her hands will end the era of lunar shine right here. The rain starts falling and immediately begins decomposing the ground it touches. Su Lang's looking up, thinking this is cursed rain and he's got no strength left to deal with it. Thankfully, he gets wrapped in white smoke and transported to safety. Goth Girl recognizes this as the Misty Sphere technique from the White Deer clan. Moon Deer tells her she made two mistakes. First, calling her a zero threat made her angry, and second, she shouldn't mess with a White Deer clan member in the middle of the night. Moon Deer pulls out two swords from her chest and gets into fighting position, using some technique called Misty Image Cloud Noble, but the Goth Girl is not impressed, calling her an insignificant highest rank beast and shooting black drops at her. But when the attack hits, Moon Deer just dissolves and reappears behind the Goth Girl, cutting her hand. Goth Girl is completely confused. She couldn't even scratch the seventh sister before, so how is this highest ranked beast able to keep up with Emperor level speed and actually land hits? She's trying to rationalize it, thinking maybe it's just some trick to scare her. Because logically, a highest ranked creature shouldn't be able to surpass an Emperor in combat. But the evidence is right there on her bleeding hand, and the Deer Girl is clearly giving off the aura of a supreme beast, so now she is trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So now she is standing there wondering how the Moon Deer could surpass an Emperor, but then concludes that she is just acting tough. Goth Girl regenerates her arm like it's nothing and grins while using some technique called Night Shadow Grasp. Moon Deer starts getting cuts all over her body, and Goth Girl's feeling pretty smug about it. She's explaining how the Misty Sphere that White Deer clan members control can only be used properly by those who've reached Imperial rank. Since Moon Deer is just a supreme rank, she should be helpless against an Emperor. Goth Girl traps her in this pink barrier covered with black spikes that start crushing inward. Moon Deer gets completely crushed and falls to the ground. Goth Girl is celebrating, calling her an insect who dared to be impudent. She's feeling satisfied until she realizes that she was just a supreme rank beast, so there is nothing to celebrate about. But then she suddenly senses an intense aura. She turns to look for Su Lang since she destroyed the foggy sphere, but the Moon Deer starts talking, saying the 10 seconds are up and she failed to keep her word and that she's getting a little tired of all the drama. Then she starts glowing and her antlers starts growing, so does her hair. It almost touches the ground, and just like that, she's back to full health. All the bruises disappear. She's asking if Goth Girl knew that even though her mother is dead, she'll still be angry because the thing she left behind was destroyed, and that anger has severe consequences. Goth Girl's sweating now, wondering if Moon Deer was completely immersed in the foggy sphere this whole time. Moon Deer explains that the Snow White Deer race has a different concept of death than other life forms. She apologizes in advance because after this, she won't be able to return for some time, which is why she started thinking about so many things. Then Moon Deer completely vanishes from sight due to her speed. Goth Girl realizes the seventh sister made a mistake in judgment and should immediately inform the others, though maybe this outcome is better since it won't drag the others into this mess. Moon Deer cuts Goth Girl into small pieces. The Crescent Moon wonders if this is what a completed mist sphere looks like and realizes Moon Deer might not be able to return for who knows how long after this technique. Pink streams lift Su Lang's body into the air and the Crescent Moon catches him. She's starting to understand why the Snow White Deer Palace disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Apparently they had some pretty devastating final techniques. An hour later, Su Lang's sitting on a rock reading through his diary. He gets frustrated and starts tearing it apart, which confuses the Crescent Moon. He says they need to leave, and when she asks if he's sure, he explains he'll remember everything eventually anyway. After defeating those two emperors, he remembered something else. There's a high probability the afterlife doctrine is involved in his amnesia, so completely destroying them might restore his memories. The Crescent Moon thinks he's angry because Moon Deer left, and his anger toward the afterlife doctrine is just making it worse. They emerge from the heavenly abyss, where Bayu and Silver Rabbit are waiting. Su Lang asked Bayu if she also survived the last Moon God Festival by dodging fights. When she sweats nervously, he turns around and says he doesn't know what her plans are but hopes they won't become enemies next time they meet. Silver Rabbit and the Masked Girl are looking at Su Lang, all confused as he starts walking away. He's thinking about how the moon's face has changed the Azure Sickle. Definitely noticed Goth Girl showing up but didn't come to help. Silver Rabbit's wondering what kind of warning the Lunar King just gave to the tyrant of the Twin Moon teachings and what exactly went down back there. She thinks he's even scarier now than he was 3 years ago, like he's found his true self. Su Lang is walking and processing some recovered memories. Turns out this world isn't just the 5 normal regions, there are mysterious sacred lands too. The weird part is these sacred territories are apparently way bigger than the entire planet, which makes zero sense physically. Even stranger, tyrants who could destroy the whole world somehow coexist peacefully with regular humans and openly rule over them. His question is pretty reasonable: why hasn't the world been destroyed yet? He also learned about the different eras of Moonlight Palaces. Before the last Moon God Festival, only 6 out of 12 palaces remained: the Emperor Rabbit Palace, Maiden Palace, Sagittarius Palace, Twin Palace, Aquarius Palace, and Peacock Palace. Then the Emperor Rabbit Palace committed treason and destroyed one of the 7 wonders, the Aquarius Palace, before deserting. So only 4 palaces were left going into the festival. Now there are signs pointing to the Golden Butterfly Palace making a comeback. Meanwhile, at this misty lake on the northern border, Moondeer is walking on clouds toward a misty sphere with blue stairs. Three girls are waiting for her Cloud Maiden, Luna of Sorrow, and the Cloud Princess, all calling her great aunt. Cloud Princess asks if Moondeer has awakened her blood memory yet, saying they want to enter the Moon God Festival as representatives of the Snow White Deer clan and defeat all the owners of the Seven Strings. She lists their enemies, the Cold Moon Lord, Western Region's Double Gift, and the Lunar King, claiming they can easily handle them with Moondeer's blood heritage. But Moondeer just tells her to leave. Cloud Princess asks if something happened in the world to make her so angry, then says there's no hurry since they'll have time to get along properly in the future. She introduces herself as a half-blood Cloud Princess tamer who's half a step away from 9 stars. Back at the Moon God Palace, we learn it's been dominated by attractive young women for thousands of years, with rumors that all male babies get sent to southern and western departments. Even though the Imperial Rabbit Palace won the last festival and got the throne, the Holy Maiden and 10 princesses managed to suppress them and seal their power into 10 shadow pillars. Today, the 6th shadow pillar is breaking. It's shaking with bright yellow light and lightning, and when a lightning bolt hits the chain, it snaps in 2. One of the 7 Emperor-ranked moon stars, a Moonlight Dragon, gets released and immediately starts trash-talking the tamers around him, calling them insects who can't withstand a single blow. The Moonlight Dragon's disappointed in how weak the descendants of the Heavenly Maiden have become. A blue-haired tamer says the 6th princess will join the battle soon, but someone named Zhao asks if they should really leave things as they are if the shadow pillars keep breaking. All 10 lunar eclipses of the Imperial Rabbit Palace will be released. The Moonlight Dragon says not to worry, but Zhao's got trust issues. She asks if he's really not going to force her to buy adult manga for them again, like when she was 6, or make her go to the bathhouse daily for eye candy. The dragon promises he won't. Then Zhao mentions all her cultivation resources disappeared, and the Moonlight Dragon casually admits he used them as a snack. Su Lang is on this flying killer whale transport heading to this central region, disguised with a mask and surrounded by his butterflies. Some passengers think he's just a crazy fan cosplaying as the Lunar King. They can't imagine the real Lunar King would leave the northern region at a time like this. The Crescent Moon is asking if he's sure about this decision. Going to the central region alone will attract unwanted attention from all the moon factions. Su Lang explains it's not that he doesn't trust the Sagittarius Palace, but staying in the north is pointless now. He got a letter from one of the 4 lunar phases saying she found a way to help him upgrade his rank quickly and wants to meet in the central region. Since she used to be under Aquarius Palace control and has beef with Princess Tyne's camp, he figures he can trust her. He's using a mask to cover his eyes and relying on the shared vision of his butterflies to see, which is apparently more practical than human vision. His priority is meeting this lunar phase and getting enough power to summon the 8-winged Lunar Emperor again. With Moondeer gone for possibly years and the Crescent Moon's energy depleted, he's basically defenseless if another Emperor shows up. The transport suddenly gets hit by explosions and starts falling, and our boy has already sensed that this aura belongs to an Emperor-ranked beast, and he is thinking in his mind, there is no way I'm this unlucky. Everyone's panicking until this dark energy stream appears. It's another one of those 9 dreams from the divine teaching of the afterlife. She calls herself the Gloomy Stream and says she's inspecting everyone leaving the northern region. She puts everyone to sleep with some memory-erasing technique, explaining that the Lady of Autumn Calamity and Pitch Black Night died in battle. So the target is definitely in the north, and she's going to find out the truth. Su Lang tries to summon the Lake Moon but collapses, his butterflies scattering. The Gloomy Stream starts looking through memories, specifically wanting to know what happened 3 years ago and how her sisters died. Then we get this whole backstory dump about the divine teaching of the afterlife. Turns out they used to rule large areas under a divine spirit called Beyond, but then interfered in a moon god festival and got absolutely destroyed by some terrifying creature. Beyond barely survived and had to retreat to the spiritual world. All the followers got exiled to an uninhabited island and were basically forgotten. Years later, they detected their divine spirit's power growing, meaning Beyond was about to be reborn. Everyone got excited, but then the power faded and Beyond fell into eternal sleep. Sound familiar? This is the same thing that happened to the 12 palaces of Moonlight. Now only 9 emperors remain, the 9 dreams trying to use the Moon God Festival's chaos to figure out what really happened. Because once the festival ends, they'll lose their chance to restore their former greatness forever. The Gloomy Stream is searching through memories looking for any sign of Lord Beyond, trying to piece together what went down 3 years ago that caused all this mess. After 30 minutes of digging through memories, the Gloomy Stream is getting frustrated because she's only finding trash and garbage random memories of girls playing with rabbit pets and taming robots. She's wondering why nobody has any memories of the northern region disappearing, which is apparently what she was expecting to find. Then she spots the Crescent Moon and gets interested. A highest-ranking weapon type is worth investigating. She decides to dive into its memories, though she's supposed to avoid looking at memories from the past year since the pressure from the Golden Butterfly Palace's descent could seriously hurt her even through secondhand memories. She thinks that she could get through all of her memories in an instant, so she starts going through the crescent moon's memories. What she thought would take only an instant ended up taking 20 minutes, and she had barely scraped the surface, so she gets confused about how old this weapon actually is. There's no way it could have lived longer than her, right? Then she gets a yellow memory among all the blue ones, and blood starts dripping from her eye. Memory shows the twin palace from years ago when the crescent moon scabbard called Frost of the First Moon is saying goodbye. Her lifespan's ending and she won't be able to continue through the Moon God Festival, so she wants to have one last battle. She's described as the Turn of Moonlight of the Twin Palace and apparently the strongest weapon type who can cut fixed stars with a single blow. Just the pressure from this deep memory is enough to wound the gloomy stream badly. She's bleeding and realizes she just accessed memories of a tyrant who could destroy stars. She's panicking because nobody warned her there was a beast in the northern region that could stand face to face with the tyrant of the Twin Palace. She's about to retreat when she notices Su Lang lying there and realizes he's someone who lost his memories. She's torn between escaping for her safety and checking his memories, because what if he once saw the divine spirit? This could be her only chance to find answers. The gloomy stream transforms into dark liquid and approaches Su Lang, forming into a woman's shape. She reaches out to touch him and immediately senses this is the Lunar King. Now she's really scared but also excited. If she can push through the fear and explore his memories, she might finally find the truth about what destroyed her divine spirit's power 3 years ago during that full moon night. Su Lang wakes up in this dream world filled with blue memory windows, and his system immediately detects the gloomy stream. She's the 6th of 9 dreams from the divine teaching of the afterlife, an emperor rank nightmare type. He realizes she wants to dig through his past and that the whole organization is investigating what happened 3 years ago. They're not specifically targeting him, just anyone from the northern region who might have witnessed whatever went down, so he simply just got involved. He is wondering how trash his luck is that he is catching strays when he is trying his all to not draw attention. So now he's stuck watching his own memories get accessed, starting from when he entered the academy. The deeper memories from when he destroyed the Black Moon sect and established the Twin Moon doctrine aren't even accessible to him. So he's wondering if this emperor can reach that far back. He's got mixed feelings. On one hand, if she does find the truth, he'll finally get to see what really happened. On the other hand, she's going to pay for this violation, and he'll have to relive all his embarrassing moments when he thought he was someone completely different. The gloomy stream dives into his memories and hits the big one that night 3 years ago under the full moon. She sees Su Lang standing there with his body covered by clouds, and whatever she witnesses completely breaks her. She starts thinking about some absurd, merciless, hopeless creature and realizes this must be punishment for the divine teaching's past mistakes. The memory world shatters and she crashes back to reality, convinced she needs to escape and warn the others. She concludes Su Lang definitely killed the Lady of Autumn, Calamity, and Pitch Black Night, and that he's way beyond categories like vessel or apostle. Her new plan is to gather all 9 dreams and take him down with combined forces. Apparently, that's their only remaining purpose now. Su Lang wakes up wondering why she ran away so fast and what she actually saw in those final memories that spooked her so badly. He managed to send out butterflies before losing consciousness, and they gathered hundreds of millions more in the area. The central region apparently has way more butterflies than the north, so he's feeling confident about not fearing any enemies here. But then everything goes sideways. The transport gets blown apart, and everyone's falling through the sky. Turns out the gloomy stream fled right into a war zone where the shadow pillars are being attacked. The Moonlight Dragon shows up, one of the 7 lunar stars under Imperial Rabbit Palace control, and he's the one who accidentally destroyed their transport while fighting. The dragon realizes he needs to eliminate all witnesses now, which puts everyone in an even worse situation. Su Lang takes off his disguise and his system identifies the Moonlight Dragon as Emperor rank, though it can't provide details since he's not from the winning camp of the last festival. Su Lang is thinking his luck with encountering Emperor rank beasts everywhere is getting ridiculous, but at least now the gloomy stream can't escape. Plus his butterflies are about to arrive in massive numbers, so maybe this crazy situation will work out in his favor after all. First, we get this whole power ranking system for emperors. Apparently, most emperors are bound by contracts with divine spirits and can only act freely in exceptional cases. They're divided into 3 classes: tyrants who can kill regular emperors just with their presence alone, senior emperors, and ordinary emperors who make up 90% of them. The tyrants include some seriously overpowered beings like the Azure Sea Sickle, whose arrows can pierce through worlds, the Ice Unicorn Empress, who can change entire regional climates with her body temperature, and the Spring Tyrant, who controls all seas and oceans. These guys can apparently reduce entire planets to nothing if they go all out. The Moonlight Dragon falls into that special category of ordinary emperors who are practically unbeatable. He managed to defeat the entire Moon God Palace in just half a month after awakening from a 1,000-year sleep. The dragon decides he needs to eliminate all witnesses since he accidentally destroyed the transport. He doesn't want to start an official war with the Sacred Lands faction until all 10 eclipses awaken. But sometimes a dragon go to do what a dragon go to do. He starts charging up yellow energy beams to blast the falling whale. Su Lang's feeling confident because his butterflies are gathering. His system shows he's got 6 million available now instead of the usual 10,000. His Lake Moon shield is almost restored, so if he can just tank the first attack, he might have a shot. The dragon unleashes his lightning slash attack, and Su Lang can only protect himself. He can't help the other passengers. But just when things look hopeless, this new character called the Moon Phase shows up. She's got a crescent moon on her hand and uses some time manipulation technique to rewind everyone's life state by 24 hours, basically undoing all the damage. The Moon Phase immediately recognizes the gloomy stream and calls her out for interfering with the Moon God Festival again and involving innocent people. She hasn't learned anything from her past mistakes, so the sentence is death. Just like that, the gloomy stream explodes and her eye goes flying. The Moonlight Dragon's trying to escape, but the Moon Phase isn't having it. She warns him that eliminating witnesses by destroying sacred land transport will definitely reach the wrong ears. The dragon gets all indignant, asking who she thinks she is with such an arrogant attitude. The Moon Phase turns to Su Lang and says according to their agreement she's taking him somewhere to quickly increase his rank. No matter how many enemies show up, they won't change the Moon God Festival outcome. She tells him not to ask for so many miracles and that he needs to get strong enough to defeat the Imperial Rabbit Palace before he returns. Next thing we know, Su Lang's walking through a snowstorm on some snowy road, sneezing loudly. So Su Lang finds himself in this brutal snowstorm, nose running and shaking from cold, wondering what the hell just happened. The climate's completely insane and the creature auras in the area are giving him chills beyond just the temperature. He realizes he's somehow ended up in the eastern region, which for an ordinary tamer would be more dangerous than sacred grounds. He was just on that transport about to get blasted by the Moonlight Dragon when he felt the Moon Phase's aura, but now he's alone, no crescent moon, no backup, nothing. He calls out the Lake Moon to create a water barrier that protects him from the wind and cold, finally getting some relief from nearly freezing to death. Without his butterflies being able to survive this temperature, he can't even use his mask disguise. His Lake Moon shield is slowly draining, and if it runs out or he hits another enemy, he's basically dead. He needs to find shelter fast, but has no idea which direction to go. That's when he spots 3 figures approaching. Turns out to be ice people, 3 girls with pale skin and lifeless eyes. They just walk past him at first, which surprises him, but then one stops and warns him it's dangerous to be so far from the mine. She asks what he'll do if he doesn't make it back before dark and tells him to return quickly to recuperate. Su Lang is shocked because he thought the Ice Nation didn't welcome outsiders, but these internet rumors were apparently wrong. He admits he's lost and asks for help. One girl tells him to just follow the direction with the strongest moon-type aura. When they ask if he's really a moon-type, he confirms it, saying he just can't think straight from the cold. After they leave, he realizes it was dangerous. There's apparently a moon-type camp here, which confuses him since he didn't expect moon-type veins in the eastern region. Half a day later, he finally reaches the Moon-Tide camp with several tents. He's exhausted and his Lake Moon shield is nearly empty, but the Moon-type aura here is way more intense than at the Tamer Academy. Just being there starts restoring his energy and shield, probably thanks to the Moon-type mine the girls mentioned. He notices the Ice Nation doesn't seem to be holding these Tamers prisoner, which makes him curious about how things actually work here. A high-ranking Moon-type creature called Beige Moonflower is watching him, and he's thinking his crescent eyes should have an effective impact on moon beasts when he suddenly sees several creatures standing in front of him. A bunch of creatures come running towards Su Lang, making loud noises, which confuses him completely. He tells them to line up and speak one by one, and they actually listen. They start explaining their situations. One wants him to take her home because her master sold her, and she needs to work here for 3 years to earn travel money. The eastern region uses different currency, so their money's worthless here. Even though the ice people don't lock them up, they can't survive 3 days in this climate, so they're basically trapped. Su Lang listens while the Lake Moon translates. He says he understands and will pick them up later, but first wants to know how such a rich moon-type mine exists in the eastern region and functions in these freezing temperatures. A creature called Echo Fly approaches and addresses him as head of the teaching, which surprises him since he's in this remote area. She explains she's from the Twin Moon teaching, was collecting enemy intelligence, got lost, and ended up here. She recognized him by his eyes and figured something big must be happening in the world for someone of his level to show up here. Echo Fly explains that this mine is currently controlled by the Purple Cherry Eye, one of the 3 Lunar Heavens representatives. She assumes he's here to reclaim the mine, which embarrasses Su Lang since it's news to him. He covers by saying he can't reveal details and asks her to continue. She explains only moon-type beasts can mine the moon crystals here, which is why the ice people treat them well. Besides earning travel money, they can absorb crystals to get stronger, so there are both stuck prisoners and high-ranking beasts voluntarily cultivating here. When Su Lang asks how the mine functions in this harsh climate, Echo Fly mentions she heard from someone that at the very end of the mine there's some incomprehensible moon-type life form. She warns him that there's abnormal moonlight concentration inside. Weak creatures faint after 1 kilometer, and even the highest-ranked beasts hit their limit around 3 kilometers. Su Lang realizes this isn't just about moonlight concentration but pressure from something much more powerful. Whatever's in the depths is what allows this mind to function in the eastern region. He tells Echo Fly he'll go alone and take everyone away when he's done. She thinks to herself that whatever he's pursuing will turn the world order upside down, and after 1,000 years, someone will challenge the unchanging ruler of the eastern region again. Deep in the mine, Su Lang is walking past crystals, thinking how these low-level energy crystals are common in Twin Moon territory. He's puzzled by the unrealistic pressure no ordinary emperor could maintain such a huge mine year-round. His butterflies are flying with him, but after about a kilometer, his vision starts blurring and he gets dizzy. He summons the Lake Moon for protection and keeps walking, but his system pops up with a death warning telling him to leave immediately or risk dying. Su Lang's only walked 1 kilometer and the pressure is already terrifying, but thankfully the Lake Moon is keeping him alive. He pushes forward for 10 more minutes until he hits the 3 kilometers mark, where the pressure feels like being 10 kilometers underwater. He's wondering what could possibly be hiding deeper that creates this kind of force and realizes any unexpected event would mean instant death. Without Moon Deer and the Crescent Moon, he feels completely powerless as just a first-rank tamer. He starts to turn back, but then remembers all the strong opponents he's faced. If he doesn't get stronger, there's no way he can continue participating in the Moon God Festival. He decides if he's going to stop here, he's not worthy of being called the Lunar King. So he sits down to meditate and cultivate. Since awakening the Golden Butterfly Palace, he no longer needs his tamer energy to maintain it, which means he can finally use all that power for himself. This mine with its insane moonlight concentration is the perfect training ground. A few hours later, he's surrounded by this bright energy ball from absorbing power constantly. A beam of light pierces down from the sky through the mountain and Su Lang reaches 2nd rank. He's shocked because he thought colorful auras only appeared at 4th rank. Apparently his innate talent is pretty ridiculous. His physical abilities, spiritual energy, perception, and even lifespan all increased significantly. The Lake Moon's limits also reached a new level, so now he can go deeper into the mine. Meanwhile, we get this exposition about the 10 shadow pillars being located in sealed lands guarded by the Moon God Palace. If the seals break, some ancient demonic moon god will show up. Over the past 1,000 years, everyone who tried to break them got killed by the 10 pillar princesses. But now the 7 moon stars are winning and have destroyed 9 pillars already. The last pillar is closest to the northern region, and the 7 moon stars avoided it before, probably because they were scared of northern region people. But after destroying 9 pillars, they finally ran out of patience and attacked. We see the Winter Moon Bride getting ganged up on by 3 senior emperors, the Worried Swan, the Floating Moon Robe, and someone from the Sacred Bai clan. She's calling them out for having no honor, attacking one person with 3. The Worried Swan says as long as the last pillar is intact, it's enough to maintain the seal. The Winter Moon Bride gets teleported away to the sacred lands up north at Misty Lake. The Floating Moon Robe explains she didn't just kill her because of their past friendship. She'll help with security for a month, but then Winter Moon Bride is on her own. The Floating Moon Robe mentions she's the leader of the 4 moon phases and can see probabilities about who'll win the festival. She starts saying if victory goes to that man, then compared to him, even the Lunar King of the previous era, but doesn't finish the sentence. Instead, we cut to our boy, who after half a month of intense cultivation, 10 kilometers deep, finally reaches 4th rank. He's thinking at this level, he should be able to fully use the highest ranked beasts if he can find any to contract with. More importantly, his current strength should let him reach the end of the mine in one go. Reaching 4th rank completely changed how he perceives the world. Now he can clearly see aura flows. He's certain the terrifying pressure destroying everything comes from some kind of life form, and he can count on one hand the number of creatures he's met with similar spiritual power. He spots a bright light ahead and realizes he's almost at the end. The Lake Moon gives him maximum protection as he enters this crystal-filled room. At the center is a red-haired girl with horns lying there. When she opens her eyes and looks at him, Su Lang is speechless. She asks how he managed to get here, and suddenly the world around him starts collapsing with massive cracks spreading everywhere. Su Lang's breathing heavily, terrified, thinking it's just an illusion caused by her overwhelming aura, making him imagine the world's destruction. He calms down and smiles, thinking this was the right decision. Now he'll definitely reach the final stage of the Moon God Festival. His system identifies her as the Elder Emperor Flickering Flame Queen in an ultra-weakened state, who I'm going to call the Dragon Girl. She used to lead the Aquarius Palace and was the only senior emperor in history who dared challenge a tyrant during a full moon. After losing to the Ice Empress, she disappeared for thousands of years. Su Lang introduces himself as the Lunar King and says he's come to take her away. She asks where exactly he plans to take her, then starts grilling him as he defeated the Purple Cherry Eye. Are the Alarm Swan and Snowy Sky dead? What about the Ice Empress? With the strength of an insect, he dares call himself Lunar King and try to recruit her. Her aura pressure is so strong it cracks his barrier, and he realizes the Lake Moon shield is about to fail. The Dragon Girl is bound by energy chains and screaming. Su Lang figures out the Ice Emperor sealed her power. He gets bold and calls her out. She presumptuously challenged a tyrant and lost her freedom, and she's still trying to act authoritative. She gets furious, asking how he plans to save her with such weak power. Even if the Ice Empress is temporarily inactive, there are still the three azure skies, and if they show up, she won't die, but he definitely will. Su Lang turns away smiling and says it's truly sad. Is the illustrious emperor afraid of the three azure skies? When he said he'd take her away, he didn't mean they flee. They're going to defeat all three azure skies first, then leave the eastern region with their heads held high. The dragon girl stares at him silently for a few seconds, thinking maybe the man standing in front of her is an absolute idiot. Su Lang extends his hand with this determined smile, but the dragon girl backs away, saying she's afraid of catching his stupidity. Su Lang gets frustrated realizing words won't convince her, so he sits down to meditate and try breaking through to the 5th rank. The dragon girl's watching him from her throne, thinking he's clearly not worthless since he made it here despite her pressure. But over 1,000 years, she's seen too many idiots drunk on their own power making stupid promises. Ice dwellers dreaming of seeing the world, beast tamers getting lost in eastern mines, all these potentially legendary stories that end with people who can't withstand even a fraction of her power. She covered the cave with her aura so there's no escape, basically trapping everyone who comes here. She asks what sect he's from and who their ruling lord is. When Su Lang says he's from the Twin Moon Church, she's never heard of it. She finds it funny that a 4-star lunar king exists when the previous one already had 5 stars in the womb. She keeps asking who his ruling lord is. Su Lang gets annoyed by her constant talking and snaps that he created the Twin Moon Church himself. He's not just the Lunar King, but the northern representative in the Moon God Festival, and if she's really who he thinks she is, she should have sensed what happened in the North half a month ago. He transfers his ring to her, and she recognizes it as the ring of the King of the North, proof of the Moon God Festival beginning. Su Lang asks about the previous Lunar King having 5 stars from birth, saying it sounds unbelievable, but wasn't that guy a natural-born beast master? Then Su Lang powers up with this strong aura, saying although the Twin Moon Church has Palace Lord power, he's actually the master of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The dragon girl has to hide behind her throne from the bright light. Su Lang walks toward her, explaining his enemies are the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses, and he'll surpass the previous Lunar King to lead Moonlight to final victory. He offers his hand again, saying he's about to take something from the Ice Queen and start a war with the Eastern lands, asking if she wants to join him. She decides to take his hand, but there's this massive energy explosion that throws her back and the chains reappear. She says it doesn't matter if some lord is dormant within him, how is a 4-star tamer going to break through Eastern land defenses? Even if he contracts with her, he can't prove himself. If he wants her, he should come back when he reaches 7 stars. Su Lang asks what she'll do when she gets out and is free. Does she still plan to challenge the Ice Queen and the 3 azure skies who are their enemies to destroy? The dragon girl asks if that old woman from the Archer Palace didn't tell him she has no beef with the Eastern lands. Plus, the Ice Sovereign and Lady Lotus of the Heavenly Waters are close friends. She starts shaking, remembering this, saying she only attacked the Ice Sovereign because she committed some unforgivable act. If not for Lady Lotus, but they both sense someone approaching and there's a massive explosion on the surface. The mine starts shaking violently, and the queen says this is one of the 12 heavenly shields of the eastern lands they've been detected, so he should run while he can since he made a contract with the Golden Butterfly Palace and can handle just one ordinary overlord. Su Lang thinks he can actually handle it, but says he's not running because he still has unfinished business. She didn't finish her sentence. This Lady Skywater Lotus she mentioned is the guardian of her Aquarius Palace, right? Everyone knows the Aquarius Palace was defeated by the Jade Rabbit Palace, but she said the Ice Lady had something to do with it. He asks her if they escaped from the eastern region together. Would she tell him more about it? Just then, a giant bird flew in. But our boy continues. He asks her if that matter was really connected to the Ice Queen. Would she be satisfied with just beating her? He asks her if that would be worth the thousands of years she has been imprisoned here. The giant bird lands and our boy gets a system message that a new favored beast has been unlocked. The giant bird starts talking. He asks the dragon girl which idiot she is talking to now. He tells her that if she once again tries to escape, the Ice Queen won't be as lenient as before. He reminds her how she is forbidden to take revenge on the overlords, and get this, the giant thing is an emperor rank and apparently one of the 12 heavenly shields of the east. At this point, our boy had had enough of the giant bird. He told him that he was noisy and told him to screw off, which Mr. Birdbrain Reich here obviously didn't like. He straight up declared that since the Aquarius Palace won't give consent, then he'll accept her revenge on behalf of the Golden Butterfly Palace and destroy the traitors. The queen's shocked and Su Lang grabs her clothes, lifts her up, and asks what she's waiting for. Is she really going to let the Jade Rabbit Palace get away with killing the Aquarius Palace and betraying them? This disgusting pity from the Ice Sovereign, doesn't she want revenge? She needs to make a contract with him so he can summon her to this world, and then they'll destroy everyone the Jade Rabbit Palace, the 10 moon eclipses, the 3 celestial azure beauties, and the Ice Sovereign. A huge bird attacks them with an energy beam. But our boy easily tanks it and even sends the blue bird flying at this point. His system shows the dragon girl was added to his pet panel. He can summon the emperor when he reaches level 6, but that requires 7 stars. so he needs to reach that level to use her power as his own. The bird gets up, asking how he dares make a contract with the dragon girl and talk about defeating the Ice Queen with his measly 5 stars. He can't even summon the Empress. Lightning starts striking as Sulang calls the lake moon for a barrier that rapidly expands. The bird was shocked, asking if he really absorbed the entire mine, but the bird brain quickly figured out he's the lunar king of the twin moon church Whitehair, split moon pupils, and asked if the bird really decided to start a war with the eastern lands. He absorbed the mine's energy to temporarily boost his strength, but he decided to go for it anyways. Now he is at the realm of 6 stars, and using that power consumed 10% of the energy at once, and this 6-star form that he achieved, he'll only be able to maintain it for 5 minutes max, and once time runs out, he'll return to 5-star rank. Everything's going according to his plan. He calls out to the dragon girl, and she appears with red crystals around herself, eyes filled with energy. The Ice Nation girls kneel down, saying after 1,000 years, she's back in this world. She puts her hand on his shoulder, calling him master and not the kind you're thinking of. In her mind, she is thinking as soon as they made the contract, she knew his plan. Never in the past millennium had she met such a madman. He really intends to challenge the Ice Mistress. More importantly, this man isn't an apostle. Sulang congratulates her on her freedom and asks if 5 minutes will be enough. She says it's not a full moon, but she can try to cope in 5 minutes, and they shake hands. Strong energy emanates from them as the bird realizes it's a disaster and needs to report to the 3 azure beauties urgently. A crescent moon made of energy appears in the sky. Sulang was hovering, asking if she found what she was looking for, pointing toward a castle. To save time, he suggests checking everything and starts scanning with his magic. Inside the castle, a pale-skinned girl feels something, and Sulang wonders if she could really be an 8-star tamer. Sulang's wondering how many tamers like her are hiding in the eastern lands when the dragon girl reveals this is the current Ice Princess, temporary contractor of the 3 celestial azure beauties. Sulang realizes this means they'll have to defeat her to leave the eastern lands, and remembers this is the same 3-meter ice girl who was apparently also disguised. Both their systems pop up with notifications that attacking the king is prohibited unless they commit acts that seriously threaten their squad. The Ice Princess asks loudly if he really wants to fight her, while the voice in her head tells her to release her immediately because she's been ready for half a minute. Turns out there's another personality inside the Ice Princess, an 8-star ice-type tamer who's always cold and hiding in her body. She misses someone called Mrs. Three-Legged Snow White, who's been visiting relatives at the 3 Kings Spring for over a year. The other personality, Sakura Blossom, gets angry and tells the useless fool to shut up. Sakura Blossom thinks it's too much of a coincidence they showed up when the others are gone. With the current Ice Princess's level, it would take at least 3 minutes to summon her. Sulang's floating around looking for something when he notices a dark aura from one of the towers. He doesn't understand why they haven't summoned the 3 celestial azure beauties, yet but knows as soon as he tries to steal the Ice Princess's treasure, the Moon God Festival restrictions will lift and the battle will begin. He tells the dragon girl they have 4 minutes left if no one stops them, but if battle begins, he won't have enough energy. He calls the moon to steal an item from a chest, which immediately flies back to him. The Ice Princess asks what's going on, while Sakura Blossom thinks they can't just let him leave. Sulang's flying through the sky saying night is ending when someone calls to him, but he's focused on what he stole, a black pearl that feels completely lifeless with no energy. His lunar book identifies it as part of the waxing moon sword Frost the Blade Ring. The sheath consists of 4 parts: a black blade ring, a purple heart, a blue soul, and a gold blade lock. To awaken Frost, he needs to own the blade lock. The heart belongs to the waning moon immersed in stars, the soul belongs to the twins of the White Moon House in Western Lands, and the blade lock belongs to the Ice Queen. Sulang was shocked the waning moon didn't mention Frost has 4 parts. Since the Ice Queen has lived since time immemorial, she must know about the 7 swords secret and carries it with her. At least he saved the Fire Queen and got the blade ring. The trip wasn't wasted. The dragon girl calls out loudly that she's flying with all her might, but it's not a full moon and night's almost over. They'll be caught at the border, and his current power doesn't look very good. Can he handle a supreme rank enemy? His system shows the 8-winged lunar monarch isn't available at his current cultivation level. The dragon girl will be available from 6-star rank, and various other creatures have their limitations. After the contract, their panels merge so she can see his pet information. When the 5 minutes are up, his rank returns to 5 stars and he won't be able to summon her. The dragon girl asks loudly why he didn't tell her he had a pet with a waning moon physique. Sulang says it's useless outside a full moon and wouldn't stand up to an emperor anyway. They end up in another space together where she's surprised about the waning moon physique, agreeing it's useless outside a full moon but noting it's actually a distant relative of the moon concubine. She corrects him that the waning moon physique isn't flawed but is perfection itself, the greatest masterpiece of moonlight. The clouds start disappearing and turning pink, which they both notice. Down below, the Ice Nation girls are still kneeling as one announces that Lady Sakura Blossom with pink hair has awakened. Sulang's floating in the air, screaming as petals fly around him while Sakura Blossom hovers on large wings, telling them to surrender since it's already gay time. Her speed is terrifying, and she's thinking he won't be able to move a single step from here. She demands he return what belongs to the Ice Mistress and follow her for judgment, saying she might spare their lives if he complies. The dragon girl appears next to them, declaring she'd rather die here than go back. The seal on the Jade Rabbit Palace will fall soon, and she must destroy them with her own hands. Sakura Blossom asks if she'll really go against fate. Isn't the Ice Sovereign participating in the Moon God Festival to avenge the Aquarius Palace? She just needs to wait until it's over. Then the Eastern Lands will defeat the Jade Rabbit Palace and the 10 moon eclipses together. Sakura Blossom grabs the dragon girl's hand, saying she won't allow her to die so stupidly if they can't even defeat her. How will they reach the Jade Rabbit Palace? Su Lang steps between them, taking her hand away, saying dealing with the Jade Rabbit Palace is their responsibility and outsiders from the Eastern Lands shouldn't interfere. He doesn't know what happened between them, but she has to leave or he'll destroy them all, including the Ice Queen. Sakura Blossom gets furious, calling him a pathetic apostle. After the moon split, only one of the 12 wonders remains. The moon race is nearly extinct, and this moon god festival is probably their last celebration. How dared he speak to her in such a tone during daylight? But then she notices a bright light behind her. In another space, the lunar rabbit opens its eyes and Su Lang's system updates. The moon is reflected in Su Lang's eyes as he says it will rise very soon. Meanwhile, on the northern coast, the Elder of the Moon entangled in stars is asking what's happening. The Heavenly Maiden is kneeling next to her, confused and crying, explaining she just died in battle and activated a skill at the moment of death. She was reborn but is still nervous with a foggy head and accidentally used the skill again. The Elder says it won't last long, 5 minutes at most. With her honor rank and imitation full moon, she can only affect those like herself, so nothing serious should happen. Sakura Blossom asks what kind of moon this is, while Su Lang thinks he was only able to sense it because of the changes here. This artificial moon has no effect on high-ranking overlords, and there are only seconds left before the dragon girl gets returned. All hope rests on the lunar rabbit. Sakura Blossom laughs, asking what kind of middle-ranking jade lunar rabbit this is this all the Lunar King can do after such big words? Did you really think she wouldn't notice this pathetic honor rank trick? The illusion will only last 5 minutes and won't affect the battle outcome. Su Lang turns to the lunar rabbit behind him, saying his pathetic 1-star rank didn't allow him to reveal its true potential, but he knows the waning moon form is capable of much more. He points to Sakura Blossom and gives the rabbit 10 seconds to surpass her. He calls the Lake Moon, who appears and takes out everything she absorbed. The dragon girl recognizes it as the moon-type mine he absorbed. The lunar rabbit starts quickly eating the rocks around him while Sakura Blossom watches in confusion. Su Lang says that he is his last trump card, so he must get stronger and evolve. The lunar rabbit keeps devouring those massive rocks while screaming, and Su Lang's thinking about how, unlike his other beasts that he has no contracts with, the jade lunar rabbit's strength was actually suppressed by his pathetic 1-star rank. But now he's at 6-star level, almost 7. Can he defeat a lord on this full moon night? Sakura Blossom is hesitating, maybe because of old feelings, but she knows the dragon girl will disappear in seconds, and then they'll be in trouble. She asks if the full moon coming now is really a sign from the moon god. Did he know things would turn out this way? It's not luck, strength, rank, or probability, it's inevitability, because miracles only happen when you sincerely believe in them. She asks Su Lang one last question. Why did he refuse to join the Dark Moon concubine back then? He says he had no reason to, since that fool called his beasts worthless trash, so he answered her properly. His rabbit isn't trash at all. Didn't she herself say the waning moon shape isn't a flaw? He'll definitely bring the Jade Rabbit Palace and 10 moon eclipses to their knees so they know the meaning of true regret. The dragon girl stares at him silently, considering his words. She agrees he's right, clenches her fists, and says the waning moon shape isn't a flaw. She gathers strength and says that Lady Winterwater Lotus, guardian of Aquarius Palace and owner of the waning moon form, isn't flawed. Su Lang is shocked and asks what she just said. One of the 7 wonders, Lady Winterwater Lotus, is the owner of the waning moon form. Now everything fits. That's why the Jade Rabbit Palace could defeat the Aquarius Palace. There was been a full moon that night, and the waning moon form is powerless without a full moon. The dragon girl agrees that Lady Heavenly Water Lotus was invincible on full moon nights. She's always believed this, but can't defeat the Dark Moon camp alone. She hates being so helpless. If he helps her face them one day, Su Lang promises her seriously. She smiles, flies over, and hugs him while Sakura Blossom asks angrily if she's really that obsessed with this. The Flame Queen ignores her and explains that before the decisive battle with the Jade Rabbit Palace, Lady Heavenly Water Lotus extracted the Crystal of Life from within herself. The crystal that's the repository of all waning moon form power is here. Then she disappears in flames. Su Lang thinks calmly that she disappeared and his rank returned to 5 stars. She made a contract with him, so if he died, she'd suffer too. Probably why Sakura Blossom did nothing. But this moment would be enough. He calls the Lake Moon and a huge crystal appears. Sakura Blossom is surprised, asking what this is, and Su Lang thinks with a sly smile that this is the throne of the Lunar King, guarded by the Queen of Flickering Flames, belonging to the Aquarius Palace. This is where the crystal of life that Lady Lotus gave was kept. He calls the jade lunar rabbit, who immediately stops eating stones and turns around. The rabbit understands the task and grabs the carrot with its ears, quickly eating it. Sakura Blossom yells for him to spit it out immediately, asking worriedly what he's doing and telling him to stop this, and our boy just goes, "How can we stop it? This is a miracle made possible by the waning moon body." Just then, the rabbit starts radiating this intense aura that even Sakura Blossom gets surprised by. She is thinking, what the hell happened with the jade rabbit? That's when a system window pops up informing our boy that the jade rabbit has evolved into the high rank. Now it's called the Great Hammer Ear Rabbit, and even our boy is taken aback by how fast the thing evolved into a supreme rank. But then the system window glitches, and our boy is thinking about if the jade rabbit went out of control with all that power. At that moment, the rabbit steps out of the mist in the lowest lunar rabbit form, and both our boy and the Sakura Blossom and our boy is wondering what the hell is happening here. Sakura is expecting the bunny to transform into some giant form, so when it stays small, she thinks the evolution failed. She tells Su Lang he shouldn't have trusted the rabbit with the throne in the first place. Su Lang turns and asks what she means by evolution failed. He laughs, saying it's the most perfect evolution. Sakura's looking at him like he's lost his mind. Then the system window pops up showing the rabbit's new rank. Su Lang thanks the dragon girl and says he'll face Tian's crew like he promised. He turns to Sakura and advises her not to attack because if she does, her 10,000-year undefeated legend would break. She looks down at the rabbit, thinking this idiot is threatening her with that little thing, but then notices the rabbit can actually handle her aura. Su Lang continues saying he has no intention of making a scene his target as the Ice Queen and starts to leave. Sakura doesn't like his attitude one bit. She soars high and flaps her wings, destroying nearby mountains. But when she tries to do it again, she notices her wings are getting heavy and harder to flap. She wonders where this resistance is coming from, dismisses the idea it could be Su Lang since he's not strong enough, then notices a bright light coming from the rabbit. The rabbit's using a battle technique called Palace's Guardian that lets it create a full moon for a set period. Su Lang is thinking he doesn't know what happened, but not only does the rabbit have its previous powers, the evolution gave it brand new abilities. He's certain using these powers he can leave the eastern region easily. Sakura's shocked, wondering how that little thing could be this powerful. Now they're facing off, their clash sending shockwaves through the planet. Meanwhile, that blonde from before is on the seaside, telling the angel that in 5 minutes the moon will be gone, and the angel is asking if that means they can go home. Back at the battlefield, the giant bird is flying somewhere in a hurry, yelling its lady's name. Sakura's praising the rabbit, saying she hasn't felt pain in 10,000 years and knows they haven't gotten serious yet. She gets up and starts walking, saying the artificial moon was useless, and she'll decide the winner next time they meet. As she walks away, the bird sees her injured and wonders how this could be possible. His mighty lady, who hadn't lost for 10,000 years, is injured this badly. A massive explosion rocks the southern region's city while Su Lang sits under some giant tree, thinking about how the rabbit's artificial full moon is gone and the lake moon has reached her limits. He's amazed his evolved lunar rabbit could face off against Sakura like that, especially since the effect that the rabbit was under was that of a fake full moon. He's determined to give his all when he has to fight the 3 celestial beauties next time. Then Kang walks in and Su Lang's not happy to see her at all. Later, he's walking through Kang's secret sect, totally amazed by how beautiful the whole place is. Kang explains the area is surrounded by giant plants, home to 7 marvels and peach orchards. Many of the giant plants are living favored beasts, some even supreme rank, which is why the southern region gets 10 times more tourists than the northern and western regions combined. She asks if it's spectacular and Su Lang nods but points out how weird it is that 2 enemies who promised to fight each other in 3 years are just taking a casual stroll together. Kang says this situation is an exception since both the Lunar King and the western region's Gemini Bai came to the southern region at the same time. Su Lang is surprised, asking if Gemini is really here. According to his lunar book info from the eastern region, the blade spirit of Frost Blossom is in Bai Yuxin's. Kang mentions there will soon be a full moon night and all moonlight beastmasters are preparing for celestial ascension, including Bai Yuxing. She asks if he's joining too. Su Lang is confused but then realizes she doesn't know Sakura blasted him here and his promise of fighting her is still a long way off. So obviously she thinks he's here for something else. He asks like an idiot what this ascension thing is. Kang laughs, saying she thought he was just busy and didn't know about Southern Region entertainment. She points somewhere, telling him to experience it himself since he's here. He sees the Southern Region's holy land, the heavenly peach ring with people climbing it. He asks if this is the ascension, noting it looks like mountain climbing and wondering why an 8-star Beastmaster would participate. Kang explains the wreath is just the entrance to a sacred place reaching over 10,000 meters high, and so far nobody has made it all the way to the top. Su Lang repeats this in shock. She nods, saying the highest anyone managed was 9,999 meters, and as time goes by, it only gets harder to reach the summit. Since nobody has ever done it, it's almost inevitable nobody will in the future. Su Lang asks why she thinks that. Kang explains every creature gets ranked by Lord Peach. with each meter of the heavenly reach ring representing this ranking. The Peach Lord replicated auras of the strongest beings who climb the stairs. The higher you go, the greater the pressure and resistance. By overcoming these auras, your favored beast's pressure covers a 1-meter area, giving future generations a glimpse of pinnacle realm achievement. Below 5,000 meters, changes happen almost yearly, but above that, especially at the top, it's almost impossible to make changes. From 8,000 meters up, it's not just about pressure, but having the ability to actually fight the opposition head-on before continuing. She points to a ranking of people who climb the stairs. Only 9 people are shown the top of the top. The previous Lunar King only ranks 6th, and this generation's strongest beast tamer, she herself, only ranks 8th. Su Lang is surprised, but she chuckles, saying not to look shocked. She's satisfied with her ranking since the top 6 are all 9-star beastmasters who are basically demigods. She mentions Bai Yuexing's current record was set 2 years ago, so she must be here to set a new record. The Dragon Girl's voice speaks in Su Lang's head, saying the first Cloud Princess ranked first, and it was extraordinary to reach 9,999 steps, and she's curious what the first princess saw at the very top. Su Lang asks if the first princess was the apostle of the Sea of Clouds and Mist, but the Dragon Girl shakes her head, saying that term would be an insult. Back then, she made a pact with the strongest emperor of the White Deer clan and suppressed the world for 10,000 years. She warns if he's not confident in defeating an overlord at this point, he shouldn't attempt the climb or his cover will be blown. Just then, Kang extends her hand, asking if Su Lang wants to give it a try. We shift to Gemini Bai standing there thinking about how her ancestors occupy 2nd and 3rd places on the ranking. Even though the bloodline split, she still got the Gemini title. She asks the green-haired girl, who I'm going to call Star, if breaking 9,000 meters this time will make her recognize her strength. Star tells her ascending to heaven isn't simple, calling her descendant of Risakin and saying she can't reach 9,000 meters. But Gemini just says they'll only know when they try. Star's thinking about how she once reached 9,966 meters, so she knows what an incredible realm 9,000 meters represents. After that, every step forward means facing an overlord's full force. Then Star notices commotion and sees Kang walking with Su Lang. Gemini's surprised, wondering why he's here, while Star's thinking he's grown. We get a flashback to half a month ago when Star was supposed to teleport to the Eastern Domain with Su Lang. At a space node, she suddenly felt a familiar aura similar to her master from 10,000 years ago, so she forcefully jumped out of the teleportation stream. Meanwhile, in the Western region at the same time, a large sword appeared in front of Gemini that scared her even as an 8-star beast master. Later, to be recognized by Star, Gemini came here. Star's thinking about how in just half a month, Su Lang is carrying the aura of someone who battled supreme powerhouses. What did he go through to leap from a 1-star to a 5-star peak? The Dragon Girl asks Su Lang if he's thinking of ascending with the 5-star realm. She's annoyed, telling him he can't do 9,000 meters because 8,000 meters is a huge chasm for him. She asks if he's thought about failure consequences. The Heavenly Peach Ring list is watched by the whole world, including the Holy Lands. Tyne's camp will learn about his lineup and trump cards. Why not come back after breaking through 7 stars? Su Lang says he has to do it because he's running out of time. When the Moon God Festival reaches this stage, it's impossible to get months for peaceful cultivation, so this is his only chance. But he has one question: what exactly did those strong people on the list get after ascending? She tells him they got everything: chance, fortune, experience, realization, fame, and the gaze of gods. For 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even millions or hundreds of millions of years later, future Beastmasters will look up to their former glory and be shocked by their era. Su Lang says she's misunderstanding. He only cares if the actual reward is worth the gamble, and what the world would look like if he could perform an unprecedented miracle. Hyping himself up, he says this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he wants to go straight to the top. The Dragon Girl calls him an idiot, saying even 9-star demigods can't pull it off, so how can a 5-star Beastmaster do it? Gemini tells Star this is perfect since her previous owner is there too, so the whole southern continent can see who's truly capable of having her in this era. At night, the host announces they're witnessing this worldwide race with an interesting matchup: Gemini versus the Lunar King, 2 of the generation's strongest Beastmasters. Will someone finally surpass Kang? The Dragon Girl asks if he's really planning to try for the top. Su Lang nods confidently, saying he's fully aware how difficult it'll be, but has this vague feeling something's waiting for him at the top, like he was destined to come here. He has this strong feeling he'll rise above everyone, not just a feeling, but when he saw the list, he knew he had to do it. The Dragon Girl thinks he's an idiot, but that's why she followed him hoping for a miracle. With that, Su Lang takes the first step. As Su Lang takes his first step, it sends a shockwave through the place that would have killed most civilians if not for the protective shield. That flex gets everyone's attention, and they're talking about how he's got a supreme rank right off the bat. Su Lang's thinking there's a world of difference between high and supreme ranked beasts, and if they use high-ranking beast breath as challenges, anyone could take a few steps and turn the ascent into a picnic. He continues climbing with Gemini following behind. The dragon girl notices Gemini glancing at him and suggests she might be interested, but Su Lang tells her not to think about it. His goal is reaching the top, not competing with anyone. If she's worried about Gemini's sword blade, he'll deal with that later. On the ground, a blue-haired girl asks if they're just going to let the Lunar King ascend like this. A voice yells that she's been told repeatedly the previous and current Lunar Kings have nothing to do with him. The rabbit adds that if Gemini gets surpassed by the current Lunar King, it's her own shame. But if a Lunar King doesn't break through 8,999 meters, it means he hasn't mastered Overlord power, then it'll be their turn. The blue-haired girl gets scared and nods, saying she never thought her mediocre self would be chosen by the third eclipse to become an apostle. Now she's confident she'll leave her mark in history. The hooded figure's thinking about how the goth girl and others died in the northern domain one after the other, and she is convinced Su Lang had something to do with it. She's waiting for him to fail because if he can't wield Overlord power and break 8,999 meters, a full moon will fade and the miracle will be over. Meanwhile, Gemini crosses the 3,000-meter mark. She's thinking this place has a strong aura and she can't climb further without summoning a supreme beast. She's curious how Su Lang's doing, debates whether to look back, and finally decides to check he's still at 1,000 meters. People on the ground are confused, thinking, wasn't he the Lunar King? Why is he walking so slow? They're wondering if he's fake. On the stairs, Su Lang asks the lake lady if she's done. He's thinking she's acting weird today at every level. She refused to leave and insisted on absorbing most of the moonlight aura before moving on. While he's confused and angry, the Moon Lake finally absorbed enough aura and started evolving. Su Lang was thinking he didn't know the Moon Lake could still evolve as a high-ranking creature. He's curious how powerful she'll be and if she could evolve further. This place is heaven for her since she needs moonlight for evolution, and the Heavenly Peach Arena has plenty of that. Not to mention Emperor rank aura higher up. Everyone on the ground is worried, seeing him smile, wondering if he's finally gone mad. The girl from his organization is ashamed to see her master, thinking if he continues acting like an idiot, it'll ruin the Twin Moon Order's reputation. Somewhere else, a lady in a pure white dress watches the competition through her crystal ball. She sees Gemini reach the 5,000-meter mark while Su Lang's only at 3,000 meters. People are worried that if things continue like this, he might not complete even 8,000 steps before the full moon ends. He knows this too, but has a hidden ace. Even if the full moon fades, that's something others have to worry about. For him, it's just an opportunity. So after chilling at the 5,500-meter mark, Moon Lake finally hit supreme rank and got herself a whole arsenal of new abilities. But the one that caught our boy's eye was refraction, and honestly, this thing is absolutely broken. The ability disperses most of the force from any attack, leaving only 1/10 of the original power. Su Lang's standing there wondering if he's dreaming because the numbers don't make sense with this new ability. Ordinary supreme rank beasts wouldn't even scratch 1% of her shield. He's thinking this thing might even tank several Emperor-level attacks in the future, which is just ridiculous. At the 5,600-meter mark, our boy turns around asking Moon Lake if she still wants to absorb more energy. She's rubbing her stomach like she just had a feast and tells him to hurry up and keep moving. Down on the ground, everyone's losing their minds trying to figure out what changed. The same idiot who was barely crawling before the 3,000-meter mark is now practically flying once he hits 6,000. One girl's speculating that the Lunar King must have taken out his first favored beast, but they just can't see it because they're too weak to detect it. Another girl's panicking, asking if he's too late since the full moon's about to fade and Gemini's already at 8,500 steps. Speaking of Gemini, she's up there struggling hard. Even after pulling out her high Emperor-type beast and that weapon she got from the White Sage clan, she's still having a rough time. But this girl's not ready to give up. She pushes herself and reaches 8,900 steps. Just as she's about to take another step, she gets hit with this massive shockwave that almost knocks her out completely. Now she's bleeding and battered, but still not ready to throw in the towel. She starts crawling up the steps, muttering about how she'll be the winner of this year's festival, and once that happens, Star won't have any choice but to come with her. Some time passes, and she finally reaches 8,999 steps, getting herself registered on the ranking. Everyone's cheering for her, even Kang's clapping because what she achieved is genuinely difficult. After hitting 8,999, she finally collapses. Lying on the stretcher, she's like, I did it. I joined the ranks of the strongest beast tamers of this era, like Kang and the others. She turns her head to Star, asking what she thinks. Star doesn't say anything, but she's thinking to herself, you did good, girl, but isn't it obvious you couldn't even reach the 9,000-meter mark? As a descendant of Liu Suxian, if you're content with this little achievement, I might just kill you. Then she glances over at our boy, who's at the 8,000-meter mark, curious to see how he'll perform. At the 8,000-meter mark, Su Lang is thinking about how after this point, everyone will be a powerhouse among the High Emperors. But he's got Moon Lake covering his back, and thanks to her shield, he's not feeling anything. As he's climbing, he's thinking about how from 5,500 to 8,000 meters, Moon Lake's progress has barely increased by 5%, so it's unlikely she'll evolve again anytime soon. Just then he hears the dragon girl in his head, and she's amazed. This is incredible. I've never heard of such an effortless ascent like this. Moon Lake is really something else. Is she some ancient beast? Well, calling her ancient didn't sit right with Moon Lake at all. She's like, who are you calling old? And just like that, all three of them got into this ridiculous argument while climbing what's supposed to be the most challenging ascent in the world. On the ground, everyone's talking about how Su Lang hasn't stopped even once during the entire 8,000 steps, so they're wondering if he's actually going to get past the 9,000 meter mark. One guy says it's impossible since the full moon will be over soon, and everyone knows that's the biggest weakness of lunar-type beasts. At that moment, Kang's looking at the moon, thinking about how what that guy said is true. Regardless of what rank you are, this is the weakness of all lunar types, and once daylight comes, staying above 8,000 meters is difficult, not to mention passing the 9,000 meter mark. Looking at our boy, she's thinking even I can't understand what he's thinking. So Su Lang's now at the 8,500 meter mark, standing in front of this giant tree on a platform, when out of nowhere a pink whirlpool appears. This butterfly lady comes floating out of it, and Su Lang asks if she's the one who left the pressure at 8,500 meters. And get this, folks, isn't even her true self, just a mirror or a ghost. But our boy isn't even fazed. He takes care of her in an instant, making her a quick snack for Moon Lake. After the battle, he looks at the full moon, which is constantly fading, then glances at the remaining stars. People on the ground are confused, wondering why the Lunar King is stopping all of a sudden when he was making such fast progress. One girl says maybe it's because the full moon is fading and the sun's about to rise, or maybe he's planning to give up. Just then, a lady points to something. It's our boy sitting down, maybe meditating. He's telling his summons that he'll wait here until he can break through to the 6-star realm. On the ground, people are thinking the Lunar King is finally giving up. They're saying it's such a shame that the legend of the king is ending in such a way. The blue-haired girl is screaming, "Die, die, you Lunar King." Later we cut to Gemini, who's looking at a pink bolt of lightning in the sky. She's wondering how that thing could be here. Just then we see the pink bolt of lightning hit our boy, and someone says how pitiful this sight is. Our boy opens his eyes and sees a rabbit standing in front of him, saying he'll be the one to kill the current Lunar King. Su Lang's going through his lunar book when a notification window pops up saying the system has encountered a new beast. It's a high emperor rank. Our boy opens his eyes and asks the rabbit if he came all the way down here to die. That obviously pisses off the rabbit, who says he's not some kind of trash from the 7 stars. He's the supreme lord of the 3rd lunar eclipse. But our boy doesn't give a damn. He just says the rabbit looks noisy and asks if he's alone. Then he mentions someone's been creeping around since the beginning, and the rabbit looks confused, wondering what this idiot is saying. The rabbit punches in the air and unleashes a huge shockwave, and a hooded figure appears. She's from some beyond sect, discards her robes, and says the fact that Su Lang is aware of her means he's the one who did it. She declares she'll kill the Lunar King, but the rabbit tells her to back off since the Lunar King is his prey. On the ground, a lady's asking what they're going to do at this point. Are they going to allow them to fight? If the Lunar King gets harmed here, the southern region will face repercussions. Kang told her to wait for a bit. The fact that he hasn't asked for help means the situation is under control. She wonders if that idea took so much time because he wanted this moment to show off, if this was his plan from the beginning. On the 8,500 steps, the hooded woman tells the rabbit that it's game over for both him and the Lunar King since the moon is about to set. She turns to the rabbit and says that she's warning him for the last time. Our boy just laughs, asking how these two idiots are fighting among themselves for the right to kill him. He gets up and tells both of them they're nothing but trash, ordering them to get out of his sight in 10 seconds. This angers both the white-haired lady and the rabbit. The rabbit hits our boy with an attack, and people on the ground are thinking how if that attack were to hit them, the whole southern region would have perished. Meanwhile, our boy walks out of the dust like nothing happened, and the rabbit's confused, thinking about how that attack that should have killed him on the spot did absolutely nothing. And guys, it's Moon Lake's shield working at its finest. It negated 95% of the rabbit's attack. Our boy looks at both of them, saying only 9 seconds are left. This angers both the white-haired lady and the rabbit even more. The white-haired lady's thinking to herself how this situation is strange. Su Lang tanked the attack of an emperor-level beast and is standing there like it's nothing. She turns to the rabbit, asking him to join forces with her temporarily. They'll take care of Su Lang and then settle their differences afterwards. She mentions the Twin Order has a white-robed figure on the ground who could save Su Lang in an instant, and if that happens, all their efforts would be in vain. The rabbit turns to her and tells her to scram. He wants nothing to do with her. He points to our boy, saying as a lunar beast tamer who has ascended this far, how could he possibly try to flee? Meanwhile, the crystal lady is still watching our boy fight. The rabbit says if Su Lang is going to stop at 8,500 meters and be rescued in front of the whole world, he'd rather watch that spectacle than kill him on the spot. The white-haired lady agrees if the Lunar King retreats now, his fate would be worse than death, so he has no choice but to fight them to the death. Meanwhile, our boy's thinking about how that last strike advanced his cultivation significantly, and now he's just one step away from the 6-star realm. He's thinking how he just needs to provoke them a bit more and he'll get what he wants. He then says there are only 3 seconds left, and it once again angers both parties. On the ground, everyone's pointing at the sun, and the pink-haired girl is thinking to herself how it seems 8,500 meters is the Lunar King's limit. Kang's standing there thinking this may be the final battle of the Moon God Festival. And there's our idiot, still provoking the rabbit and white-haired girl, and his tactics seem to be working. The rabbit now looks pissed as hell, and the white-haired lady summons a hurricane in the sky that sends shockwaves throughout the city. Both of them hit Su Lang with their combined attack, thinking it would be the end of him. But once again, when the dust clears, our boy's standing there completely fine. A system window pops up saying Moon Lake absorbed 98.6% of the attack. How powerful is this shield? It even surprises our boy. He's thinking about how the shield just tanked a combined attack of 2 Emperor-level beasts and still only lost 2% of its health. Then he notices Star standing in front of him with a weapon in her hand. Meanwhile, Gemini's freaking out, looking at Star and asking why she chose him when she was the first one to ascend to the 8,999-meter level. On the platform, Star looks back and says he looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Our boy's confused as to what she's doing here. Star replies that she sensed a piece of the sheath's aura and went to see the unworthy descendant of her former master. Su Lang asks if she's disappointed. Star replies that not only that, but she has to reclaim it back from her since she has no right to hold it. Our boy gets up and says she came at the right time, extending his hand and asking her to ascend to the summit with him. This takes Star by surprise, and Gemini's freaking out, asking what that idiot just said. The rabbit's also confused. The rabbit asks our boy if he really just said he wanted to reach the top with her, asking if he's out of his mind. He calls him stupid for thinking he could surpass the ancient demigods at just 5 stars. But then we cut to Star putting her hand on top of our boys, and there's a massive shockwave throughout the battlefield. Star accepted his offer, and he's now in the 6-star realm. Star says she didn't expect him to take the blade ring from the eastern region. Our boy reveals it was just a deposit for the betrothal gift, and Gemini's still sitting there freaking out about how Star chose him over her and how they formed a formal contract. Our boy just walks past the white-haired girl and the rabbit, talking with Star and telling her his plan of defeating Kang after his ascent, then heading to the eastern region to get the blade lock back from the Ice Queen. Both the white-haired girl and the rabbit couldn't even move a muscle as our boy and Star walked past them. They're just standing there like idiots, watching them walk towards the stairs. The rabbit was the first one to move, standing there thinking to himself how what our boy did was unbelievable. Even though the moon has completely set, the Lunar King still possesses the power to continue ascending, and he's surprised by this fact. Now we're at the 8,999-meter mark, and our boy is progressing through it all easily without breaking a sweat. Gemini's surprised by how cool and collected he is at the 8,999-meter marks, since this was the pinnacle of High Emperors. She's thinking about how the beast she met at the 8,999-step mark was a High Emperor, and how the pressure alone almost killed her. She's wondering how that idiot could just move forward so calmly, as if the pressure isn't even affecting him at all. Now our boy's looking at the stairs, thinking, so this is 9,000 meters. Just then he senses tremendous pressure, and his system window pops up saying Moon Lake's shield is at 60%. Su Lang's looking at the system window, thinking how just the mere glimpse of that oppressive pressure actually reduced his shield energy from 93% to 60%. Just then, both idiots from before charge our boy at once. Both of them are confident that now that the moon has faded, our boy is useless, and no matter how many miracles he can pull off, he's nothing without the light of the full moon. During the day, he's no different from an ordinary beastmaster. On the ground, the pink-haired girl turns to Kang and sees that she is prepared to intervene at any moment. But our boy's monologuing, saying, "What's this talk of day and night and full moon? This dim, counterfeit moon earlier, can you even call it a full moon? If this is the extent of your moonlight, how is it any different from ordinary day and night?" This takes both idiots by surprise, and our boy just continues. He says they were wrong from the very beginning. Their idea, their conception, and their perception are fundamentally wrong. He asks why the moon can't rise after it sets. Why can't a full moon be restored after it's fallen? What if he insists on making the moon rise again? He calls to both of them and tells them to open their eyes and see the real moon from 10,000 years ago. That was the authority of the moon god Palace, Aquarius Palace, one of the 7 wonders. Our boy once again looks at those 2 idiots and says this is the beginning of his true ascension. He leaves the lunar rabbit behind, ordering it to not let those idiots get past and disturb him. Once again, the rabbit's cute look surprises everyone. They are thinking, how could this delicate thing harm us? But then it starts glowing and transforms into her battle form. She takes a look at her human form before shifting her gaze to the rabbit and the white-haired girl. People on the ground are confused, wondering what's going on. How did the High Emperors get scared by a single glance from that thing? Kang was the first one to figure out that the rabbit was a humanoid beast, but she is not sure what realm she is in. So the white-haired girl takes one look at the bunny in her human form and immediately realizes she's completely screwed. Without hesitation, she runs it all the way to the edge of the southern region. But our revolved bunny girl just stands there calmly, watching those butterflies swirling around her. She casually grabs one of the butterflies in her hand, and this thing transforms into a freaking lightning bolt. With zero effort, she hurls it toward the fleeing white-haired girl, and the destruction this thing leaves in its wake is absolutely bonkers. The lightning catches up to the girl in an instant and pierces straight through her heart. Seeing this, even Su Lang was standing there like, so this is what the dragon girl meant by perfect bloodline. His bunny literally gave up all that gentle moonlight energy just to embrace the full moon's raw power. This is apparently the ultimate evolutionary form. The bunny shifts her focus back to the rabbit, and now the rabbit enemy is absolutely losing his mind. He realizes that if he so much as twitches wrong, he's going to get deleted from existence. But panic makes people do stupid things, so he tries to make a run for it anyway. Hard Bunny catches up to him instantly and sends him flying with a single punch. This poor fool goes sailing all the way back to the city's protective shield, smacking into it so hard it cracks the damn thing. Kang quickly moves to reinforce the barrier because she knows if this shield fails, civilian casualties are going to be through the roof. She uses all of her power to hold it together, but even with her efforts, one fragment breaks through and heads straight for the people below, but changes its trajectory at the last moment. The bunny's now perched on a tree looking down at Kang. Then she casually turns around and heads back to Su Lang like nothing happened. Meanwhile, our boy's all set to make his final ascent to the highest level. He takes a few steps forward and calls out to the dragon girl, telling her this is their era. Time to show these people what real power looks like. At the same time, way up at the edge of the northern region, that crystal lady is watching everything unfold through a crystal ball. When she sees the dragon girl appear, she nearly drops the thing. She's thinking, how the hell is she still alive? This is the same lady who transported Su Lang to the eastern region because of those mineral deposits, but now she's completely confused about what exactly that idiot managed to pull off while he was there. And just like that, our boy finally crosses the 9,000-meter mark, earning himself a spot on the rankings. As our boy's ready to take another step, he gets absolutely demolished by this shockwave that comes out of nowhere. He tries to defend himself with a star, but the impact is so brutal, it sends him flying backwards. Then this thing follows up with a flame attack and another shockwave combo that nearly knocks him clean off the platform. Su Lang's using every ounce of strength he's got just to hang on by his fingertips at the very edge. But here's the thing, he's already crossed the 9,000-meter mark, so people on the ground are going absolutely wild. They're cheering about how he's reached the realm of the overlords and how they're definitely joining his organization now. The girls are practically swooning at this point. Our boy's hanging there thinking, what the hell was that attack? From the sheer power behind it, it was clearly an overlord's strike, but he is kind of disappointed at how he blocked it pretty easily, and it wasn't nearly as devastating as he thought it would be. That's when Star tells him to stop right there. She points out he's already reached the 9,000-meter mark, and throughout history, everyone who's managed this unthinkable feat has been a 9-star demigod. If he ascends further at just 6 stars, it would be genuinely unimaginable. The dragon girl jumps in, agreeing with Star. She's saying it would be smart for our boy to come back once he's a 9-star Beastmaster and attempt the summit again, telling him that there's no need to show all his cards just to get a few more meters. He shouldn't obsess about it and should be patient. Just then, they all hear this voice. Su Lang looks up, asking what that was, and suddenly the sky splits apart like fabric being torn and a giant red eye appears above the city, and Kang's completely shocked. She realizes this aura clearly belongs to an overlord. The blue-haired girl from earlier hears a voice in her head explaining that this creature is the meteor-falling jet rabbit. His body might have died long ago, but his spirit remains. Meanwhile, the rabbit from before is celebrating, saying how his third lord has personally descended. He's gloating about how the Lunar King's full moon weakened the seal for the third eclipse, and his death gave the lord the final coordinates to break free. The rabbit's going on about how Su Lang's arrogance won't last much longer. He'll be subjected to his lord's punishment. And guys, this thing is of imperial rank, and since he was a member of the winning faction in the last battle, our boy can't read his abilities through the lunar book. On the ground, Kang's thinking about how this level of power wasn't supposed to appear at such an early stage of the Moon God Festival. Now that it's revived with the ancient full moon, how are they supposed to handle this situation? Up on the platform, our boy turns to both girls and says he's already told them this is his only chance. He has to do it today because the moonlight and miracles won't wait for him. He's not having second thoughts about it. This is the moment he'll step into the heavenly peach ring, and this is his destiny. Nothing can stop him until he reaches the summit. Both girls look at each other, and Star asks what they're supposed to do. Should they repeat the battle with the Black Moon cult and summon the Golden Butterfly Palace again? But even if they do that, the Golden Butterfly's power would only be able to handle the third eclipse and gain them a few hundred meters at most. Su Lang just laughs, saying that last time what he showed everyone was a joke. He says he really thought that since the Black Moon cult battle was under the watchful eye of the gods, he showed a little restraint. Then he pats Star on the head and tells her to watch closely. Meanwhile, on the ground, the rabbit's still celebrating. He's saying how the third eclipse is about to break completely free from his seal, and this will be the end of the Lunar King. Then there's this outline in the sky that catches everyone's attention on the ground. It's the Golden Butterfly Palace. The miracle of the Emperor battle is being repeated, but for some reason that crazy rabbit is still smiling as fireworks go off in the sky. The rabbit says if the Lunar King thinks they're stupid enough to come here unprepared, he's wrong. The Lunar King doesn't have any more tricks to pull. Our boy just smiles, saying he's already told them back then he was just playing around. The rabbit just says Su Lang is acting tough, but then he hears this commotion on the ground. Someone shouting that the butterflies are actually unharmed, and hearing this, the rabbit loses his damn mind. He's confused as hell. How could low-ranking beasts resist the powers of an emperor? Meanwhile, our boy's standing at the edge of the platform looking down, saying he's already told them that back then he was just playing around. People on the ground then realize it's not just those basic butterflies flying in the background. There's also the higher lunar butterfly and the crescent moon butterfly. The pink-haired girl from before gets surprised, wondering when the hell our boy summoned all these beasts. Kang answers her question by telling her she's wrong. Looking up, she says there are many more coming. The pink-haired girl looks at the sky and sees even more butterflies. This time, they're supreme rank. There's this blue butterfly and the moon blossom butterfly. Seeing this, even our boy's companions are surprised, asking what the hell this is as butterflies keep flying over. The dragon girl says it's a true miracle. But our boy strikes a pose and says it's not enough. He needs more power to reach the peak. He orders his butterflies to move faster. The rabbit on the ground is actually scared at this point, wondering how that man could have even more power. The blue-haired girl is also shocked, seeing an imperial-level butterfly flying toward them. This thing is majestic as hell. Even the Crystal Lady is dumbfounded. She's thinking about how she had invited that imperial-level butterfly to join the Twin Moon cult, but it had rejected her. The rabbit's expression quickly changes as she thinks about how it's all over, and she's going to end up looking like a clown after this. She tells the giant eye in the sky to run away. Our boy turns around completely uninterested in the giant eye and tells his companions to ignore him, saying that he's nothing but a bother. Our boy says he'll focus on more meaningful things. Then the butterflies flock around and form wings around our boy. People watching on the ground are confused, thinking, how is something like this even possible? In the next moment, the pink-haired girl, the Crystal Lady, and Kang. Everybody was surprised that our boy had just completed the 9,299-meter mark in an instant with one step. Standing there, he's all confident, saying it'll take just one more step for him to surpass an entire era. As he was about to step forward, the sky once again filled with system notifications hitting him, saying it had detected new types of constitutions. Our boy goes through the info and sees he's recorded 3 new constitution types: the Holy Moon Constitution, the Waxing Moon Constitution, and the Absolute Moon Constitution. Our boy goes through all the info and is surprised about this Absolute Moon Constitution. He's wondering who has it, thinking maybe it's one of the butterflies that has the Absolute Moon body, but then he realizes it's not. He opens his lunar book and finds out the one who actually has the Absolute Moon Constitution is him. So now our boy's laughing like a maniac, and people down below are actually concerned about him, thinking he's finally gone insane. Meanwhile, our boy's thinking about how possessing that Absolute Moon body skill is why he was called the Lunar King. From the very moment he was born, moonlight would gather around him. So now that he's the chosen one, he has a duty to lead it to the peak of this era. Then our boy begins to take one step after the other, advancing and climbing the stairs. As he did, an earthquake erupted. Now we're at the 9,300-meter mark. As our boy reaches the 9,300 mark, 2 new figures appear: a fat rabbit and this thick, gorgeous bunny girl. Before he could figure out what was happening, he sensed this intense killing intent, and he turned around to find out that both of his companions were absolutely furious about these new figures arriving. The Dragon Girl explains that the new figures are from the former 8th Lunar Palace and the current head of the 10 lunar eclipses. They're the guardians of the Rabbit Palace. The fat bunny doesn't waste time. It lifts its hand and gets ready to attack. Pure energy blasts our boy, and with just one attack, Moon Lake's shield was now at 0%. Even the Dragon Girl was having issues facing that attack, and our boy's rabbit was obliterated in half. The attack packed so much force that left a huge crater on the moon, shattering it, and then there was our boy, completely in a daze. The attack had caught him off guard, and now he was falling. People on the ground are worried about how even after making such progress and showing them a shocking miracle, he still couldn't surpass the last Lunar King. They're saying it seems the 9,300-meter mark is the limit of this era. As our boy was falling down, he was thinking to himself how disappointing this situation is. He says that in the end, the former Lunar King and the Rabbit Palace were just this much. The Crystal Lady gets surprised, wondering what this idiot is going on about now. But then our boy says that the previous Moon God Festival and this era were nothing special. Then wings on his back erupt once again. This time he summons the golden butterfly, the 8-winged monarch. And get this, it's not an illusion, not fake, but the monarch-level beast was about to completely materialize into physical form. And then there was our boy soaring high in the sky with his wings while the white-haired bunny girl was looking at the monarch. Just like that, our boy was back on the platform. Turning to them, he said he went out of his way to experience the power of the strongest of the previous generation, but it turned out to be a complete illusion, and illusions cannot accomplish anything at all. He tells the white-haired bunny girl that if she really wants to stop him, she'll have to come before him in her true form. Then he completely ignores the two figures in front of him and continues to climb. As he takes the first step, the ranking updates with him in 6th place. Now our boy had completed 9,301 meters of this climb. What our boy did was really something today, and people from all around the world could sense it. The Crystal Lady in the northern region, Sakura in the eastern region, and even those in the Moon God Palace. Our boy keeps advancing and his companions exchange looks. The Dragon Girl is thinking how every lunar lineage in the world must have sensed what our boy did. Meanwhile, Star is thinking how for an Overlord tier Beastmaster, this position is not the limit, but it was indeed the limit of the former Lunar King, who was only half an apostle. In other words, the previous Lunar King has been surpassed by the current Lunar King. Our boy is climbing one step after another. The Dragon Girl asks our boy if he understands what lies beyond. She explains that after the former Lunar King, the Rabbit Palace were the rulers of the past 2,000 years, but in the age of monsters tens of thousands of years ago, they were nothing but mere gatekeepers of the pinnacle of the Overlord tier. The giant eye in the sky keeps looking at our boy as he climbs one step after another. Finally, our boy says he's been meaning to say something for a very long time. He turns around, stares at the giant eye in the sky, and calls it extremely annoying. The monarch butterfly understands its task. It expands its wings, unleashes its power, and shatters the giant eye in the sky completely. Just then, a system window pops up saying that in the early phase of the Moon God Festival, overlords are forbidden from attacking each other, and that warning keeps repeating again and again and again. It gets to the point that our boy gets annoyed and tells the system to shut the hell up. He says he is the current king, the master of the Book of the Moon, who can punish the Lunar King. Who has the authority to punish him? Who is qualified enough to punish him? With that, the butterfly completes its attack and obliterates the giant eye in the sky completely. With that ugly thing gone, the moon restores to its former self, complete and shining brightly. Our boy says now that the ugly thing is gone, the view is much better. He then turns and looks at the stairs, commenting on how there are only a few meters to go. But instead of continuing, he summons his beast panel. He looks at all of his contracted beasts, commenting on how the contract has stabilized and he can finally push that energy to reach the 7-star boundary. He wonders if at the moment of breakthrough, the instant he reaches it would be the summit, but he just shakes his head, saying there's no reason to lose now. He continues his climb, saying he'll see what those ancient demigods are capable of. As he takes one step after another, the butterfly flocks around him, making wings from earlier. On the ground, Kang was looking at our boy's wings, saying it was a golden aura composed of immense energy. Our boy soars in the sky again, so fast that the stream couldn't even keep up with him. People on the ground are wondering what just happened right now, and with that, our boy was now at the 9,601 meter mark. The Dragon Girl says this is where the first ice consort had reached, who was a 9-star demigod from the eastern region 26,000 years ago. She says how she defeated the upper crescent moon phoenix of the 7 strings with her first move. As our boy was about to advance further, a new figure emerged. She was the first ice consort. Su Lang gets surprised. He wonders if this is her true form. He's thinking about how she possessed incredible and unfair power even 22,000 years ago, and looking at her now, that power still feels unfair to him. With his current cultivation, it's obviously impossible for him to defeat her, and he knows that very well. But he also knows this is only a test, and what stands before him is just an illusion, so all he needs to do is prove to her that he possesses the strength to fight her. With that, both of them clash, and we cut to our boy being at the 9,742 meter mark. On the ground, Kang is freaking out. She's thinking, how could it be possible that Su Lang shattered the limit of the 9,742 meter celestial maiden without any resistance, and now our boy is third in the ranking. So now we get a lore drop about the celestial maiden, who's known as the 9-star demigod of immortality. Her spirit persists infinitely even after her physical form, and it's said she has lived for over 100,000 years. She witnessed the great calamity of the White Deer clan and the Cloud Era that suppressed all chaos, personally participated in the first Moon God Festival, and thousands of years ago she personally sealed the Lunar Taiyan faction, who were the victors of the Moon God Festival. And Kang is thinking Su Lang actually passed through that celestial maiden. Meanwhile, our boy is thinking that for some unknown reason, even though this was merely an illusion, he felt that she had stopped putting up resistance. He wonders if this was because she too is an enemy of the Taiyan faction. He thinks to himself that whatever the reason may be, he won't back down. So now he's standing there all confident when he notices something that catches him off guard. He looks over, and there's this green-haired girl climbing the stairs. Just then, he hears Star thanking him for bringing her here. It's thanks to him that she could remember the time from 10,000 years ago. She remembers her previous owner, Liu Suxin, who was born with a disease-prone constitution, afflicted by tens of thousands of illnesses, and because of which she only lived to the age of 26. Upon learning of her impending death and inability to join the next Moon God Festival, she took the First Crescent Moon Frost Blossom and the First Crescent Moon Farewell Song and defeated the Gemini Palace's guardian, Half-Moon Soul Suppressor, and then was hailed as the world's strongest. That ignited an eternal feud between the Moonlight Sects and the Seven Chords. Her 26 years of lifespan may seem insignificant in history, yet she left behind a dazzling legacy before her death. Star tells him to be cautious of her, as she and all those phantoms from earlier exist on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Liu is going on about heavy questions like what is the use of cultivation and what is the use of growing stronger? She says that in the end they can't surpass the limits of mortals. While swinging her spear, she slams it to the ground and then makes it disappear. Star tells Su Lan to watch out, saying the real sheath is coming. Just then, multiple colorful lights burst out of the platform, and the spear injures the butterfly and our boy. He's now bleeding and falls face first on the ground. Everyone's surprised by how easily she took down our boy. Su Lan gets up, asking Star if this is the true use of the sheath. He expands his wings, saying that thanks to the accumulated energy from so many contracts now gradually settling, with this he finally has achieved a temporary breakthrough to the 7-star realm. The monarch butterfly was completely healed by now and even heals our boy. Su Lan thanks her, saying he'll remember this. Meanwhile, Liu's figure was getting more and more transparent. Our boy is thinking how a mere shadow from 10,000 years ago shouldn't have been able to affect reality, yet the golden butterfly sustained this much damage. He's thinking that maybe back then, the celestial maiden merely sensed a trace of that aura and halted in her position from advancing further. He lets out a sigh, thinking how if he hadn't broken through to the 7-star realm, he would be done for. He then orders the golden butterfly, and with that he continues to advance further. He was now at the 9,997-meter mark. He's thinking how now that he has temporarily broken through to the 7-star realm, the resonance of the absolute moon physique has gotten stronger. Now he could faintly sense several obscure auras that are likely dormant lunar-type overlords scattered across the world. But right now, all he cares about is reaching the summit, as this is the true final step. People on the ground are now freaking the hell out seeing that our boy was about to reach the 9,998-meter mark. One girl is getting all excited, saying now our boy will meet her. The dude standing beside her asks what she means by her, and the girl claps back with, "Idiot, don't you know? It's the one whose beauty is beyond description. She's the one who was chosen by one of the 7 wonders, the wedding dress. She was once hailed as the most beautiful in hundreds of millennia. She's the first lover, and if you believe the rumors, her beauty even left gods smitten. And above on the clouds, our boy comes face to face with her. This bastard is actually blushing. Then suddenly he realizes his blood is boiling uncontrollably. Looking at her, he's thinking how the 3 celestial beauties were nothing in comparison to her. He's thinking this might be the reason why the lover lineage lasted only 1 generation. The wedding dress can't tolerate the rest of the ugly beings in this world. He's thinking how even her descendants, like Gemini, would be seen as nothing but trash by the wedding dress. Seeing that beauty, our boy is on the verge of being hypnotized when the dragon girl starts screaming, trying her hardest to not let this idiot fall under her control. That's when he finally snaps out of it. Star and the dragon girl jump in front of him to protect him, telling him to be on his guard because the situation he's in is dangerous. They tell him at the moment he stepped onto this platform, he was attacked by her. That's when our boy notices that in the shadows behind the wedding dress, there are these figures he recognizes, the Winter Queen clan and the Sea Concubine clan. In the far distance are ancestors of the 4 sacred clans of the western regions, even the White Deer clan. Not only that, but overlords from several Moonlight lineages are there too. Su Lan figures out what's happening. Anyone who gets captivated by her beauty has their power used against them. He thinks this may be why the power of his monarch-level butterfly is in that state right now. What's in front of him is the true form of the wedding dress. He's thinking how this is a truly terrifying combination, but once you break free from their mental control, those shadows become nothing but empty threats. He's thinking about how after he broke through to the 7-star realm, he's temporarily equal to true 9-star demigods. What kind of logic is this? The monarch butterfly unleashes her powers, eliminating all the shadows behind the wedding dress. As it does, the wedding dress smiles, looks at our boy, and says they'll soon meet again. This surprises our boy. He's standing there thinking, how could an illusion actually speak to him? She not only knew he was from 50,000 years in the future, but she even said they'll meet again. But he decides to think about it later and shifts his attention back to the climb. He takes another step, and now he's at 9,998 meters, second in the ranking. He exhales and takes another step. As he steps onto 9,999 meters, he gets teleported above the fog. He recognizes this place as the Cloud Sea, that legendary place from the rumors. People said the first cloud princess once pursued the first lover, but after failing, she was heartbroken and realized the truth. Eventually, she joined forces with the white deer to suppress the world for 10 millennia. He's thinking about how at that time she was just one step away from breaking the Mist Realm, but failed. In the end, the White Deer clan's Mist Realm remained unbreakable, and to this day, the Cloud Realm remains forbidden. So now he's standing there wondering, if that's the case, where are the true bodies of the Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity? Just then, a purple light hits him and his soul gets separated from his body. So now his soul is separated from his body and he's falling down from the platform toward the ground. On his way down, he's thinking about how everything was useless and how the Mist Realm near the Supreme Azure Calamity is unbreakable. After some moments, he opens his eyes, saying, "That's enough," and orders the Golden Butterfly to renew. He then asks the Golden Butterfly if she knows how whatever attacked him works. If she does, then when they meet her again, they'll know how to counter that attack. The monarch-level butterfly has transformed into her human form by now. She gets close to our boy and whispers in his ear that this is all too troublesome. She says that after tens of thousands of years in slumber, the White Deer clan produced such figures and adds that the infinite eternal Mist Realm, the concept from back then, has been realized. Her biggest help in this is that those two kids are not dead at all. Our boy's standing there like an idiot while she is blowing air into his ear every time she speaks. She continues that the first Cloud Princess and the Supreme Azure Calamity, in terms of ability, are matched. But the Golden Butterfly's power is to infinitely reset its own and its host's vitality. He says this means before his special energy runs out, he can infinitely reset to his pre-battle state. And since he's the one who created this full moon miracle, he won't lose to some random shadow in a battle of spiritual energy. This means if they have to fight to the death, the enemies will be the ones whose energy gets depleted. He looks at the figure who attacked him and says the moment he reaches the summit, that will be the end of the battle, adding that if she feels afraid of being surpassed by him, she could ignore his words, but if she does, he'll crush her and her era. The figure on the 9,999 platform says he's nothing but a mere moonlight type, and for that he's too arrogant. Next time they meet, it will be a battle to the death. With that, the Golden Butterfly transforms back to her butterfly form. Now Su Lang's on top of the ranking and people down below are wondering what happened just now. How could the White Deer clan's Mist Realm be broken? They're wondering how the Lunar King defeated the Supreme Azure Calamity. Kang is down there too, wondering how he surpassed an era from 50,000 years ago, and the Crystal Lady is also surprised, wondering how the moonlight, which declined millennia ago, has risen to prominence overnight. And there's our boy looking at the last step, thinking that he only has to take one more step and see what the first Cloud Princess saw. He's thinking to himself how even if he were to fail now, his name would be remembered in history. But then a thought strikes him. He's wondering what if he succeeds? Will he be able to turn the world upside down? But then he remembers, no, it wasn't the era that birthed the first Cloud Princess and the first lover, but it was they who made that era great. He's thinking to himself how his aim isn't to return to the past and challenge them at their peak. Nor does he regret that they are mere dormant illusions now. What happened eons ago means nothing. What matters is that from now on, all will tremble before him. And because he was born in this era will be called the Era of the Moonlight. With that, he takes another step. With that step, he gets transported to this white palace. He's looking around wondering what happened when a voice calls out, saying, "One of those ugly humans once again," and this time it's a lunar type. The voice continues that the last time the Moonlight breed came here was millions of years ago. Man, what's the deal with this story throwing around millions and thousands like it's nothing? The voice continues, saying it's not the time yet and they need 300,000 more years. It tells our boy to go back as he's unqualified, not because he's weak, but because it's not the time yet. Our boy's thinking, what? And the voice is telling him to go back, dominate this era, leave his mark, and after 300,000 years, he'll reawaken. Before our boy can say anything, the voice tries to send him back. As he was falling down, he grabbed the edge of the platform, gave this smile, and said, "So it worked." The voice is thinking to itself what this idiot is trying to do. Our boy says, "So this is the 8-star realm." With a smile, he addresses the voice as the Firefly King. He gets back on the platform and says, "This feels refreshing." And we get hit with another piece of stupid logic. How for him it's only the 8-star realm, but for the rest of the world, it will be like surpassing 9-star demigods. He thinks to himself that his absolute moon constitution has been completed, and the Firefly King is confused, thinking how could someone who is beyond a 9-star demigod exist in this era? According to the prophecy, the next golden age of heroes shouldn't dawn for another 300,000 years, but there's our boy standing in front of him, flaunting his newfound strength. To the people on the ground, sudden golden light bursts out from the heavenly peach ring, and everyone's wondering what's happening above. Kang is worried about our boy, thinking to herself about what he must be facing up there. The palace shakes as he reaches the 10,000 step mark, and the Firefly King is asking Su Lang how he did that. Su Lang's just standing there smiling when the dragon girl tells him to cut it out as she was about to explode. She's saying how even though she had absorbed the entire energy of the Eastern region mine, it wasn't enough, but she thanks our boy as it was because of him that she could break through the 8-star realm. Su Lang tells the Firefly King to move out of his way as he has no intention of waiting another 300,000 years. Surpassing demigods is the entry ticket to here, so he asks the Firefly King to step aside. With that, he starts moving and says that whether this era is ready or not is for him to decide. After all, the Firefly King is nothing but the remaining remnant consciousness of an ancient 10-star being, so Su Lang tells this remaining consciousness to stop trying and pretending to be a god. With that, the Firefly King moves aside. After our boy climbs the 10,000 meters, he looks around and sees that nothing has changed. He opens his system window and sees he's gained 2 new authorities. The first authority offers him no benefit, and once used, the entire world will be turned upside down. The second one is a pure reward. As long as he's in this holy site, he won't lose to anyone. He lets out a sigh and thinks this is not the time for him to use that authority. Currently, he would drop back from 8-star to 6-star, and he's no match for an ancient 9-star demigod, let alone facing the 3 titans at their pinnacle. But then he looks at the ranking and thinks about how it's no longer the 3 titans that he has to worry about. Looking down at the ground, he sees girls going crazy over him, saying they want to join his organization and the usual stuff. Meanwhile, others are wondering what he got as a reward for climbing all the way to the summit. They're wondering how he could climb all the way to the summit with his current rank and qualifications, as they were under the assumption that it would still take 100,000 years for the real moonlight to reawaken. The Crystal Lady's watching it all, thinking to herself how she wasn't prepared for this and how the age of chaos is about to begin. After all, that idiot will surely cause some big commotion going forward. Our boy finally climbs down, and the first person he meets is Gemini. He walks past her and tells her he'll give her 1 month. We cut to some time later. Gemini wakes up in a hospital bed. The first thing she does is hit her head on the ceiling after calming down. She sits up and pulls this blue gem out of her pocket. Looking at it, she says that star belongs to her and no one else, even if it's the Lunar King who has proved himself to be stronger than the heroes from 50,000 years ago. Just then, our boy is chilling in his hospital room when he gets this feeling that someone is thinking about him. Then he pulls out info about the Peacock Palace's guardian. Looking at it, he notices something that surprises him. He looks at Star and the Dragon Girl, asking if they know about the Peacock Palace. Star says not really. The Peacock and Aquarius Palaces only joined the Moonlight 12 Palaces after the Gemini Palace was severely injured. The Dragon Girl adds that rumor has it she participated in 3 moon god festivals in the last 10,000 years but got eliminated early each time. Even a former Lunar King rescued her, yet she later terminated their contract for some unknown reason. Our boy's thinking how all of this sounds troublesome, but either way he has to visit the western region. Just then, he enters his room telling him that something terrible has happened. Kang comes up to Su Lang asking if he's seen the news online, telling him that the princess candidates for the Cloud Princess position have appeared, and it's not 1 but 3 people who all appeared at the same time. Our boy's thinking to himself, hey, didn't you supposedly have a cold personality? What's up with this behavior? Kang gets flustered and says the Peach Garden has been suffering on the web, and she told her to deliver the news in the exact words in that exact tone, which is why she was acting like this. Our boy's staring at her like, yeah, sure, why not? And asks if this really is such a big thing. Just then, a voice answers his question, saying that his ascension has lifted the restrictions of the current era, and the monsters from the Holy Lands are now active. Our boy's confused, looking around wondering who said that when a flower flies out of Kang's chest area, saying that since ancient times, whenever Holy Land emergence happens, it brings crushing blows to the beast tamers of the present world. The flower gets all condescending and tells our boy that it's his doing. Our boy looks at that flower all stupid, thinking, what's up with this tone? He asks if the flower is Toyin, the same immortal 9-peeled peach silk snow wheel flower, one of the 7 ancient wonders that's said to have lived for millions of years. Our boy's thinking that legendary description turned out to be this ridiculous thing. The flower gets angry and tells Su Lang to listen carefully. If he dares to use the authority he got after climbing to the summit, he will never forgive him. Kang is surprised, asking the flower what authority he's talking about. Our boy gets all angry at how this little ridiculous thing is acting up. He grabs it and the flower yells, hey, look where you're putting your hands, bastard. Su Lang gets angry, asking if he was the one overseeing the heavenly peach ring and daring to leak secrets. The flower quickly realizes his place and asks for forgiveness, begging Kang to save him. He tells our boy to look outside the window at all the plants in the city, so kind and lovely. If those ancient monsters from tens of thousands of years ago awaken, how could he bear to let his children join the fight? He tells our boy that he oversees the heavenly peach ring because he loves peace and hates bloodshed. Our boy's thinking to himself how what he's saying makes sense. The southern region has little conflict, which is why technology thrives here. The flower asks him to join forces and promises our boy that if he promises never to use that ability, the Heavenly Peach Ring faction will help him claim the throne in the next Moon God Festival. Our boy looks at Kang and sees she isn't reacting. He wonders if what the flower is saying is true and if they're really not going to participate in the Moon God Festival. Just then, Kang says he has no reason to doubt it. The Southern region always intervenes in every Moon God Festival, and since ancient times, the Southern Moon Palace and the Heavenly Peach Ring Palace were allies. And when the Moon Palace and the Fourth Palace fell, they lost their reason to aid the lunar faction. Our boy's thinking about what this talk about the Fourth Palace is. Is she talking about the Flower Fairy Palace? He's thinking about how he currently has no reason to use that authority. In fact, refraining from using that authority greatly benefits him. But he's thinking how, since he gained this authority, it means he'll have to use it someday. The flower sees he's still thinking and says that if he is having a hard time believing him, they should form a marriage alliance, and asks our boy if he'd like to marry. Half a month later, at the border between the western and southern regions, one mermaid is fighting with something. She's wondering what happened suddenly. Why did the seal get weakened? She's wondering if it was the doing of the seventh eclipse, when red lightning roars in the sky and the monarch butterfly descends. On top of that, Butterfly is our boy. He asks her if she was the one blocking his path and if he has to deal with her. After sensing that monster aura, the mermaid gets surprised, wondering who this monster is. But then she realizes he's none other than the current Lunar King, who recently surpassed the first Cloud Princess and the first lover. She's wondering what he's doing all the way at the border, but secretly she has more than one enemy to fear. When she hears a voice from the background, the dragon girl is about to obliterate the mermaid. She turns around and gets all surprised, thinking about how she was the one who had injured the Ice Queen all those years ago. She knows she might not survive this night when the dragon girl spots the Crystal Lady from before. The dragon girl asks if she had come here because the Aquarius Palace's authority has been restored, but the Crystal Lady gets all mysterious, answering that she just missed her so much and had come here to catch up. The dragon girl gets annoyed and tells her to go away. Then the Crystal Lady says she's no fun and asks if the Lunar King is going for the sealed Peacock Palace. The dragon girl's like, I can't tell you. The Crystal Lady asks her why she hasn't told him the dangers of the Peacock Palace. It was the palace that once killed the previous Lunar King during the last Moon Festival. So we get some backstory about what went down during the previous Moon God Festival 2,000 years ago. The Flower Fairy Palace withdrew and the Peacock started to go crazy, while the Rabbit Concert Palace and the Lunar King rebelled, and the Sagittarius Palace gave up. This left only Aquarius Palace and Virgo Palace as the remaining forces. Lord Water Lotus didn't entrust the final authority to the Rabbit Concert, but instead they accepted the Ice Queen's Millennial War, leaving everything to the Virgo Palace and the Celestial Maidens. The Crystal Girl says it was since then that the Lunar Yao and the Taiyan both withdrew from this era. She mentions what happened with the Peacock Palace during a certain Moon God Festival. They killed the Lunar King and tampered with the records in the Lunar Book. The Crystal Lady says before leaving that she hopes history doesn't repeat itself. We cut to high in the sky with our boy riding the golden butterfly. Kang is telling him how the Western region has formally invited her and she'll soon be departing for there. She says the three celestial beauties and the Miss Cloud Sea have also received invitations, so the three cloud princesses might be there. She tells him to be careful and not get involved with them. She mentions that his ascension of the heavenly peak has almost completely broken the restriction of the Mistral, leading to the emergence of the Holy Apostle. But our boy isn't worried about that. The only thing on his mind right now is whether he'll be meeting Moon Deer soon. Man, I almost forgot this series was about her. She's been absent for such a long time. We cut to the Western region where Gemini is waiting there with this yellow-haired girl. She's worried if our boy will be coming or not. The little girl says the other one is about to arrive and she doesn't come with good intentions. Gemini says the Cloud Princess is challenging one of the seven wonders. She's reminding herself not to underestimate her because when the first princess emerged from the Miss Cloud Sea at 8 stars, no one really paid much attention at first, but within a few months she defeated the 3 fearless masters and reached the pinnacle of the mortal world. The yellow-haired girl believes that Lady Wedding Dress will also take the matter seriously. The yellow-haired girl calls her a silly child when Gemini tries to explain the history of the first princess. Then they announce that Su Lang arrived on the golden butterfly. Seeing that, she gets all nervous. Our boy lands on the platform and looks around, saying this place is quite spacious. The yellow-haired girl is thinking about how Gemini is getting nervous even before even getting on stage. Seeing this, she asks our boy if it would be alright for them to reschedule this fight to 10 days later on the night of the full moon, and the winner will be announced as the owner of the crescent moon. She's thinking how by then most of the Western region citizens will come to watch, and she trusts that he'll abide by the rules. Our boy quickly agrees. Just then, the second Cloud Princess appears, saying she's going to use this ring in 10 days, so no one else is allowed to use it. Our boy's looking at her, and the yellow-haired girl tells the second princess that Su Lang and Gemini's fight is just going to be the opening act. It won't affect her fight with the wedding dress at all. She says that it's like the dessert before the main course. The second princess agrees. Then our boy's getting ready to leave because he's too lazy to bother with any of their conversation. That's when the second princess asks Su Lang if he is going to run away when the time comes because after she defeats the wedding dress, she will be coming for him. Our boy's voice is like, no, I don't have any intention of fighting with you. After the fight with Gemini, I plan to visit the other 2 cloud princesses. This absolutely inflates the second princess, and she gets all worked up. The yellow-haired girl is watching this all from the sidelines thinking, "Someone please stop these idiots. It looks like they're about to fight right now." After flaunting her power, the second princess senses something and calms down. She's grumbling and saying she'll return on the night of the full moon, then just disappears. Our boy lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that something's off about her, but then decides not to think about it anymore. He's saying he can't go around dealing with these princesses. To win the Moon God Festival, he has to defeat the Cloud Princesses. The one who resembles Moon Deer has his attention, and he has no interest in the second princess. He's concerned about the lineage of the first Cloud Princess and the Supreme Green Disaster, as well as the third Cloud Princess's lineage. He's wondering if he'll get clues about Moon Deer through them. On the night of the full moon before the Cloud Princess battle, they'll retrieve the Blade Soul and head straight to the eastern region. He's thinking how on the night of the full moon, when the second princess will be fighting Wedding Dress, at the same time the first princess will also be fighting the Ice Queen. If the first princess can distract the Ice Queen for a while, he thinks he'll have the chance to find the Peacock Palace and retrieve the final piece of the sinking crescent moon. With that, he summons the golden butterfly and flies away. Gemini and the yellow-haired girl are standing there. Gemini's thinking that idiot is strange. She's heard about him and his favored beast being a white deer, so she's wondering why he's treating these cloud princesses like this and why he's so cold. The yellow-haired girl says instead of worrying about these petty things, she should focus on the battle that's coming in 10 days. Gemini tells her to relax. She's dispatched all the flash butterflies around the western region, so they won't get around here anymore. She's all set to take on the Lunar King, and she thinks our boy won't be able to replicate the flash butterfly miracle in the western region as he did on the Peach Ring. And if he wants to be able to do that, he won't be able to reach the 7-star realm. If that happens, all she has to do is work hard, and she'll defeat him that way. She's fired up just thinking about it, and the yellow-haired girl just sighs and says, "Let's hope that's how that fight goes." Our boy was listening to all this through a butterfly. After hearing her plan, our boy smirks and says she truly had planned it all out, but they go know he still has an unused trump card. From the start, his target wasn't just Gemini, but the Peacock Palace hidden in the western region. He's here to locate the Peacock Palace in advance, and while Wedding Dress is occupied with the Cloud Princess, he'll only use the power of the Aquarius Palace and settle everything. We cut to the western region forest, where guards see someone coming. They address her as the Queen Mother of the Underground. This place is the endless prison managed by Wedding Dress, where the world's most heinous criminals are held. The guards tell the Lady of the Underground to be extremely cautious and leave immediately after finding the target and not to alert any beings working in the depths. Among them are the traitorous Emperor of the Winter Queen's land, the remnant of the Rope of the Seven Strings, and the Peacock Palace Guardian, someone she should recognize well. The Lady of the Underground tells them not to worry. She says she'll meet the ancient ancestor of her clan and then leave immediately. The guards exchange looks and allow her entry. When she's heading inside, a butterfly sits on her dress and follows deep inside. After some time, she's almost at the lower level. The guards stop and tell her they cannot accompany her after this point. She has to head down on her own from here, as beyond lies the region of the Emperors. The Lady of the Underground nods and tells the guards she'll enter from here alone. With that, she descends the stairs. Once she's covered enough distance, without turning around, she says it's their first time meeting and asks him if he's planning to release the Peacock Palace's guardian. Then she remembers this butterfly cannot respond. In her view, the West is eager for Su Lang to release the Peacock Palace. She says his influence is overwhelming and Gemini can't stop him. The only way they can handle him is by letting him release the Peacock Palace. With that, she reaches where she wants to go. She tells our boy she doesn't have time to talk to him, so she'll stop talking now. She enters the chamber, and in front of her is this huge whale. It looks at her and tells her to go back, as she has no intention of signing a contract with anyone until she cultivates enough power to defeat the other emperors. The Lady of the Underground addresses the whale as White Form C, and get this. This whale is one of the 3 kings of the spring. The Lady of the Underground is hesitating before speaking. She's thinking about how in the past, the 3 kings of the spring chose to ally themselves with the Ice Queen, proposing a union between White Form C and the 3-legged White Snow. But White Form C was part of the exalted Cloud clan and suffered a crushing defeat, losing face and fleeing to the western regions. But in truth, the western region didn't imprison them. They chose to be trapped here of their own will. Now the Lady of the Underground is mustering her courage and asks if he'll return, as his old friends are missing him. But the whale just says her clans and voids are dull as ever and begins to swim away. The Lady of the Underground tries once again, but the fish had already left. After a while, she leaves the chamber, thinking to herself how that damned fish is way too stubborn for his own good. Just then, she hears a voice and looks around to find where it came from. She looks down and sees the voice was coming from the butterfly. It tells her she was being careless regarding the dignity of an emperor. Hearing this, the Lady of the Underground breaks down and tells our boy he's being cruel. Our boy sighs, thinking she doesn't get it. He asks her, how is she thinking of convincing a high emperor with weak pleas like that? He tells the Lady of the Underground that what C-Form truly wants to hear is her swearing to defeat the three-legged white snow for his sake, even if it means facing the wrath of the Ice Empress herself. He asks the Lady of the Underground if she understands what he means. She's saying, how could he say such a thing? Who would dare to offend the Ice Queen? She's getting all angry at him, saying he's a villain and acting stupid. Our boy smacks her on the head and tells her that's enough nonsense. He tells her to go to the Peacock Palace and says he'll judge what kind of existence this Peacock Palace is by himself. After a while, the Lady of the Underground is standing before these three massive doors. Our boy's thinking how behind these doors, two other overlords are imprisoned. The lady tells him they shouldn't stay there for long. She'll show him the Peacock Palace for a while, then they'll have to retreat immediately. Behind the door is this peacock lady who's looking at the moon. The Lady of the Underground is looking at her, thinking to herself how she's the guardian of the 10th Palace of the Moon and holder of the record for slaying the most overlords in this era. The Peacock Lady shifts her gaze and asks what's wrong, addressing her as little sister of the three kings. The Peacock Lady says if she's lost, just turn left after exiting. She'll find White Form C's confinement there. The Lady of the Underground is surprised by how nice she's acting. According to the legends, she's supposed to be crazy. Just then, our boy hears the Peacock Lady ask the Lady of the Underground if she's here to form a contract with one of the three kings. Just then, another white-haired girl asks the Lady of the Underground if she would be willing to form a contract with her. Our boy's thinking about how this overlord terrorized the eastern region 50,000 years ago before the rise of the Ice Queen. He knows quite a bit about her and knows she once fought the first Cloud Princess. Just then, a bracelet says to stop bothering her. She belongs to one of the three kings. Our boy's thinking about how this bracelet once used to be a big shot, but she lost control and caused irreversible damage. As a result, she was imprisoned here. The Frost lineage girl tells the bracelet she was just kidding. With wedding dress guarding the western region, even if she made a contract with her, she wouldn't be able to break out of here. She was just playing with her since it's been thousands of years since anyone had come down there. With that, she asked them to tell her about the major events that had occurred recently. The Lady of the Underground is thinking about how these three overlords are acting so gentle. She's wondering if she could like that video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.